Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for Challengers Elite here in Europe. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Dominic Mysterio.
Yeah, well, you see, the thing is, though, not a lot of people get that reference. I want to say Dominic Mysterio is a relatively okay known celebrity. I wouldn't say he's necessarily top tier. I wouldn't argue I'm as famous as him by any stretch of the imagination. But at the same time, thank you very much, Brycey, for the introduction, however obscure. But we're very excited to get into the second week here, Bryce. We got our final day of group stage today, then playoffs over the next 3 after that. Glorious.
We certainly are. Well, we'll find out exactly who manages to qualify in our groups, and here they are. In Group A, so far, Notorious and Mistaken, both 4-0. They will face off later today. Then we've got the little bit of a fight, not a big one. Mission Magpies, Project 7, and Tug all trying to qualify, Ton.
Yeah, we're really going to be concentrating on a lot of these games today where it is really about the qualification process side of things. Team Notorious against Mistaken, of course, is kind of the big one there. Team Orchid against Katana as well for that first and second place. But we really want to concentrate on these games that are going to be sitting around that 4th, 5th, 6th place because, of course, it is only top 4 that make it through to the playoff stage, and that's where you want to be. Some big games coming up in that aspect of things, Bryce.
Yeah, it really is. This is where it gets very, very tight between the teams. We talked about how this is a marathon, not a sprint, but truth being told, you have to be good enough today if you're sitting on that bubble. So several of these teams are going to be under the gun, making sure they qualify and get to that next step in the elite groups. It is a day of pressure and potential.
Absolutely. We're going to be having a look at how things are going to go down between these squads in a second, but this is how our lineup is looking. Tug Esports taking on Project 7. Now, both those teams sitting at 1 and 3. That is pretty much a qualification match. I'll get that all confirmed as we do kind of go through. And Jumpshot France up against Lynn as well. Lynn, that's a tough one for them to go on to win because Jumpshot France have looked pretty decent. But of course, things will mix up in that aspect of things, but that's how things are going to go on Alpha. And then, of course, we go over towards North America.
Yeah, we certainly did an awful lot of qualification games today, not just for Europe, but North America a little bit later on. We'll have to see how those games all progress and who really does have the business today, of course. But here are some highlights from the teams we are talking about. And, well, a lot of these players actually are making a bit of a name for themselves so far in this stage.
Yeah, on the Mistaken Esports side of things, yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about them over the playoffs. These boys are a very, very solid squad. I actually seen Denza tweeting out, giving Julian his credit as well. That guy has been phenomenal across the entirety of this stage, and interested to see how he does continue. But we're more so concentrating, of course, on P7 Esports today. They haven't had a very good run of things, honestly. P7 are a roster I would expect to be closer towards that top side, but I want to say, honestly, Mistaken have kind of taken that spot that you would have thought that they would be in. So Project 7 still with some work to do today and need to make sure they get the job done to make sure they finish in the top 4.
Yeah, 100%. Realistically, I had high expectations of Project 7, but we'll see how it all comes down to. This will be the maps and modes. Vault, Hardpoint, Hacienda, Search and Destroy, Vault, Control, Protocol, Hardpoint, and Red Card, Search Ton. No new ones have slipped in here yet.
No, nothing in this series in particular, but a little bit more on the team they're going up against in Tug Esports. Tug, well, if many of you know, will know Cleams that is on that roster. That he's in there with Scythes, Alpha, and Lizint. So we'll keep an eye on how they're going to do. They're also sitting at 1 and 3, just like P7. So for both these two squads, it's very much about trying to get this one over the line, and it should secure you as far as I'm aware. I don't think it can kind of... You know what? I'm going to actually go on that limb, Brycey, and I'm going to cause myself some issues if I'm wrong. I mean, okay, Mission Magpies can... No, you could... I think they're still good on the 2 wins because Tug and Project 7, the most they can get is 2. I don't think Mission Magpies are in any trouble. I think this is literally a dogfight between Project 7 and Tug Esports for qualifications. So that pretty much lays it down on the line. I'm committed to that. 99% committed to that, at least anyway, Bryce, until it gets confirmed. But yeah, that is very much how it's going to go down today. It is a all-out bloodbath for that final playoff spot.
It certainly is, of course. And there we go. There's the confirmation of everything in the groups, Ton.
Yeah, so yeah, look, only one of them can kind of end up 2 and 3. Mission Magpies could end up 2 and 3, so that's as bad as it's going to get. Yeah, so this is for top 4. Over in Group B, Lynn are currently sitting in 4th place, but going up against Jumpshot France, who are 3 and 1. Annex Esports, for them, there is a must-win game as well, and they're going up against Kinky, who are 0 and 4. So Annex probably going to go and win in their game. Lynn have to probably get something done against Jumpshot France. But the thing is for Kinky as well, though, they're 0-4, but there's some good players on that roster, so they could definitely cause some upsets and maybe even throw themselves into that conversation. If Lynn lose and Kinky win, then all of a sudden you're talking of a potential three-way tie. So we'll keep an eye on how things are going to go over in Group B. I'm not committing to anything when it comes down to that. When there's 3 teams who could potentially 1 and 3, I am not. No, we're not doing it. I'm not getting involved.
No, sit on that fence even more. But while we talk about the qualification for 4th, of course, there are some big dogs coming through. Team Notorious set themselves a goal, of course, Ton, that we may not have spoken about, but so far they haven't actually dropped a series in Challengers Elite. Did it flawlessly in Season 1 and in Season 2. And in Stage 3, they're trying to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, they have looked fantastic, right? Their game up against Mistake, and I think it's going to be a really, really interesting one. I presume somebody is going to be streaming that, so keep an eye out if that's a game you do want to keep an eye on as well. I will be keeping an eye out on the document that tells me which maps has gone which direction to see which way it's going to go, because I think that's going to be a really good indicator. It's a real test for Team Notorious. Mistaken have looked really solid. I want to see if they can kind of hang with the big boys, though. I think that's going to be the next jump up for Mistaken. Can you go that step further? Playoffs, of course, around the corner, where the real answer to that question will come through. But for Team Notorious, the potential for getting through towards, of course, that playoff side and doing it perfectly is what they want us to do.
Well, so far, so good. We'll have to see if they continue upon that one. I was trying to remember as well, I think it was Stage 1, Notorious didn't drop a map, which was even more ridiculous. And then as soon as they got to the playoffs, they dropped the map straight away.
Was it Stage 1? Because I want to say, did they not go up against Katana, and was it not a 3-2 win? So they definitely did not drop a map. I specifically remember.
I thought it was Stage 1 they did. I thought Stage 2 they looked more beatable. We'll have to ask them. It was a while ago now. We'll have
to double check. Because I'm pretty sure that the very first game that we casted was Katana up against Team Notorious, and it was about something along those lines. I'm pretty sure they did a drop map somewhere along the line, but we will double check on that. But irrelevant of that, going undefeated through group stages anyway would still be very impressive.
Well, we've also got a second game. This is Mission Magpies versus Team Pulsar. So Mission Magpies 2-2, Pulsar 0-4. So this looks like it could be a good time for the Magpies, Ton.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, for them, it hasn't necessarily been as easy as they would have liked either. But yeah, going up against Team Pulsar, you would like to think they can get something over the line. But for the Mission Magpies, you found yourself in about a 20-second lead. Rotation could have been 50-50 at this moment in time as we're heading over towards P4. Red card has always been an interesting one, I think, for some of these teams. How many times we are seeing that clock a little bit closer. You can have very, very close games up until this point. But right now, Mission Magpies in a good spot. Kez sitting 11-5.
But yeah, and this is, we spoke about this earlier, right? This is a game that they really just kind of want to lock down as well, considering that they could, if they lost this, be in a bit of a fight for, technically seeding. They should be okay with the 2 wins regardless. But it's just one of these ones that locks in 3rd seed for them, which is definitely better than 4th seed. That's just basic maths.
Well, yeah, you definitely want to be a lot higher if you could possibly get there. For these squads, you just don't want to have to be going up against one of the number 1 seeds, of course, coming in. It'll be something like Katana or Team Orchid on the other side. Yeah, it's an awkward place you're going to be in if you do finish in that 4th spot.
It certainly isn't. So far, so good. The Magpies looking to lock this one down, 14-6 out of Kez. And I feel like maybe we're overlooking them in this group just a little bit. You've got to consider, obviously, Notorious and Mistaken both 4-0. The Magpies, if they lock this one down, which we're fairly confident they will be 3-2, which is a pretty respectable score.
Yeah, it is a difficult group, especially those 2 top teams being undefeated. It makes things increasingly more difficult. I think I kind of just want to speak as well. I'm curious how Jumpshot France are going to do by the end of today as well. I think for them, they could be sitting here at 4-1. So for them, that's a big one. Of course, Katana and Team Awkward going up against each other today as well. That's an absolute banger. We've definitely got some of the top teams facing off. We've got some real good games across the board. There's too many to actually cover. There's so many that mean a lot for qualification, and then, of course, some that are really, really solid as far as matchups go. But looking at Mission Magpies here, solid outing so far, 125 and rising. 15 seconds remaining on this rotation. We're back over towards P1, but that is a substantial lead after 1 rotation of LCR on red card.
Yeah, having a very good time. And obviously, as we're talking about the kind of connotations coming down with the seeds and everything, I mean, you brought up Katana and Jump Shot. Obviously, second and third seed is essentially what they're sort of fighting for in this scenario. And if you look at the difference when it comes to Group A, that's either the likelihood going to be either Mistaken if you're third or Magpies if you're second. And no offense to the Magpies team, very good team, but I think Mistaken look a little bit of a cut above them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a definitive gap between these two, isn't it? Pulsar to really get too much going here. I think if you look across the board, though, the Outslayer has been there. They've been there in the rotation. Big rotational gunfights have all went their way, and Mission Magpies just seem to have their dotted their I's and crossed their T's, so to speak. Very much finding everything they need at this moment in time, and it's just not looking great for Team Pulsar at the stage. 100 points down before we're evening at P2 for the second time.
Let's see if there can be a little bit of a fight back as, well, Kez is waiting for Easy Mac to put his stats into the board here because he's having a great time at 20 and 9. On a 5 streak, but will be cut down before he can do any more. Of course, with this next hill pop, it's still going to be all the Magpies having the lion's share of the time. And for Pulsar, this may be a little bit of a case of, can we just get above that 100-point mark?
Yeah, I mean, if you can get it one decent hold, it puts you back into the game, right? And that has to be the opportunity for Team Pulsar. Get yourself into P2 for 35 or 40 seconds. You get over towards P3, get some good time there, and you are suddenly a lot closer and very, very quickly. But at this moment in time, they ain't in the hill, so that is a big problem. Ziaranika can find a couple of kills, so all of a sudden you may be able to wander on in. Going to be able to get some time here, 15 seconds or so, but rotation for Mission Magpies is going to be initiated pretty much immediately as well. 13 seconds remaining. They'll probably want to fight over the scrap time. They know they're going to be in a good spot for this rotation, but I think for them, this is the kind of game where you can get caught out and be complacent, so they have to make sure they get the rotation locked, get some more good time. Just make it so much more difficult for Team Pulsar. They are going to spawn towards the back, though, at least one of them. Sierra's here. You have to wait for the rest of his team to, well, spawn in with him or come in through the middle of the map. But a potential break could come through here for Team Pulsar. Never mind.
So far, Kez just looking like he's having a wild time. Picking up all the kills will eventually go down, though. And it will be Pulsar with a little bit of time here onto this one. There's going to be a bit of pressure coming through. Pack is waiting. Dives in. He's going to get one, not the second, though. Still good trades on both sides. Pulsar trying to fight back, and they will get back into this for just a few seconds. No fight gone out of them yet.
Still some potential here. I mean, that's going to shut it down, though. Lampy, he'll find two. 14 or 15 seconds here over towards P3 for Mission Magpies to pick up, and then we're going to be heading over towards the stage. It feels like a foregone conclusion, this one, doesn't it? Gunfights all going your way. Kez hitting beams like that. I mean, look at the scoreboards. It is a massive, massive outside. Ike is really being able to keep up. Other than that, everyone double neg. It is just a walk in the park right now for Mission Magpies.
Having a good time, but I will say this, Pulsar with a pretty good rotation. If they can hold on to this, there is always a way back into these games. There's always a chance. It's just waiting for a few kills here, and so far so good. Still getting the trades going their way. Because he's now 28 and 15, he's trying to punt through by himself. Isn't going to work out. More time for Pulsar.
And good time as well. 20 seconds. Still on offer. You put yourself within that 60-70 point range, and all of a sudden, it's a doable game, but it's been impossible for them to really get anywhere near. It's a bad time on Ika's part, but isn't going to be able to find that kill. Shots in towards Lampy. Mission Magpies pick up a little bit of scrap time as well, and now we head over towards P5, and she'll be able to lock something in here. It's hard to say because everything needs to go Team Pulsar's way, doesn't it? You need to see them on rotation. You need to see them winning multiple gunfights. We need to see a full breakdown from Mission Magpies, frankly. That's a good start. Danny and Sierra starting to find some kills, but Lampy, Pack combining well. And every single second that Team Pulsar can't get is a dagger. Ike can find another two here, though, but isn't going to stay alive for very long. Mission Magpie still in full control.
Yeah, I mean, Kez just having a great time. Every time we go to him, just having the best of time. I'd almost accuse him of stat padding, but so far it's going so well. And this is a horrible site to actually jump onto. We've spoken about it before. Certainly just a engineered kill box. Whenever you jump onto it, you're so vulnerable. It will be Pulsar who grabbed this scrap time as we head over to P1.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised it's extended that long. Well, neither one of the squads managing to get themselves anything over towards that final hill of the second rotation. Now we go back over towards a P1. Mission Magpies, as you said, feels like they're stat padding a little bit. 50 seconds remaining on this hill, but only 10 seconds away from Mission Magpies from closing out map number 1.
Just a few seconds left, and the Magpies should end what has been a very dominating victory for them. 250 to 120, and that should be it as he gets that last tick going through. And well, I suppose that's the difference when you've got a team as good as the Magpies. Pulsar not had the greatest opportunity to really showcase how good they are so far in Elite, but making it to Elite is a challenge all in itself.
Yeah, I think that's where you have to give a lot of teams their flowers in a certain way, is that getting into this stage is an elimination of every other team in Europe that is coming in and trying to make a name for themselves. Doing a good job getting themselves to this stage, but based on map number 1, it's looking like they won't be playing too much more after these next 2 maps.
Well, no, I mean, give him credit. I think S&D next, should really kind of lock them in a little bit more, because that's always the game that swings a little bit back and forth. But sometimes you do get a little bit of disparity in some of the teams for this one. But Pulsar still playing for pride, still have an opportunity. Just getting that win on the board will certainly be something they can be proud of. They can get it going, but they do need 3 more maps, and that hardpoint has not gone particularly great for them. And Magpies are not a team that's going to take any weakness lightly.
And a Hacienda search coming up as well. I mean, it is going to be tough. I think it's easy though for us and well, everybody else and even the teams. When you're 130 down in a hard point, it's hard to see your way back in the series in general. But as you kind of mentioned, Search and Destroy, very, very different game mode. Vault Control, entirely different kind of player than you would see on a red card hard point, right? It is fast, it's furious. There's still some potential for them, but yeah, it's a must-win game for them. And right now, they want to 0 down, and they will want to 0 down pretty quickly, Brycey. So, need to turn around there. Hopefully, we're getting over towards Alpha pretty shortly. I heard there has been a slight delay in that game. We should be up and running momentarily. Until then, we'll keep it locked here with Bravo. But interested to see how the other games are going in the sense of, honestly, just mistaking against Team Notorious is kind of the one I want to keep an eye on. I'm just having a little flick through. Let's see if we've got anything yet. Don't know if we do.
I'm gonna have a quick look. I know some of the players are streaming. Let's have a quick walk through the archives and find out.
Are you having a gander?
I am, yes. I am taking a look. Although the only player I know that is guaranteed streaming, I believe, is Bance, because I saw him tweeted earlier. So let's have a quick look at how their game's going. Let's see. I don't see any score because they are currently sitting in the lobby, so that is unfortunate. We'll get that one as soon as it's ready to go. Of course, if you are watching for all the games, of course, you want to keep up with everything on Bravo. All the games that we are watching right now and some of the games later on will be on the Bravo station where you can keep up with them as well. As well as this Alpha game, the one we tried to get going for you, is yet to start, unfortunately.
Yeah, what I have noticed, though, as we have been kind of waiting a little bit to get into this Alpha game, is I'm getting slaughtered for the stash on Twitter for that. So although I think the only people who can actually slaughter me are people who can grow facial hair. So Infinity, you can delete a tweet whenever.
I can't really talk either. I look like I unclogged a shower with my mouth. So anyway, we'll get back into the game. And here's Team Pulsar Mission Magpies. Now for Pulsar, let's see how they can do on the S&D. It already looks like it's going to be a bit of a showdown. Very aggressive start from them and the first blood ton.
That's what you want. Pack taken down pretty quickly. Isn't this scenario though? Oh, thank you very much. Player pushing through middle of the map. He was the one that really did stand out for Team Pulsar in that very first map, at least anyway. But the bomb is going to go down over towards B. Free pick for Lampy. Angle just not covered by his teammate there, but should be able to find the freebie. Oh, it was nearly bad. Ciara will be eventually able to clean things up. Danny does take his teammate down, as well as finding overlay. So now Kez left in a 1v1 up against Danny, who, I mean, is just going to hit the obvious flank. Is Kez ready for it? They see each other. Gunfight comes through. Kez jumps over the top, straight on his forehead. There's 2 kills to his name in the first round for Mission Magpies.
Well. Managed to get that last kill, and sometimes that's just the most important one. And Mission Magpies continues meant to go on, but this is what I said about Pulsar, right? still very much an opportunity in this S&D to get this map back from them. A good first blood, just unable to convert it.
I mean, they were very aggressive and then kind of get caught out because of that, but that's why they found the first blood as well, so it's give and take. But irrelevant, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things, if Kez is able to win the 1 versus 1. Close though for Team Pulsar. Let's see if they can do a little more here. Now on the defensive side themselves. It's a bit of an awkward one, Hacienda, isn't it? Especially all the play that goes on over towards A. You kind of want to get that mid-map control. There's a couple of things you need to really worry about. A lot of different angles. A lot of different places you can be shot and taken out from. Shots went in initially there. On the side of Lampy, I believe, but still getting things going over towards this A side, but I don't mind this defensive setup from Team Pulsar. Getting aggressive as well. Are they going to get caught out because of it? I'm not too sure. Lampy will get himself out as Overlay will find one over towards the bomb site. Pack finds another. This bomb will probably be going down pretty quickly.
There's a big fight back, though. Got to be careful. With bomb down, it does kind of shift that onus onto the Magpies here. If they can hold an angle, if they can find one more kill, this round is almost locked up, and Overlay's going to go for it. Will he go quietly through the door? He will. Not going to slam it. Going to hit a bit of a flank. His teammates are relying on this. Just make sure nobody's on it. Easy kill in the end. Overlay all the way around, and now 1 versus 3. Finds the first.
Second, not going to be found. Good job from the side of Mission Magpies just to make sure, but those kind of rounds can be scary, but a nice little cushion heading into the third round, 2-0 up. Reach solid, find the opening pick over towards the fences, and it just gives you total control, especially if you found one in the middle of the map as well. Knowing that people, if they do show their face over towards top window, you can collapse, or do you have control of window as they try and retake it themselves? Just every single box was ticked to be able to get that bomb down, and that's what they do. Mr. Magpies too, good.
Looking to continue. You see, Pulsar probably going to start feeling this pressure at the moment. Well, qualification is not really, unfortunately, an option for them at this point. A little bit of pride at taking a series of any of these teams certainly will help, but Lampy, so aggressive. They're going to have to watch the flank for him as well. You can see it on the minimap. ICA has backed off for it. Kez is waiting, even though he gets stun checked. They can try and hit this from 3 angles at the same time. Lampy looking for one, gets it as well. More pressure. The squeeze onto Pulsar as Lampy not missing a shot ton.
Beams only. Continues for the Mission Magpies. They find themselves another round, but it looks like we're ready to go over on Alpha. So if you want to continue watching the Bravo Watch Party, it is there and ready to go. YouTube.com or at QuickFixPod. Shout out the gang for holding that one down. We're going to be heading over towards Alpha once again. P7 against Tug Esports. Winner goes through. Everything on the line for these two squads here as we kick it off with Vault Hardpoint. But for the side of Project 7, look, this is absolutely the favorite side to go through up against these two. But realistically speaking, you have to be careful. Tug Esports have a couple of players who've been, I don't want to say around the block, but they've been on the block at least, Pricey, haven't they?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that you are right about what you said. Project 7 does seem to be the favoured team here. And if anything, I thought Project 7 would probably have put themselves in a bit of a better position, realistically. I'm a big fan of this team and how well they've been playing. But so far, they are in the same position as Tug Esports. And you are right, it does all come down to this. Already you can see the rotation on the P2 in the hand of Tug.
Kind of start they would have wanted. Going up against a very, very experienced Project 7 who may will be very disappointed with their season so far, but things can turn around pretty quickly. Get yourself into the playoffs and you never know what can happen, and that's, you know, that's kind of our mantra, isn't it? I don't know, we didn't set it up, but it's always kind of been our mentality of it doesn't really matter how you get yourself to playoffs, as long as you do play your best COD there, that's what matters. Disarray trying to hold this down now as the break did come through for Project 7. 30 seconds to play for here at P2. Big hit from the front side. Going to come though. Cleams inside. Doing a nice job. Enzo not going to be able to do a great deal here. He's going to be able to find one, but needs some help from the rest of his team. They're all spawned out though. And some good time for Tug Esports coming here at P2.
They managed to just lock down this scrap time as we head towards P3. Tug Esports all coming off the respawn. I think one of them saw Detain, and Detain knows it as well. Clean's not going to be able to do an awful lot more. Somehow Detain just slipping and sliding, moving around to contest this P3 before anything else could happen. A 4 streak now for Detain.
keeping things rolling. And this is what you want from players like Detain in those kind of moments. You had a bad start, qualification game. You need him to find those big plays at the right time. We're still very early in the game, albeit. But those are the kind of moments. He goes on a 4 spree. Tug Esports, could they have got themselves in some decent time looking at a rotation that potentially could have come through? Gonna end at 5, he's spree. But did a really good job to just lay it up for Disarray. He'll find 2. Some really, really solid time coming Project 7's way here at P3. Every single second you can get here is a bonus.
Detain just absolutely throwing every bullet through the doorway. Just doing so well. The movement on point. Picking up everybody. Just unfortunate timing as he does go down. But you are right. This is where it gets important. Disarray towards the back. I think he's going to get caught out here, and he does. Huge play from Tug.
Big plays from them. They need to make sure they continue, though. Bill's just popped. Project 7 don't necessarily have themselves in the worst positions for this. D10 with a nice snap on the scythe. Don't think he's going to expect that angle. Might find another, though, because of it. He's done really well to get rid of gear. Can he find anything else here towards the back? It's Denza who picks it up. Now here comes the pressure. Project 7 through the front door. Lovely, lovely break. Mostly off the back of D10 and Denza, who's on a 5 spree himself.
Still fighting, and Denza on a 7. Looking for another one. It's an 8 streak, and eventually does go down, but damage may be done as Connor cleans it up. There will be a fresh start here for Tug, and that is the most unfortunate timing of a reload I've ever seen.
Good timing. Be damned. Something that plagues us all. Don't even want to talk about mine that I got on Verdansk today, to be honest, Pricey. Nightmare fuel. Connor can do well to find 2. It's not going to find the final 5 seconds though for Project 7, but you will start to potentially, well, even pin yourselves in. Actually, I was curious if Tug Esports will still spawn towards the backside, but it is going to be Project 7. Now over towards P1 we go. Tug Esports going to be the first ones there. Close game though. I think Project 7 is just that break over towards P3. That really does make a difference. They do well over towards P4, of course, to break the setup, but it's a relatively close game. One decent hold from either one of these two teams either busts it wide open for Project 7 or brings Tug Esports right back into it.
There we go. You can see them just trying to get in position. Lead as much, but Detain and Connor combining for 3. Scythe comes back towards it as well, though. Going to look for the second. The shot's almost good enough, but not quite. The reinforcements still got an opportunity to flood through. Detain has not slowed that down as much as he would have liked. You can see just fighting from the back foot. The difference here from the last time that this happened is that Project 7 are in a slightly better position for this rotation onto P2.
The setup is there. But Tug Esports are not too far away, though. That's the thing. Oh, he just got some bad timing on the player that was coming through poolside, so he might get a bit of timing here. Yeah, Clean is going to be able to find 1. Is he going to be able to find a second? No, his teammates shut him down, but yeah, he's done really well to, well, find 3. One of them, his teammate, absolutely, but the 2 that he found, he does eventually get taken down, and ultimately, it doesn't really amount to a great deal. A couple of kills now fall their way, though. Spawns towards the back should still be theirs, and they are. Disarray will just back it on down. No aggression from Tug Esports from the rear of the bathhouse. That would have maybe created a little bit of confusion in the spawns, but you can't find these gunfights on the backside if you're Project 7. Tug Esports, it's a nice break. Connor and Denza are doing well to fight back on this one, but break comes through nonetheless. Tug Esports are closing that gap slightly.
This is what I'm saying. These two teams will not want to let a single thing slip. The difference between this and making playoffs quite substantial. Of course, winner of this will still have to face a very top team in the next round, but getting there is that first step, and you can see the fight for P3 continues. Don't expect an awful lot of time to really be gathered. However, I will say this, Tug have done a fantastic job of cleaning house.
The staying department doesn't seem to be a problem, right? What, they're down a couple, maybe 1 or 2. It's only really Scythe that is having a bit of a struggle, but this is what happens when you do get yourself a couple of streaks. They're starting to put some pressure in. Okay, Denza might not find anything there, but he eases some pressure, gets them off the point. And to put some bullets down range, not going to be able to find it because Scythe is right behind him as well. But it's been about the rotation here for Project 7. Problem is, they've allowed Tug Esports to just get a hell of a lot of time over towards P3. P4 is pretty much on a lock, though. Next couple of gunfights, massive.
Here comes the fight. Detain waiting. Disarray trying to help out towards the back. Do they slide and chow this? I think they will. Finds one. The wrong one. And now gets back in. It doesn't matter. Gets it anyway. Still staying alive. Door open for the team. They want to get into it, and they're going for it as well. Disarray fighting everybody. Doesn't matter. Denzer comes up and cleans it, but what a fight there from Disarray to get back into this one. And now Project 7 really going to work.
Yeah, Disarray just throwing haymakers inside of the site. Now Connor will find one down long as well. Giera is the only one who can answer back. He finds two, to be fair. Really good shots coming through, but 30 seconds left to play for. You need to use that momentum to try and get yourselves a break here. Detain's not quite caught them off guard. Yeah, we'll find one towards the back. Scythe can find another. Is this the break coming? Unless Disarray can go big. Finds one. Spins, doesn't find the second. Claims away what to find up, but spawns over towards the backside still for Project 7. That should be the final 15 or so secured. So for Project 7, I mean, it's a good rotation. You extend that lead by, what, 20 or 30 seconds in a comfortable spot, I would say. But Tug Esports still one good hold away from bringing this back into contention. And from what we've seen so far, they've definitely got that in their locker, Brycey, but they need to execute just a little bit better. We've seen some potential. We need to see it work now.
Well, we'll say there's just so much time they keep getting from P1, but the slaying is going to be the issue, Ton. At the end of the day, so many times we see a full wipe from this one, and Disarray is going berserk, looking for it. Is a horrible gunfight to take, and unfortunately it does stop him from pushing out, but you can tell Project 7 are feeling very, very confident at this point.
Confident, but currently not getting any time. You can't allow Tug Esports just to get this sneaky bit of time over towards P1 because they're too busy fighting over the P2 spawns. They've now lost them as well. Need this time over towards P1. You're not going to find it in that moment I said for Tug Esports, which will pull them right back into the game. That's it right there. Some really good time over towards P1. P2 rotation locked in. Scythe now causing problem as the team try to start to get something going over towards the pool side. Much, much better from Tug Esports, but they need to make this count. You've got a big opportunity to get themselves in front of this game. You can find this time with P2, but then when you all die just like that, that doesn't help.
Certainly doesn't. And Tug really wanted to hold that and going to try and get through for it as well. Looking, and it's just enough to try and punch through these defenses. Tug, slight advantage for a second. Spawn out from Project 7. Cleaves, that is a beautiful kill to lock P2 back down and get those points back. If they hold this for the rest of the time, it's a 5-point game.
Yeah, absolutely nothing in it now. Need to be able to hold though. Gear, he's just not looking the right way. Nobody else. That seems to have been the problem. We will see Tug just find a really nice break, and they will hold it for all of 10 seconds. Wyatt's kept it close. Good shots coming in from Cleams. Could do with a third. Not going to happen. Nobody inside the point for the final 10. It's going to be Tug Esports who do just about pick up a couple of seconds here. P3 coming up now. Project 7 still with a healthy lead, but it's a lead that has almost been cut in half. As we headed into this third rotation, they're around 60 up. It is now down to around 30. A very close game between these two. Fights going on over towards P3, but it's about the P4 rotations we should be heading there. Unless Project 7 can get a miraculous hold at P3, but they ain't even anywhere near.
This is where it matters. The Tug, trailing for so long, may have just switched the momentum up a little bit. The Tane cannot get back across. They potentially lost this rotation. The score is ticking in favor of Tug Esports as well. Project 7 will now just feel that little bit of pressure building, as what felt like their map for most of it is slipping through their fingers.
Gotta be so careful. Comebacks like this up against Tug Esports, it can really start your series off poorly, and then all of a sudden, where's your head? The benefit for them, though, they do still have themselves a good 20-point lead. They are only 30 seconds away. It's one good break over towards P4, and they found it just like that. Yeah, moves towards the back. The rest of his teammates are being dropped. Can he find anything? Absolutely nothing. Gunny from Denzer. 25 seconds to go here for Project 7. Tug Esports, you don't really have a route in. You've got to find a miracle now.
They're just having issues getting forward. But they don't have all the bodies, and Denzer flies! Tries to get 3, doesn't need to. Disarray going to get 2 as well, and he's been doing that all game long. 31 and 22. And that will put the final nail into this coffin as Project 7 rip away P4 and rip away Map 1.
Full credit towards P7 for getting that one done. Their breaks were phenomenal, but it felt like it was happening far too often. Tug Esports, there was definitely opportunities for them to win that game. It felt like there was a couple of occasions they'd find a nice break and hold it down for just no time. You need to be making sure that if you are fortunate enough to find those breaks, if you do that hard work, it's then about locking it down, and that seemed to be their big problem. P7 Esports punished them for it as much as they possibly could. Find themselves up 1-0 in this playoff deciding match, Brycey. It's an awkward one now for Tug Esports. There was potential in that hard point, but you don't get it done.
No, you certainly don't. I mean, got to give them credit right up until the end there, fighting the entire way through. And I got to give credit. I think realistically, if they just held on a little bit better on that rotation, it would have gone a very different way. Even with, I thought, very good performances out of players like Disarray. Just over and over again, we saw him make massive kills. 23 untraded. And even without the most damage, just finding those two pieces that basically just made Tug have an issue where they couldn't divert all the resources they wanted to where they needed them.
It's a tough one, isn't it? I think, when players are finding those kind of breaks, just about everybody else being there for the trades, it's just about communication. Okay, if he's found right behind you and he's doing it that way, yeah, great. But, I mean, moments like this from Detain, not necessarily that one, but yeah, he lines them off at Disarray there to find the two. It's just communication, it's just playing correctly. I mean, there was multiple occasions, though, where Tug Esports would have a rotation specifically over towards P4. It felt like they were the first ones there quite often. I don't feel like they got a great deal out of it. There's definitely some potential there with them, though. I think, they are seemingly finding moments, but they need to make sure that they're rubber stamping these moments with some good time. And that was ultimately the difference. Good job on the P7 Esports side of things, absolutely. Tug Esports very much there with them, but no holds.
And we knew this was going to be a close game. These two teams absolutely looking to go the distance. Just to remind everybody what's up for grabs here. Winner of this series goes through into playoffs. The loser, unfortunately, is out of the elite.
Up number 2 incoming between these two teams. Project 7 1 to the good. Mission Magpies are 2-0 up on Bravo. Team Notorious, Mistaken Esports, 1 apiece, Pricey. Very, very good game on our hands there. The 251-7-3 Skyline Hardpoint over towards Team Notorious. Then Mistaken, 6-3 on Hacienda Search. Showing they've got strings to their bow. So let's see how that one's going to go as time does go on. I know the control is currently ongoing, but here we are, still over on Alpha. Round number 1. No real inroads yet. Project 7 to put a bit of pressure in over towards B. Bomb likely will go down. A deep flank being watched by Gear. Let's see if he's going to get a bit of bad timing. He's actually down low, so he might be able to put a flank together. Scythe can find one. Denza finds another. 3 versus 3. 3 versus 2.
Zane just managed to throw the needle here and is going to get caught. Sprint. No, wait a second. That must have been a team shot because it looked like one bullet.
Yeah, it had to be. He's put 2 bullets in his face and he's died almost immediately. Well, no, it's just a one.
Yeah, you can see the second traces.
Yeah. Nice job on the side of P7 to get that one done. Well, there was an honest there for Tug Esports. They managed to get a good bit of control down the water side. Couldn't quite make it count at the same time, though. See what Project 7 are going to do with their attack. Probably a little bit more methodical through the middle of the map. I don't love the water push. I much prefer A as a bomb site, but I mean, this is direct, Pricey, to say the least.
Bit of a headbutt. Detain. We'll pick back up the bomb, but they're worried about up top. Good reason. Stun check will give them the information they need as well. You can see Scythe just trying to get that first pick, and if he'd gotten it, it would have been great. No, Detain playing an interesting game here, but Connor eventually gets that trade for him, and that has worked out for them.
Yeah, just waiting for the info. Connor was able to find it. Flower can find 2, though. So well timed. So well timed that something just found its way on my throat, but here we are. Connor now. Is he going to be able to find this one? Yes, he does. 1v1. Seen him.
He has. I'm just going to take the fight against Cleams.
Problem he's got, he needs to get the bomb. Currently 3 or 23 seconds. Cleams will just position himself so well here. Oh. Doesn't take the fight, but no way. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. He's already found the flank that way. Tug Esports, nice round.
I have to give credit to Cleams. That reposition was unbelievable. To throw wide on the bomb site. There was no way Connor was going to pick this up. In the end, it's easy. Probably expecting him to be window. Like, you probably would have done, because then it's an easier rotate to the other bomb site. But full credit, Cleams, playing that off angle.
To the next round. That's in good positioning. Over towards that first round when we've seen the attack over towards B. Unable to execute again. It feels like that has been their problem, just overall. Just to make a small summary of how it's kind of went for Tug Esports, it's been execution. Detain just executed Flower that. Now a 1 versus 4 needed from Cleams. Tough one.
Tries to line it up. Isn't going to get the first one done, and already that round away from them, Ton. This is what I'm saying. Like, especially on this, now when we get like 3 rounds in, teams will start adjusting a little bit. Situation becomes a little bit more fluid in terms of breaks and where they apply the pressure. Great opportunity for both sides.
I think toe-to-toe in these rounds. I think for Tug Esports there, yeah. Flower finds that kill and maybe something can get going, but ultimately didn't. So won't. Project 7 still in a solid spot here. 5-1 from Connor, 5-1 from Detain. Detain or Detain? That's always one I was curious on.
I don't know, and now I'm overthinking it.
Okay. Sorry.
In this case, it's Detain, because he is doing fantastically, and now all the pressure moving forward onto the site. They've still got Connor holding that hook all the way towards the back. I don't know if he saw this, though. Gotta be a bit careful. 2 versus 4 is not easy on this bomb site.
Nah, it's a rough one. Yeah, okay, you may have window control, so you know that they're not watching from that side. Yeah, great, but you need to get down and figure out where they are. First kill is going to pull you away. Flower, Detain just skating around. You're going to find a second. He doesn't need to. The team are there to back it. P7 with another round and getting a little bit of distance now. 3-1 to the good. Another one that was good, Brycey, it was Wee Man, and then I actually... I'm only calling him out because he called the stash bad, right? Brody used to call him Weeman. And that's just categorically wrong.
Yeah, it is, yeah. That's probably one of the worst ones I've heard.
It's terrible, right?
I'll tell you one right now, just as we're jumping into this. This is a bit of a sidetrack here. But okay. Falcons player Kicks was called Khalid for the entire time he was in Challengers, by the way, and only changed it when it went into the leagues, and that was a decision made by the team of coach. I was like, why are they calling him Kicks? It's like, yeah, Luke told them all. I was like, well, cheers for that, change his name straight after.
I know. I remember listening to the first game because I'm an avid Falcons fan. Probably logging in this round before we finish the story, but irrelevant of that. And Khalid, I was excited to see how he's playing, and hopefully he does get himself back in and amongst it. He's a wonderful, wonderful player. Enza right now needs to be a good player. He's found 2. Connor now left in the 1 versus 1 against Scythe. Is down here for Tug Esports. We'll go back to the story in a minute. It's not quite time for story time.
Yes, I got a bit distracted. Scythe, this is a great rotation around. It's going to be a bit of timing here. Sees the player as well. Connor tags him up though. 9 health. He jumps the fence and gets caught. Was hoping for timing, but Connor is having a wonderful time. 8-1, a 5 streak, and 4-1 in the S&D.
Lovely work. Big 1v1 to find. Keeps that gap and increases it. P7 Esports looking very, very solid right now. Yes, no, I do remember it well. First series, we watched them, and they're calling them Kicks. Now, I specifically, at the beginning of the 2 seasons ago, asked Luty the pronunciation of every single one of them. And they just changed it. And here's me texting Miles and that saying, oh, you're saying it wrong. No. Who's the idiot? It's Chris, apparently.
Yeah, that was... I'm glad I didn't send the text I was going to. Anyway, let's get back to the game at hand. Right now, Project 7. They're on the attack. They're having a good time. It might be a little bit of a heavy push over towards this B bomb site. 2 players already over here from Tug Esports. Connor watching the middle here, but Scythe is going to catch Connor. They've got a player going deep in the water as well. Detain is going to try and bring this back. Disarray in trouble. Detain really needs to help him out quickly.
Try to stay alive. This makes it such an awkward push, but it's a massive investment from Tug Esports. But just Detain's positioning here, well, it was about to cause some issue. I don't think for a second that he's going to imagine Cleams is behind him here.
Oh, I think he heard something. He knows his door's open. He's like, why is the door open? Door shouldn't be open. Finds him as well, and Detain wins that gunfight. That is unbelievable. The trains fire around, but Gear gets 2. Detain finds himself alone. 29 seconds to go. Outnumbered. Bomb on the other side of the map.
1v3 and ace needed here. Or Detain. He's currently 9-2, so you wouldn't put it past him. But I think that the big issue here that is glaring us in the face is the fact he's got 10 seconds to do it. Just impossible. You know exactly where he is now. Even if he can get this bomb picked up, I don't think he's got time to even get over towards that side. He will make it a 1 versus 1. But there is not a hope in hell that Gear is going to be anywhere near this one. And Tug Esports will get themselves a round back. Just nice patient play. I mean, Detain found himself in a really good spot, so you can imagine the communication will be there, back and forth. I'm in a nice spot. Let's try and find something down this side. But as soon as Gear finds that 2-piece over towards the garage, I mean, it's done. Done and dusted. You can't get yourself over there. It's a nice position to be in, but you need the rest of your team to, well, hold up their end of the bargain. 4-2. I mean, willfully told, yeah, by Brody, that there was an accent thing. The Weeman and Weeman. No, it's not. I don't think it is.
Well, we'll let that one go right now. Tug Esports trying to make a bit of a comeback here on this S&D. And they are playing it patient, hoping for some aggression from Project 7. Project 7 so far, bit of a spread across the map. Haven't really committed to anything yet. It's an information gathering game.
On the other side, over on Bravo, Mission Magpies 3-0 up against Pulsar. So that will see Mission Magpies advancing through to playoffs, which is what they would have wanted over their season. New Mission Magpies team. Nice to see the Newcastle organization getting themselves some more success. Definitely biased towards anything Newcastle related. Anyway, Tug Esports and First Blood here. Potential comeback on the cards. Project 7 4-2 up here. With a potential to do something over towards 25 seconds to go though. You have to move pretty quickly. Disarray in a really good spot. Is there anybody here challenging this? Nope. Oh, Cleams will. Not before Disarray is able to find one. So now Denza left in a 1 versus 3. This is doable just because of the time. Finds that, gets out, gotta run.
Oh, trying to get out. Running. Just running for his life. Surely he's not going to get this again.
No
Absolutely
way.
No way. Oh, my goodness, he goes down. Denza, a bullet sooner. A breath quicker. Did you see him? He did, but there might be a wrap. He's going to check it. He's going to know that the wrap's here.
Yep, straight up top. This now becomes really difficult for Denza. And I think the longer that time goes on, he's probably presuming exactly where Scythe is. Denza going to go for the child. Scythe is quaking in his little boots here, by the way, because Denza is chasing you down. Got to do the same as what Denza did in that previous moment. Find a way around. He's waiting for him. He has to be so fast, though. He's going to find the fight. It's so close.
Oh, I have no idea.
I think he's got it.
It's going to be close. Animation and everything involved. Oh my god! The timer reads 0.0. I knew he grabbed that at 7.5. I just didn't know which way the tick would go. There have been games in the past where the animation has caused issues with the timer. Not that time. What a clutch ton.
Incredible from Denza. Absolutely incredible 1 versus 3. Honestly, when Scythe got away from that gunfight up top, I thought the round was over. Has to put himself there with the knife to get that done quick, to then get out. Sensational work. 5-2 now for P7 Esports. Is that the nail in the coffin?
Oh, it might be. That was a wonderful clutch. Never seen anything that close before. Detain already finds one on this round as well. Connor, even with a bait and switch, stays alive and gets out. And there's a team kill. That is unfortunate. Tug have gone down. It's now a 1 versus 4. Cleams will need to be better than good. It would have to be almost mythical at this point. Finds a knife. Not going to get any more.
Doesn't find it. P7 Esports will secure map number 2. 6-2. Really, really solid win from P7 Esports. But again, it's opportunities for Tug Esports. Massive opportunities. That 1 versus 3 doesn't happen. All of a sudden, we're 5-3. Different scoreline. Very, very different scoreline. So P7 Esports getting it done. But again, same old story. The Tug Esports have had opportunities to win both these two maps, haven't taken them with both hands. P7 Esports have punished them every single time, find themselves one map away from qualifying for the playoffs.
Certainly do. And, well, I mean, as we go through it as well, there were opportunities for Tug, you are right as well, but Tane finished 11-3. Kind of slowed down a little bit as well. We talked about him when he was like 8-1, goes 8-4 in the end, but most damage, and that was from just holding those angles. We even saw him in that last round. 2 players chowed him, he stayed alive, backed off, and did just enough.
Yeah, more than enough. Sensational work. But the highlight is going to be Denza's 1v3. Milliseconds. No, not quite milliseconds, but 1/10 of a second away from not getting the job done. If it had been 8, you wouldn't have done it, but it isn't, so he did.
If it was 7.6, he wouldn't have done it. That was unbelievably close. Always, like I said, it's one of those things, you know. Historically, there has been a little bit of an animation delay before that goes through. I think it was 7.6 or 7.2. It was a bit of a weird one, but I mean, he could have done it right there.
Oh, look how close. Let's see it. When he presses it, yeah, it's 7.6. Yeah, and he ends on 0.1, does he?
No, 0.0. That's like I said, the craziest thing.
And for people who are like, how can it end on 0.0? Because obviously it's less than 0.05.
Well, it's less than 0.01.
Oh yeah, because it would go down to 0.0s when it's not on an average of in between.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you know,
Less
it's
than
irrelevant.
0.0.
6-2.
Irrelevant, yes. It's a comfortable scoreline right now for P7. Looking good here in what is pretty much their qualification game to get into playoffs, 2-0 up. And again, you know, I feel like I'm hopping on the same point, but it definitely feels as if this Tug Esports team have went toe-to-toe to a certain point and then kind of let it slip. They've put themselves in positions to win rounds or win certain hills, especially in the hard point, and find themselves in a good spot, and they just haven't quite executed. So been tough for them. Look, they've still potentially got 3 more maps to go if they want to try and bring this one back with a reverse sweep, but you need to be more clinical. Need to be much more clinical. P7 Esports have got too much experience. They will punish you every single time.
Yeah, they certainly will. And like I said, especially with the pressure that's coming through, so you cannot afford those mistakes. Potentially one more map and you're out of Elite. And this is the last Elite, so that's it. You're done for the year in terms of qualifying for these. So it is more pressure than they may be accustomed to. Project 7, of course, though, riding high. 2 very good maps back to back. They're feeling confident about going into this control as well, and you would say that you would join them as well. I actually expect a team like Project 7 to have qualified in these slots because they have looked good whenever we've watched them.
Yeah, I think Mistaken being as good as they have been is really the difference maker for them. Like P7, I want to say they were second or third at least in a very similar group. They were at least in here with Team Notorious last time around, but you wouldn't have expected Mistaken to crack on as much as they have done. They were sitting 4-0, and they're currently playing up against Team Notorious and currently 2-1 up Pricey. Mistaken Esports might be the new vibe at this stage. 2-1 on Protocol. Oh, sorry. No, they're 2-1 on Protocol, so it's still 1 more round to go, but they are up on the Protocol control, sorry.
All right, well, we'll have to keep you up to date with that one, how it goes down as well. But here comes the control. Project 7 versus Tug Esports could be the last ride of Tug.
There's 100% a euphemism there, but I am going to keep it clean. It's a family show. Let's see how this goes, though. Project 7, I actually really like them on this map. I think Denza plays it so well every single time we're watching him. I don't want to say he's got different routes to anybody else, but it just seems as if there's no such thing as just getting good timing all the time. That's knowing your timings, and Denza knows them. Put it that way. Keep an eye on him constantly on the flank, especially on the defensive side of things. On attack, obviously, he'll more than likely keep it pretty rigid with the rest of his team. Nice gunfight went to find the site. The rest of the team not able to get it done. But yeah, keep an eye on Denza on this map. Really like it for him.
Denza is going to
he just gets absolutely spot on, by the way.
At the moment, yeah, Project 7 not having the greatest of time. All back in spawn. I will say Tug have not managed to push forward here for this spawn trap yet. They've kind of turtled into mid. Weren't that confident about sending another flanker through.
Big gunfight win by 10 though. Gonna use some pressure. Yeah, they kind of position themselves in a weird spot on the map. It's gonna be minimum of 8 gone. 29 seconds. That's now stopped. You might be able to get in there to stop this from happening, though, for Tug Esports. You haven't necessarily stacked it. If you're Project 7, this Ray will find one, though. There's going to be one player trying to find this from the top side, but now Connor has to turn around. Gear will find that one. And this is an area of the map you need to stay alive in if you're Denza with this remaining time. Need the rest of the team to be here and helping you out as soon as possible.
Denza just trying to help his team move, but with only 2 ticks and 16 seconds, it's a mighty task. There's one. Is there a way for this one? And they might actually just cut this and go straight towards B. They're doing exactly that. Denza already on to A here, but players all around him. Disarray finding players at the same time, and this might be a full collapse. Tug, nowhere left onto this one. A is almost gone. B's got the first tick locked in as well. Detain throwing nades, shoulders, and bullets, and everybody falling as A is now locked in. And what was almost over as the Project 7 gaining so much map control.
I mean, just the one player pushing over towards B and Tug Esports all on a swivel immediately. Get caught out by, well, everybody else over towards this A side. The time locked in. Now some potential for Project 7 to get the round solidified. 2 more ticks over towards B is what's needed. 45 seconds, not a great deal of time. It's getting a little bit of time. It's getting around the middle of the map. You'll find a second as well. Flowers can find one up top. The Tin doesn't fancy that fight with only a couple of bullets. They know exactly where he is. They will find him. And now onto the site we go. Cleams is able to find one through the middle of the map. Detain just trying to get a little bit of progress. Stop that time. Allow his teammates to get themselves up the map. Connor finding 2 as well. 10 versus 7. Good spot for Project 7. Here's your opportunity.
Ends up looking for anybody he can cut down as well.
Cut-offs.
He's not able to get anything really going as well as more come. And that's it. It's done. Project 7 win that control attack. And, well, you know, it looked like it was over for so long. And I have to question here. Normally I don't really do this, but I think when we saw all of Project 7 push back into their spawn, I called it out. Tug did not throw another flanker in. They sort of turtled up mid-map.
Yeah, it felt like they were just trying to keep them off the A side, but they must have had a gap somewhere. Because then all of a sudden there's one player over towards the B side. Get yourself onto that point. They've got to turn around, do something about it, and they're all turned around by the looks of things. And got caught out. P7 wanted the good. Solidified. Map number 3 goes mistaken away. They're 1 map away from stopping Team Notorious go perfect through the entirety of group stages all year long. Hilarious.
A little bit of a cut down, but yeah, doing so much to try and stay alive. Almost that tick through, and Clemsy will get out of there. Still rolling, but that is a huge kill, and they've knocked them all back into spawn.
Thing is, for Project 7 at least, you can find the kills, but you didn't find them that far up. Yeah, okay, they can start parking themselves now. If I'm Tug Esports, I'm making sure I find a couple of kills. That's a wonderful gunfight win for Side to find. Denza now just going to try and plug this gap as best as he can. Shots coming through. Not going to make a difference, though. Tug Esports are going to find a way out. Side finding those 2 kills. Extremely important, and, well, they can use that as a catalyst to get over towards A pretty quickly. Taint's going to have to do something about this.
And this looks like it should be good. I don't think they're going to be able to slow it down any more than this. Taint will find one, but they've still got too many bodies to put onto this point. Taint almost toyed with the idea of going for it, but they'll let them have A for now.
Taint alive and kicking. Just trying to hold down any routes over towards this B side. And Denza will just look to constantly disrupt. Taint a little bit windy with the shots there, not able to find it. Disarray is there to pick up the pieces. It's just all about having one player who can cause some issues, slow them down, find a flank. Just keeping somebody alive in the middle of the map is important. It's a good nade by Gear, goes for the challenge. Connor will find him. Project 7 still in a pretty solid spot, but it takes one good break from Tug Esports to get themselves over towards B and get something going.
Each flower. This all comes down to a little bit of attrition. This is a bit of a headbutt, though. Not sending anyone out to the flank could cause issues. Trophy going to be out. Going to try and put the pressure onto Project 7 here by potentially stopping the time, but they need somebody to distract this front line.
Pressure is there. Next execution is going to be massive, and we know Tug Esports have struggled to execute these big moments. Oh, and Disarray is just going to execute them all. He's going to find one on the flank and then just dip and dive. But a good couple of kills coming through from Tug Esports. They can keep that pressure on. Now all of a sudden, Disarray, you have to take with you in the middle of the map. They're the ones that are going to have to do something here, because the rest of the team are going to have to fight their way out of spawn, but they're doing a good job. Time has now been stopped. Kills starting to fall their way. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Tug Esports on the point. Opportunity here.
Tane, oh, he's going to almost go down.
Okay.
I'll tell you something, Tug have done a wonderful job. That second tick is slowly but surely on the way. The rest of them all the way back here as well. Side trying to hold them at bay. Tends to slide out here. Looks for him, not able to quite get him. Connor will get a kill as well, so will Disarray. They're still looking for Scythe in spawn.
He's found it. The Tin's going to have to go big here. Rest of the team are, well, just about going to be here on time. Progress of B now starting to tick in. He needs a little bit of help because that progress is ticking in quickly. Finds one, gets them off it. 10 seconds to go. Tug Esports, you need to jump on.
Looking for that huge kill as Denza finds two. And somehow they have held this. Project 7 just staying alive enough after all that time. You have to give credit to the Tane. If he had gone down at any point in that series of events, that would have been captured.
Really nice stuff from P7 in the end. Big clutch players coming in from Denza. And that's the kind of difference maker there, isn't it? As soon as he finds that kill, he knows he has to Charlie, he knows he has to find something. It was Connor with that one. You're on the best player. I swear this was Denza doing it on my trip. Never mind. Irrelevant. Somebody did. And P7 Esports won the round 2-0 now. In their favour. Tug Esports need to find, I don't want to say a miracle. Defense is easily findable. You're on vault control. I say easily findable. It's more favoured, of course. And then heading into an attack, they've shown they can nearly get it there. So if they can get that over the line, all of a sudden we could be 2-2 very, very quickly. But otherwise, you are one round away from, well, your challenge season being over.
Hey, that's a huge gunfight to lose. Connor would have massively overextended, and there would have been a lot of pressure on to B here if they'd made it. This right now looking for a couple of kills. You see Connor trying to push all the way through. Unfortunately, it has gone down. At the moment, this is all about the kills, and, well, there's a couple.
More than enough to get them rolling yet. And round number 3. And Connor, yeah, he's just going to post up. Oh, no, okay, he's going to challenge when he's got 14 health. Never mind. Just staying alive there for Connor would have been the play. Gets taken down. The rest of the team not really doing a great deal through the middle of the map either. Not a bad defensive hold for Tug Esports so far.
And Tane trying to stay alive again. And 32 seconds, so much time burnt here. Tane finds two!
How?
That should never have happened. If they find the kill into the spawn here, could be an opportunity to get through again. Tane flies into the point here, unfortunately. Not looking the correct direction. Side staying alive here to contest at the same time. And, well, that's a huge kill to get this one back to even.
Good trades.
They locked them out, and Project 7 had an opportunity off the back of that two-piece, but it never coalesced.
One more opportunity, one more roll of the dice. Tane can find one, gets traded. Cleam's finding Connor. Might just be the nail in the coffin for this round, unless Disarray can pull something out into the heart here. Can find one gunfight, but they need to stop the time. They're in. A little bit of reinforcements on their way, but Tug Esports finding the kills. Tane can find one, finds a second as well, so an opportunity here. Is the trade going to be there? It is. Connor inside the point, 1.3 seconds, needs to stay alive. Not going to happen. Flower shuts it down. Tug Esports get a defensive round on the board. Now we have to do it on the attack to send us to a round number 5.
Well, well, well. Holding nicely, and maybe just a little bit too much time burn there by Project 7 that when they start to swing into action. By the way, this should have been a complete game changer. Scythe coming off spawn. Takes down 2. And yet somehow they don't manage to get control.
It's tough, really, isn't it? When you can find out, again, it's just making those moments into actually being converted into something. Tug Esports now. Opportunity for them on the attacking side. And they had the pieces. They didn't just put them together in the previous attacking round. Let's see if they can this time around, though. Denza will find one at the scythe, so... Down here for Project 7, looking to try and find a few more. They've split them up in a kind of weird way. They didn't just headbutt in over towards A, and it's working out beautifully. One player left alive and kicking here. That's going to be Gear down low. Scythe was able to find something on Disarray, so keeps that pressure away somewhat, but next wave of gunfight's important, Gear. You just need to stay alive here.
Yeah, trying to make a bit of a move here. Looking for Connor, but Connor shuts him down. Nothing they can do about it. Disarray. And this is the blender. This is the problem. Knows where they've all been spawned. Denza will call this one out to his teammates. Everybody pull. Everybody react. Got underground for it as well, but too late to get the gun kill. The 10 also looking for the players on the flag.
I mean, he now needs to. Gear can find 3, and then all of a sudden that's just... I mean, Brooker wide open. Bit of a stack here over towards A. They want to make sure they extend this time. With 27 seconds remaining on that game clock, I'm not surprised. Project 7 starting to swarm around the point. You can see this positioning. They're going to go for it. Not going to happen. Disarray is the only one who can find anything. A is gone. Minute and 25 to go. Tug Esports may well be down on lives, but plenty of map presence off the back of that. Keep an eye on Disarray. He might be able to do something, but Denza and Connor, really good job off the respawn. That could have been bad.
And Tug had an opportunity to do this last time around, and two players, well, for a second there I was slightly confused. They were both looking at each other, but this is where it gets dangerous. Tug had an opportunity to win their last attack and only lost it by a small margin. They are trying to do the same thing here as well. Gear throwing every bullet at the Tane, who gets away for a few seconds, but certainly the map is in control of Tug Esports.
But again, they've struggled to make it count when it really does matter. And that's why they find themselves now down, but good shots coming in from Gear again. I think it might have been Flower who cleaned that one up, and Gear getting aggressive again, but just staying alive. That's fine. Does go down, but still, inroads have been made. Tug Esports onto the point. First tick on its way.
Oh, that was a nice angle, but not quite enough. Scythe, this could be the damage. Here comes one. Straight into the background. Did this last time around. It was the catalyst for them almost winning. The Tane gets one, almost gets away. If he had, it could have been a miracle again. But now that second tick is coming through. Project 7 are splitting the map. They have sent players on the flank, but the second tick is now in.
Go.
Now is the time to strike. Denza will find one. Side trying to hold it down as well, but the only player left. He finds 2. Eventually will fall. And Tug only have 3 players left. That was their last gamble, their last opportunity. And this will be the end of it, surely. A 2 versus 7 ton. A 1 versus 7. And the last player in spawn. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to really get anything done. And it will be Project 7 to the playoffs.
Really nice job from Project 7 when the pressure was on them for Tug Esports. Back to the drawing board. I mean, again, multiple times they did have opportunities, just never took them across all 3 maps. But P7 made sure they took theirs every single time. I think a closer game than maybe some of the scorelines give it credit for, but in the end, it is P7 who will manage to find the win in our first game of the day, and will find themselves through to the playoff side of things, and thoroughly deserved. Bit of a tough group stage for them, but making sure you get there is the most important thing. Now, what can they do in playoffs?
Yeah, that's the key as well. I've got to give credit, though, to Tug. They had an opportunity to just get it, but when you talk about that, you also have to give credit for the P7. The opportunity to split the map. They sent players on the flank knowing that could have gone wrong against them. A little bit too much of a stack could have ended up costing them. Scythe finding 2 didn't disrupt them. And that is twice that has happened to them as well. As we go through all of this, it was just close, but not good enough for Tug. P7 just managing to eke out the win on the control, and that series in whole.
Yeah, good win for them, though. Irrelevant of that 3-0. Yeah, as I mentioned, I feel as if it does humble them a little, but realistically speaking, they still had to do what they did. Yeah, it was Denza who found this 1 versus 2. Look at those clutch moments like that, kind of just showing their quality at the right moments. Seen Denza with a 1 versus 3 as well in the search and destroy, and those are the kind of things you'll get from players who have been around for this amount of time. You know, all these boys I mean, Denza's been playing for years and years and years. Disarray to 10, yeah, again, before even the CDL was a thing. These guys were up on main stages, beating teams, beating very good teams. I mean, they used to, team up with Kleenex, Insight, all the boys on Singularity, if I remember correctly. I mean, those boys went on and did really, really well. Was it Singularity? Have I just butchered that?
I think Singularity
wasn't
was the team.
Yeah, it was. A long time ago, Bryce. I barely remember what I had for breakfast this morning. Never mind teams from 5-6 years ago. May even be longer. We've been around for a long time. There's a lot of teams, but irrelevant. It shows the experience that they have. 3-0 goes their way. Touched up when they needed to. Comfortable in the end, but would have probably liked it to be comfier.
Yeah, certainly would as well. But hey, all's well that ends well, and that puts them through into the playoffs. All good for Project 7.
Getting themselves through. Really good job. Kind of as expected, in fairness. We came into this series. They were absolutely the favourites for it, and they get the job done. That's ultimately all that matters. And now they go over towards playoffs and see what they can do from there. They didn't have a bad showing in playoffs whatsoever last time around, so let's see if they can do it again. But I think for them, they'll be happy to make it through and look to just make improvements as quickly as you possibly can. There's going to be 8 teams in those playoff side of things. You're going to be going up against somebody you haven't played up against yet as well. With the position that they went through as well, it could be Katana, it could be Orchid. We'll be finding that out when we go over towards Group B after a break. But yeah, a very, very difficult game for them to go into. They managed to get the job done. Let's see how they do in playoffs.
Certainly will. Well, we've got a big game going on. Of course, Notorious and Mistaken is going on at the moment. You can check it on one of the community streams. However, we're going to go to a quick break while we set up every other game going forward. We will keep you up to date with all the scores that have gone on so far. But don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
All day there.
I don't want that power. Don't give me that power.
No, absolutely not.
But even still, for this Kinky squad, I am surprised that this Kinky squad is having such an issue that they are, because, I mean, you just think of the tenure that Nile has had in Challengers, the success that he's had, even before the CDL has been a thing. And then Fibron and Twiz, who have grown through the French circuit, or the French just teams through Challengers together into this roster. They have also had very successful elite runs. But Ben W coming into it alongside Nile, you put all this together and it just, maybe things aren't clicking.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that this is the team, Team Lin, where they had themselves quite a few close matchups. So you end up in a situation where, yeah, you lose game 5 to Annex, and it's just one of those where it's like, okay, so what could have been? But for Kinky, I agree with you. Looking at these 4 and thinking, all right, guys, you're currently sitting at the bottom of your elite group. I definitely don't think they saw this coming. Yeah. Well, off the back of P2, we will see a relatively tight game. It's Annex that are going to be rotated in for the better side. Rasco clears off Fibron, and will then take mid control as well. Love the reposition from Rasco there. Very heads up, very proactive, and then Infinity will just bottleneck 2 players in front of him. For me, a lot of the work here is going to come in from Fibron. I think you got to win this fight mid and then start to push out towards this P4 side.
And Rush is going to take it into his own hands to see if he can get behind the play. Going to wrap early because he knows somebody has gone through. If Fibron gets the early shots, not able to walk through with the kill. It's the power of the Jackal turning it into a double kill. A win on the fight for CJP. Leaves the zone open for now. So a little bit more work to do here from Annex Esports with the better spawns to P4 to see if you can keep Kinky out of this hill. Rush just waiting for the nade to come out. He's going to slide shell double though for Twiz as he's able to hold on for the team. CJP doing a great job watching that cross, ensuring that you're not getting flanked through elbow. But you have company at Lion. Great win. Shuts down Twiz. A couple of important gunfights go the way of Annex, but Kinky have managed to pull it off. They get themselves in. It's a great question, but, well, Kinky will not care. They get in through the back. They will have a player spawned out, though. This pressure coming in through the front. Rascal will apply that. However, CJP has also found his way in through R. He gets to kill Arch. Fibron's got a big job to do, and CJP gone huge in the back. And for 3, and breaks a hill all by himself. Yeah, literally single-handedly. I mean, I don't know how you hold a full hill or a full side of the map for 60 seconds of P3, and then in the first 5 seconds, you just crumble. But even still, CJP, you're going to be happy enough to hold on to some of this time, keep this game about even heading into the second set of rotations. But a major break there for Annex Esports. Now with the back spawns as well, you're going to have to break through this one if you're going to work over towards this P1 setup. Kinky, have a chance to trap them for a second. Rascal doing his best to try and push on out here, and spawns go absolutely everywhere. Oh my god, Rush will actually spawn dirt side alongside CJP. Right now, an opportunity to kind of set up a little bit of a pinch, but everyone else dies, so CJP going to be on his own. He broke a hill single-handedly moments ago. Well, he's just going to try and be a nuisance for this one. As his teammates do find kills elsewhere, this will give you control again of P1. Just ensuring that you don't overextend and avoid and risk flipping someone out. And here's Infinity. I mean, a fantastic turn of events. You just start putting together a couple of kills, slow first rotation, but that right there switches the lead back in for your team and secures those P2 spawns for now. CGP, though, going to get caught. Suddenly a little bit of pressure. You can see the white arrows for Kinky going to flood through, forces the ammo spawns now for Annex. They have one more shot at defending this rotation. Fibron, though, gonna slide out. He takes down 2. Rush in trouble. He needs help. Unfortunately, for himself, he's gonna win his battle and keep those spawns for your team. Oh, it's messy, but Rush will get himself back into the point and stay alive. Infinity's pushed out towards Solo just to control this bottleneck and does a great job of it. The problem is you flip your opposition into dirt, and that's what I meant about getting over a...
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers. Of course, we are getting all the up-to-date scores going on here, Tan, and just finding out exactly what's happened to our groups.
Yeah, we're starting to figure it out. As you can hear over on the Bravo game, over a Quick Fix pod, we have, of course, Enigma and Seymour getting everything done over towards that side of things. So if you want to keep an eye on that game, you can do over there. But we've got Alpha up and running here in another really big qualification game. Jumpshot France taking on Lin. And for Lin, must win for them, absolutely. Jumpshot France are already in a good position, but Lin have got to get the job done. We're going to get to see a rewind search and destroy for the first time together. Bricey again. Very excited to see how things are going to go down there. But it's a Redcon and Hassie Ender kind of sandwich going on. And I'm intrigued to see how this is going to go. But it's a very, very tough task here for Lin. Jumpshot France, if you remember back to last week, that very first game we commentated over them up against Katana, and they found the win in very convincing fashion of throwing their hat into the ring. And that's what I've kind of loved about this elite stage, Bricey. Jumpshot France mistaken have put their hat firmly in the center of the ring, to be honest with you, to see who's going to go on and win it. I mean, we've always said it comes down to playoffs and who plays their best Call of Duty over there, but they've put them their name in the conversation, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, 100%. And we talked about this before at length, realistically. Like, and this, it's been said so much that you already know what I'm going to say. Challengers Elite is the scouting ground. It always has been. You have to cut your teeth here. You have to show just how good you can play consistently over time. Now, I don't have exactly what all the scouts and the coaches in the CDL are looking for, but it is fast approaching the very last time they'll be scouting. That is the honest truth. 2 majors left to go, and then champs just around the corner. We are reaching the point of no return. This could be one of the final and greatest opportunities for you to get yourself into the league, or at least put yourself on that radar. We've already had players go up just last stage, of course, from North America more than anywhere else, but it's still one of the opportunities you cannot afford to miss, because there isn't a Challengers Elite Stage 4 as far as I know.
No, this is the final stage, of course. We do have LCQs as well, of course, for some of these teams. So obviously get yourself over towards champs. That's going to be a big thing towards the latter stages of the season. But as far as Challengers Elite goes, this is kind of it. Of course, we've got the LAN coming up at Major 3 in a short amount of time. But at the same time, yeah, there's not too many more opportunities to put yourself in the shop window. For both these two teams, you need to be over towards playoffs to make sure that happens. And for Lynn especially, they are the ones that need to win this game. So crucial that they do so if they want to put themselves in the shop window like everybody else does.
Yeah, I think so. And when we're talking about this part as well, and here's the interesting thing, right? The Elite Challengers is kind of a unique format. This is what we've spoken about before. Cups kind of come and go, and with everything else that kind of happens with it, when you go to Challengers Elite, not only do you have the opportunity to showcase against 5 teams where if you have a bad result, it's not the end of the tournament and everyone forgets your name next week. You get through that, and then you get into playoffs. And playoffs, because it is only 8 teams and quite short, it's not like one of these, 2-day cups where you'll play 8,000 teams and wade your way through the dregs. There is an opportunity for a good day of Call of Duty to put yourself in a wonderful position, Ton.
It can very quickly be done as well. Yeah, you're right. You get one good result, then all of a sudden you're heading into a winners bracket final or something along those lines. And then that does make things very, very different. You can put yourself in that spot. We've seen it before. Teams who not necessarily been doing a great deal can go through, get themselves in the grand final. Sometimes you can go on and win it. Look, you need the stars to align to a certain degree, but if you're good enough to, well, if you think you're good enough to be pushing on into the top end of Call of Duty, you've got to be able to do it here as well. So, yep, for these teams, it's do or die. If you feel as if you got it in your locker, you need to show it right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I have been told by production that this one is basically ready to rumble. And that's the most important thing, is all these teams gear themselves up for it, of course. And Ton, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think's winning?
Oh. I would say Jumpshot France. Look, they're a really, really solid roster. We've seen it from them across this entire season. This would be to put them at 4-1. So I think that would pretty much solidify second place for them, unless Katana go on to be Team Okay. So we'll be keeping an eye on how things are going. So it is an important game for them. They are already qualified. But for Lynn, they must win this game. Have I seen enough from them to think that they're going to do it up against Jumpshot France? I would say probably not. Melko and Mighty have been fantastic. I mean, Jumpshot France in general have been really, really good. So interested to see how they're going to go on towards playoffs. I think, as mentioned, we do have some really... I don't want to say the new rosters. There's been teams that have been around the majority of the season, but we're seeing now more results where some of these top teams who we thought were untouchable to everybody else become, well, touchable.
Well, at the moment, Lynn, who... this is a do-or-die game, have had a great start. Straight on that P1, soaking up an awful lot of time, and it can really be difficult. Most of the time, teams don't even go for it off the rip because they just want to get that positioning going down. And I'll tell you what, even with the wipe there, Lynn have done enough. They've got to be careful about this rotation.
E2 on its way. Now, I believe, and I'm testing my memory here, so what, a week ago, Jumpshot France, this was the very first map we've seen them take Katana on, and they won it pretty handily. So let's see if they can do that again here. They will need to start picking things up, though. As you mentioned, it has been a really good start by the side of Lynn. Rotation over towards P2. The fight's starting on go, and there's only one player left over towards this side of things on the stage. It's going to be the break, and then the spawns in for Lynn where they really don't want to be. Melko just trying to force them away if he can. Not necessarily the best to start here for Lynn to try and get themselves back into this point, but a couple of kills going their way, not too bad.
Just waiting for it as well. And Oaks jumps straight back into the point here. He's curious about all the players around him and gets back out of it. No, there's going to be a player behind, in and out and in and out. Still holding on. Maddox trying to wait for the right time, and he will get it. That is almost perfect, but not quite. And, well, Lynn have done just enough, but do have a player on this rotation as well, Ton.
Decent bit of scrap time considering where you were. Now, as you mentioned, Lynn do have bodies inside of the point. Jump shot, France. You thought you had the rotation. You do not. Wyvern find a second as well. Mighty and Melko fell there. Wyvern now 7-3. Great way to kick things off. Little bit surrounded now if you're Lynn. Gotta hold tight. Check your corners. If you jump shot France, you can find one. If you're Nadox looking for the second, you were weak, and then the trades, which way they're gonna end up going. Melko's way. Jump shot France, hold it down.
You see them looking for these rotational kills as well. And Sykes doesn't find anybody. But that in itself gives them the information. Comes back to help back it up. Just holding as many angles as they can at the moment. As Mighty just goes to work. Everybody on the outside. Eventually, Sykes is going to have to try and help him out. Mighty still alive for so long. Time burnt as Sykes finds one. And, well, they will have control of that hill, but they give it up for the rotation.
Rotation isn't coming in around a few seconds' time. 50-50 all the way through, though, this one. And decent start from Lynn. Everybody popping off when they need to. Time over towards P4. As we head over towards the street. Mighty now just trying to stay alive. You can get a bit of mid-map control just like that. Oh, it's an awkward gunfight. No way you should be winning that, though. Oh, my God. And there comes the break. Jump shot France first. Well, decent time that we've seen them get an opportunity to get some decent time themselves. 33 seconds over towards P4, but everybody seems to have slipped in there through the middle of the map. Yeah, Mighty. Got some cleaning up to do, but the rest of the team doing their job as well.
And Mighty had his pick of kills there as well. I don't think he saw him laying down and will pay the price for it. But still holding on. Jump shot France. After what was a little bit of a poor P1. Do have the lead. And they certainly have the slaying. Only going to be Nadox who's even slightly negative in that column. Will this rotation be better for Lynn?
Not necessarily the end of the world yet, though, is it? I mean, Mighty, though, is absolutely frying. 14-7. Got the AR cutoffs pretty much on lock. 15, not quite on its way. I've been able to find that with the Jackal in hand. That is going to allow Lynn with a bit of a setup. Not, I hope to God Jamal was weak. Good God. Hellstorm coming in. We'll send it down. We'll at least get Lynn off the point, but they've all been wiped anyway. Try not to kill your teammates. Nicely done. Jump shot France, get a hold of the point. Sykes finding a couple, trying to farm them and coming in off the respawn. Is he going to find any more here? That would be a massive bonus if he can. Now he finds a second. Ridiculous from Sykes, but it slows them down. Jump shot France, some really, really good time here.
Alex, all good to keep holding these angles. Eventually going to have to reinforce the teammates. Sees that it's got away from him. And now goes to play off the respawn. Just calls the angle wrong for a split second. And we'll end up going down, but Sykes gets to us. We head back towards the P1, and so far, jump shot, about 35 points ahead.
Solid spot to be in. Lynn have definitely had their opportunities as well, though. Now, I think, you know, when it was towards P3, that's where we've seen them do most of their good work, but there's been a couple of nice breaks from jump shot France who, well, are making the difference when they need to as well. Good shots coming in from Wyvern, though. He has been one who was keeping pace somewhat. Slaying game, not necessarily too out of it. It's 8 or 9 kills. The jump shot France, well, with their lead, but not necessarily being getting themselves away, has it? It's been close. Lynn getting some good time here over towards P1. P2 coming up in 15 seconds rotation-wise. Not a bad spot for either two of these teams. They want to make sure they can find the kills, and Lynn are able to do so. That's pretty much going to tie it up, Brycey. One good hold at P1, straight back into the game.
I did the first time. I mean, it really is impressive to just get that amount of time off of P1. You are right. This is the important part. Do they crumble? Do they hold this for a little bit longer? And that's a big kill by Sykes already. Pressure's going to be on, especially with Nadox on the flank. One player left, a full wipe, and P2 is ripped away in 11 seconds.
Just like that, things can change. Mighty will find another 2 as well. And pushes them to the back spawn again. But Lynn already looking to try and get a rotation through the middle of the map. 35 seconds until we head towards P3. Lynn didn't do too bad from this position last time. Can they get a touch?
They're trying to. And huge gunfights going down. While Nadox will find it, they will not give them back control Malco going to try and cut off reinforcements here that he knows here. Wyvern will fall to him already. 17 seconds to go. Somebody's going to hit this rotate button in a second. And it looks like it will be Jumpshot France. They get the kills to begin with. An inside back spawn there from Lin. So they're going to be some distance away. Can Melko find somebody on this rotation?
Need to find something because everybody filtering through. Yeah, nice bit of time. We'll hold that one nice. Wait, we'll find it. Sykes will find another nice rotational win by Jumpshot France. This is what they needed. If you're Lin, you've got to find a way through pretty quickly. Spawn to the back.
Time for a pinch. Sykes is going to go down before he can do any more damage here. Wyvern will as well. Nanox trying to fight from this position, but will go down. There's just too many bodies around him to make that viable in the long term. Malco looking to try and fight back onto it, but it's not going the way they want to quite yet. Sykes picks the wrong corner. Cannot find the body. Looking for the two, and he gets it. An unbelievable series of shots coming through in the end, and he has looked like he's on top of his game right now.
Yep, Sykes having a good game. 24 and 20, Mighty. Very much alongside of him. But Lin now just brute force their way into the point, but rotation is very much going to belong to the side of Jumpshot France. What is that kill going to do with the spawns? Should still spawn them towards the backside, keep them as far away as possible. Splits come in. Are you going to read that? Yeah, you are. Good fight. Jamal wins it. Now all of a sudden, you are going to be down slightly in numbers if you Jumpshot France until Nadox just does that 3 out of nothing. Is he going to find the 4th as well? Nadox just wiping the whole entire team. And he's holding it down now for the side of Jumpshot France. 200 points is incoming. Looking solid.
The fact that he even got out of there for a second was kind of impressive. Sykes, though, under too many bullets, too many guns. The rest of the team not able to get the trades to keep him alive. Mighty finding success up top here as they keep them off. Fortunately, the players have managed to cross that gap and got into the cover of the stage as Jamal takes him down as well. Lin still fighting for this one, but Sykes returning back to the curtains.
Some good time still on offer. Especially if your Jumpshot France putting you over the 200 point mark. When the rotation's already lost, you soak every single second you can. Jamal can find a couple of good transitional gunfights though. It's a big one if you can find it. Yeah, Malco now a little bit of control over towards the ticket office. Now you can start to put that pressure on. Oh, Mighty, did he see him? Did he see him? No, he didn't. There should be a gunfight win. Trade's going to be there across the board. The trades are there, but it's going to be Lin who win the gunfight out over towards the point. Not necessarily being able to get on the time. Nadox will keep this pressure on, as will Mighty. Finds a couple technically as Jamal is there for the team kill, but Melko can find one, knows where the second's coming from. Thank you very much. Nice and easy. Now they know where Lin are spawning, and some time on the board for Jumpshot France. Can't quite win it here, but will be within spitting distance if they hold down this final 25.
And that's the difference. I was going to say, this is a difficult hard point to hold on for that length of time, and maybe Lin overextended themselves, but right now, Jumpshot France, Sykes just laying down and picking up kills, and there's another 3 towards it at the same time. Wait on the stairs. They're going to know he's here at the same time. And all of this soaking, all of these points, disastrous for Lin, who want back into it. I was going to say, every time we see a big play, it does feel like it's Sykes who grabs it. Eventually will fall down. Benefit being, of course, Lin have done so well on P1 for the last 2 rotations. They need it again.
They absolutely need it again. Cannot let this one slip. Demon, good shots. Nice gunfight win to find the first, and the second is great as well. Wyvern doesn't find that though. Little shaky. Sykes and Nadox find the kill. Here comes the pressure.
Demon needs to find a way into this one. Trying to spread the map. You can see the players are all going to hit this at one time. Only 6 seconds to go. Already one's fallen. Wyvern will go for the contest. Has to stay alive. He's going to go down straight away. And that last player shouldn't be able to do much more. They will just throw bullets until he cannot shoulder anymore. And that'll be map 1 for Jumpshot France.
They find it. Really good win from them there. Lin kind of contested all the way through, but when Jumpshot France got their opportunity to extend the lead, you're thinking of P4. When Nadox was able, to find this. 1, 2... and the third lines itself up in just a second. And just as a bit of a spoiler, he found a 4th as well. Really good first map there from Jumpshot France and putting Lin under a little bit of pressure. But some news for any of you who aren't on Twitter or are not paying attention. Team Notorious into their final game of group stage across the entirety of the elite season of Black Ops 6. And they lost their last series. Up against Mistaken. Mistaken will take number 1 seed from Group A So that's a big thing to find, and not just number one seed, finding the win up against Team Notorious in the groups, and nobody has been able to do that the entire year. They have firmly thrown their name into the hat now, so we're really looking forward to see what Mistaken can do in playoffs, which, well, start tomorrow. But for these teams now, there's another possible roster that could really go all the way. So excited to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah, it is. And anything, I don't really want to be in third place in this group anymore.
No.
Going against Team Notorious, who have been infamously unbelievable and unbeatable. I mean, to drop that game, it really does change things around. But before we talk about that and its connotations, we will continue to go through this one. Slaying definitely on the side here of Jump Shot France, as we kind of expected it to be. But Lin really fighting around, and that P1 is something to be studied. So much time gained off it where we normally wouldn't expect them to.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was the real catalyst for Jump Shot France to get that one done. Just a wipe from Nadox, wasn't it? Puts himself in a really nice position. Nobody is able to chow from that angle. Just gets a good timing on those two players. Spin drum, finds another, and then finds the fourth as well. So really good job from Nadox. You got to give him all the credit. Some really big time towards a latter stage of the game as well. You know, if a team gets a good hold at P4 for like 40 seconds, middle of the game where things aren't too different. But look, Jump Shot France here as it's starting to pop at like what, 170. You find a good amount of time. They end up around what, 210 by the time we're going over towards the next hill. That's a really big time over towards stage. It's usually pretty contested. It's not easy to get that amount of time, and then you're heading over towards P5. From there, it's so difficult for Lin to bring it back. Nice job though. Jump Shot France doing what they need to do. As I said, they are fighting for seeding as well. I imagine we'll have a look at how the standings are lying at some stage, just to get a better scope on where Jump Shot France can't really finish. But I think it very much depends for them on some of the other games that's going on. Katana against Orchid, the other big boy game that's going on in this group. But I got a rewind search, and the strike coming up now, Brycey. So for Lin absolutely need to win this map to get themselves back into it. But this is how the group has played out, Brycey. And as mentioned, Team Orchid and Katana going up against each other. Jump Shot France looking like they'll find this win. It's between Lin and Annex Esports to try and get something over the line here. Annex, we're up in their series, if I remember correctly. So Lin need to turn it around.
I really do. I'm just looking at Group A as well. That's how it goes down. Nobody would have convinced me Mistaken would have taken number one slot flawlessly over Team Notorious, but that is exactly what's happened as we move into the surge. Already players down on both sides, down to a 3 versus 3. And we're just going to keep an eye on to this one. So far. Wait, find Sykes.
Is this me or is this you?
No, this is going a bit of a slideshow. We will update you as this goes on. At the moment, I can tell you it's a 2 versus 3. And almost going to go down. Mighty finds 2 though. Brings it back. It's now Wait versus 2. Going to go down as well, and that is a bit of a reversal. Huge win there in the end.
I was having a couple of issues. I don't know if it was just me, but we're back on board. Big win. Mighty finds it.
And we're just getting confirmation on a small production issue. I was correct there. I saw Mighty get the kills. I thought it was going to be them. The names are currently switched, so don't worry, we'll update you and tell you exactly what's correct. We've got the overlay on as well, but if you see a team has won at the end of the round, obviously that's going to be the wrong way round. So just keep an eye on that one, but Million Ton should be able to keep on top of it for you, but if we make a mistake, it's Ton's fault.
I mean, that's only fair.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. That's what, with great mustache comes great responsibility, Ton.
You said it's great?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that
one. Big fights coming through. It's going to be 1 versus 1 in the end. Sykes now up against Demon. Oh, this gunfight's going to come in. Sykes backing down. Both these players know where they are. There 50 seconds to go. And they just seem to be following each other around. It's sometimes a bit like ships in the night, but they seem to have a good inkling on where everybody else is. Sykes still getting a little bit of time here over towards A. This bomb, is it going to go down? It's hard to say in a 1 versus 1. They're going to run into each other again. Did he see him? Yes, he did. Sykes going to go for the child, the wide angle. Is he going to catch him? Yes, he is. Sykes, just a little bit of good timing goes his way. Lin. Not the ones who found it. It was Jump Shot France. In the end, it gets done 2-0.
And it's just that information. I always think in S&D, people really underestimate the information game. I mean, obviously, it's an easy example in that case. If you know where a player is and they don't know where you are, massive advantage. But one of the things people maybe overlook a little bit in some S&Ds, and this is why you should always watch the minimap, it is about finding where to apply the pressure, where you think the distribution of teams are. It's usually, especially on breaks, something that even finding one player can help you kind of identify where the call should be made. And people really underestimate that when it comes down, but already an aggressive start here from Jump Shot as Sykes goes straight into Demon.
4 versus 3 in their favor now. I mean, very aggressive, haven't they? It's hard for Lynn to deal with. Sykes is going to find one more. Wait, we'll find one back. So now it's 3 versus 2 in Jump Shot France's favor. This is an awkward gunfight, but that grenade's going to be even more awkward. Jamal finds the gunfight on the Sykes still. Makes it 2 versus 2 and finds another pre-sprays Nadux. And Melko now left in a 1 versus 2. They've got eyes on. They kind of need to cross him if they want to get towards this bomb site. He's backing down and doesn't want to take on the 1v2. Can just about get out.
Can he find the timing? Can he find anything here? But nobody's still chasing. Are they going to chase him? Melko was hoping for this, but they haven't planted yet because they've now lost that information. See, keep an eye on the minimap here. They don't know where he is because of timing. With this bomb going down, it frees up the guns. They can watch both directions at once. Huge advantage to Lin.
It's so tough. Melko needs to isolate a player. Is he going to be allowed to? He's being chased down. Jamal would have given the call out. No, he didn't. He didn't know he was there. He didn't see him. Melko. Oh, and he just gets a little bit of bad timing. Now the other player's on his way. Needs to find this one. Dip out. Now he needs to survive. Just shouldering if he can. Gets the information. Goes for the fight. Ooh. Still very weak. It'll be Lin who get the round. 2-1 Jump Shot France.
Yeah, that was a close one. You are right, though. The health hadn't came back, and he thought maybe he could just win a gunfight, but pre-aim versus pre-aim, and, well, wait, almost let that one go, but, yeah, I think it's one of those things as well. People really don't always... It feels like health comes back faster than it is, but that is the longest feeling it will ever be, waiting for your health to regen.
Just kind of want to challenge and probably catch him off guard in that scenario. It's tough. Especially the gunfight when you're going through the door. Like, actually seeing people through that kind of area from the outside is not necessarily ideal. Big B hit coming in. Gotta find someone. If you're a demon, you don't. Just a bullet to the face from Nadox. Now wait, we'll have to back on down. The rest of the team are here. That bomb may well be going down pretty quickly over towards B. It is. Wyvern could go to go for the retake. It looks like they're snapping into action pretty quickly, but this is going to be hard.
Might have a bit of god timing here. Sees one. That's called out.
Oh, look at this reflank, and it's just the ships in the night. How is nobody seeing each other here? This is crazy. You watching the minimap right now? Because I am bewildered.
Jamal's on ones, but they've lost a little bit of bomb control. Gonna check it. Finds him in the corner. Backs off. Goes for the reach out. Now, Melko left alone.
Fine. Gotta go for it. Oh, you've got to back down as well, though. He's holding it, and he just needs to back down and give himself some time. With only 11 seconds on the clock, he just needs to find a gunfight within the next few seconds on the bomb diffuser, and the round goes your way. Lin will find it. That was very, very winnable round.
Could have been very, very different. And yeah, there's that kill that mattered. I'll be honest with you, the problem was I think he wanted to find that one kill and dip. If he'd won it, would have been a very different story, of course, but it would have been a case where the bomb was planted for, he would have had to swing back out and try and take on the other player. I don't know if it would have worked, but 2-2 between these squads, and it certainly is not going to go all Jump Shot's way, even though they've got the first 2 rounds so far on a bit of a losing spree.
Sykes and Demon going at it in the middle of the map, and Demon will find 2. Lin slowly finding a way back into this series, Bryce. Has he read this as well? He's reading the flank. He's reading the flank. Demon on for the ace. Will not find it. Mighty takes him down. Now left in a 1 versus 2. Will be a 1v3. Jump Shot France to find themselves in the lead. Jamal ready and waiting. And Lin now with the lead in this search and destroy, Bryce. 3-2 up.
Here goes. Lynn need this one as well. That's the real key here. If you are just tuning in or aren't sure what's going on, Lynn need this win to qualify for playoffs. Jump Shot France obviously just want as good a seed as possible, but this game is not as important to them.
Could be a three-way tie for that fight. Right now, it's actually Kinky up on Apex. I called that wrong before. So 3 teams could be sitting at 1 and 4, which is a dangerous, dangerous prospect. Especially for the admins. Not so much for me. I'm not going to try and figure that out. Wait now in the middle of the map. 3 versus 3 between these two. Lynn, the one's trying to get this down. Oh, sorry, it's Jump Shot France trying to get this down. Well, that's confusing. Sykes now trying to find something. Nadok still just trying to survive towards the backside. As long as he does, the better for his team. Because now they can get this bomb down. 3 versus 2. Nadok, if he'd found that, would have been massive. But now a 2v2.
Bomb down. Can they get the right position? I think Sykes, did he see both? Looking for it. Just going to hold this angle. Teammate going to go for the flank. Keep an eye on that mini-map. Melko.
He's up the defuse. He's up the defuse.
Around, but Sykes hasn't caught it. Sykes has not seen the cross. That bomb is going to be defused. There's nothing they can do about it. And it all falls apart. He did not see the cross.
And that's the difficulty, I suppose, planting the bomb on that side. They kind of give up that rotation. I don't want to say they give up rotation, but they give up that side of the site. And then you're banking on the flank, being able to find something and pick something up. I mean, it gets a little bit of bad timing with his recheck, but ultimately, planting that side, tough scenes. Hard to get anything going from that. A little bit of a miscommunication, you would presume, and all of a sudden, Lynn are 4-2 up. 5 spree for Wait, 4 spree for Jamal. You absolutely need to make sure you convert this into a map win if you're Lynn up. You need to find a win in this game to have an opportunity of going through.
Oh, wow, that's about the easiest 2 you'll ever get. And even takes a few bullets and still escapes. Oh, timing there for Wait. I don't think he's in the player. He might get caught doing this. Oh! Could have been a turn and burn. Not going to be. Down to 2 versus 2. Jamal, though, finds it. Brings it back to a 1 versus 2. And it's going to be Lynn. He got up 5-2 in this S&D ton.
Yeah, cruising now. And this has just happened in the blink of an eye, hasn't it? We're starting to find, like, just big moments. Wyvern is the one who finds the final one. He found 2 at the start of it. And then closes it out as well. Jump Shot France down 5-2. Lynn in a really, really nice spot now to tie this series up. Jamal on a 5 spree. On a really good time, thanks as the RC on top of this. Now onto the defensive side for them. You see he's playing pretty passively, so I'd imagine we're going to see the RC come in. Try and help Lynn along the way on this defense.
Mighty. Look for one. Will he find the second player? No, not going to happen. We have an easy first blood in the end, and that may be the very beginning of the end for Jump Shot France on this map.
I'm going down. It's going to help them. Has to invite that pressure, but they don't have the bodies right now. Backed up, they give the site up. They want to try and watch the entrances from the outside. Have to be careful. Demon's ready and waiting. Oh, and yeah, gets the timing. Nadok's wanted to try and find a flank. Demon holds it. Now it's 2 versus 4. A little bit of info on Sykes as well. This is a bad position. Melko will find one, but Wyvern's jumped on the bomb again. Can he get the defuse? 2v2.
Sykes tries to get out of there. Not going to be enough. Has Melko got the angle? I don't think he did. Oh, Jamal almost cuts him down, and he's still with the gunfight. Not going to be able to play time. Demon wall bangs him. And that's the way the map ends, Ton. He thought he was clear, but a bullet through the plaster takes him out and gives Lynn the map.
Nicely done from Lynn. Much, much better here in the Search and Destroy. The rounds they won were convincing. I like the ballsy players jumping on bombs all over the shop, just really causing questions for Jump Shot fans to see what they can do. But there you go. One apiece between these two, and a crucial game, especially for the side of Lynn, to get the job done here. But Jump Shot fans will absolutely want to secure this one as well, as you kind of reiterated throughout in the middle of that map there. They need it for placement. You don't want to be dropping in against anybody in particular. You don't want to have to be going against the number 1 seed to kick things off. A win here just to solidify something would be solid for them. But here we are. I want a piece between these two. And a very convincing search and destroy actually from the side of Lynn. As you can see, the team names are mixed up on that side of things, but shows the stat line pretty close. But in the end, the rounds won decisively by Lynn, and deservedly so.
And I mean, just look at this replay. I did think it happened. Yeah, 6 rounds on the bounce is unbelievable. And it wasn't even like, you know, I was going to say it wasn't close. It was close a couple of times, but there were just more mistakes made maybe by Jumpshot France. And it could be something as simple as lack of reps on this map. This is new for the stage. It will be one of those maps that everybody hasn't got quite as many reps on. And Lynn took full advantage of it.
Yeah, I suppose you can put that into it. You know, we're going to map coming in late in the season, getting a lot of practice on it. I mean, I say coming in, there's maybe a little bit of lag there for a player on that final gunfight trying to get away. Melko does well to find the first, and I think he thought somebody else was on the bomb. That's tough. There you go. Lynn, tie the series up, heading into a double-ended Hacienda. Control, then hard point. We go from there. Red card search and destroy will be map number 5 if we do need to get there. But based on what we've just seen on map number 2 there, Jumpshot France would probably like to close this within the next 2.
Yeah, they certainly would. And for Team Lynn, it is still going to be an uphill battle. Right? They are the underdogs coming into this game. Jumpshot France have looked fantastic. They kind of cemented themselves straight away on day 1, if I believe, by taking down Katana. So certainly not a team that you can really even let up, even in a little bit. Even though the game does not matter quite as much. I think Team Lynn, that is a good showing from them. S&D's always going to be the equalizer between these two squads, and we'll have to find out how the rest of the respawns go.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because, I mean, obviously we've seen a one-sided search and destroy. We've seen a pretty comfortable map number 1, so we are still very evenly poised across the board here. Control coming up on Hacienda. I think you need your SMGs to get something going through the middle of the map. You need ARs to be prominent across the entirety. You need to be aggressive through office if you're on the attacking side, and just not get spawn trapped essentially. For both these two teams though, it's a tough map. It's not the easiest one to deal with, so I mean, it'll all come out in the rub at the end of this one, but we will see how it does go down. I see a control coming up. Jumpshot France pegged back a little bit here by Team Lynn, trying to get themselves qualified. Again, we'll keep you up to date with the situation of how things are going to go down. As far as where these teams are kind of lying, we'll keep you up to date as much as we possibly can. But yeah, really, really tight here in Group B to get that qualification spot.
Fight to begin with. Almost run straight into that player. And if you are watching, obviously this time the colours and sides are right, so don't worry about it too much. Everything is right this time, including the colours. But it has switched the last 3 maps, so just be aware. So far, you can already see a bit of pressure coming through. Lynn are going for what I like to call maybe a TDM approach. Hit the spawn on this map and just try to keep reducing the numbers as quickly as possible.
Shot from Lynn is there. Jumpshot France just holding tight. They're starting to get a little bit more room over towards... Oh yeah, I mean, that's going to help. It's like finding 2 like that, and now they've got some room over towards the well side of the map. They can find any more. This is dangerous. The one respite you might have is that Wade has made it out, but he's going to have to track all the way back just to help his team get out of their spawn yet.
Time has really gone down fast, though. Now, finds one, not going to be the second. Now they have to get on it. They must not let this one slip as Melko tries to thread the needle, not able to get the bang through the fence. Sykes will go for it. He knows there's blood in the water if they can just hold them off for a few more seconds. Nanox going to get caught as well. Huge fight here by Demon on the point. Eventually will fall. And for Lynn, this is a sprint and jump and hope.
Not going to get there. Melko cutting them off. Can he find another one over towards the point? No, it's White Mighty. Wyvern must be the onest of one shots and 0.1 seconds. Team aren't going to get there to help him out either. Wyvern needs to hold this down all on his own. Gets taken down. Nice round from Jumpshot France. Barely let Lynn even get anything there. Just a nice couple of wipes. Controlled the map. 1-0, deservedly so.
Well, I mean, that is one of the issues if you don't get a good start, right? Like, the time can just evaporate from you, and you're forced to make staggered pushes, I think is the best way to put it, where you really can't commit to maybe taking patio control or getting a player into the spawn to kind of take them down. You basically just have to run at it, and once you do that, you know that the enemy team are going to have that map control and basically reverse pinch you. And that's what ended up happening in the last 35 seconds of that game. Lynn had to put themselves in an unfavorable position to try and win it. Jumpshot France, they are going to go for the headbutt on the B. They are trying to do what wasn't able to be done by Lynn.
Big kick coming. Sykes will find the first gunfight as well, so some doors beginning to open. Yeah, for Jumpshot France. Over towards this B side. Ready for the push that comes back through. Melko and Naddox combining well. And now that's a really big opportunity to get something over towards B. Melko very aware of his surroundings. Naddox can stick the nail in the coffin of this one. Going to be a hit from off his side, though. They're going to have a swing at this one, Bryce.
Oh, mighty, that would have been a huge kill if he got it. Melko just waiting, expecting the jump over. Calls it perfectly. Knows exactly where he's going to be. Looks for the second player, but it will be B secured. They've only lost 4 players so far as well here, Jumpshot. Respawn going well for them. Mighty looking for the players, and that is an unbelievable second shot. Deleted. They've got to be careful because Wait has run straight into their spawn. They might be able to get a flank themselves.
Yeah, for all the search and destroy, it was one-sided for the side of Lynn. They are getting farmed in the control. Jamal 2-11. Wait 4-4 now as he will find a kill. But the boathouse control here for Mighty, yeah, it's going to cause a lot of issue. Just trying to keep players away from it if he can. Melko also there to help him out. Jamal has to be back down. So, I mean, there's one player who's managed to make it out, and that's going to be Wait. Jamal can't find another kill, though, so it eases some of that pressure. They need to get a bit further up the map, though. And for all that, Jumpshot France have had them in that spawn trap. They didn't really make much progress over towards this A side. Just want to try and get the kills done and dusted. Right now, you're up 9, but you still need to get something done on the objective.
Just waiting for more. I mean, they have time, they have lives. Just have to be careful. 1 minute 10 feels like an age when you have it, but just a short amount of time. If they don't manage to hold on to this map control, all of a sudden it feels like nothing. We crossed the 1 minute mark. Naddox still playing hide and seek in the spawn.
18 versus 11, though, it has got a little bit better, although 18 versus 10, I don't want to say it feels like a foregone conclusion, but there's only 43 seconds to defend A here. One of the lives may or may not come into it. More likely Lynn's are. Going to get down to the wire, especially with 30 seconds to go. You need to jump the point here. If you are Jumpshot France, you need to actually force them to have to do something, because right now, with 25 seconds to go, they've found one wave of gunfights. Jumpshot France have been in such a powerful position throughout the majority of this map, and now they are staring down the barrel in this round of losing it.
Like trying to make a play. They're going to all headbutt this through as well. Basically, have to jump on the point. It's a kill box. Everybody, guns aiming at this. Mighty is alone. He knows the player's going to challenge him as well. And, well, not going to be good enough as Melko trying to just thread this, but not going to have the shots on the Wait, and still goes down. And I said it. Too much time burnt in the wrong position. Naddox is good, but I don't know if he's that good to fight 3 different people. And I said, 1 minute 10 feels like forever. Once it gets past about 45 seconds, it feels like no time at all. And they were sitting in such a good position, Ton.
Yeah, I kind of said it halfway through the round as well, where they were in a phenomenal spot. They were like 10 kills up, but it takes one good wipe in control for the opposition just to fly back into it. As you said, they didn't really play with the time, but we've seen it straight from the get-go. They had 2 players watching the spot. The others weren't really necessarily doing a great deal. You need to be at least stopping the time. Even if there's one of you on it, you stop the time. You're not making a whole lot of progress, but at least you're giving yourselves more time to then advance forward with that big life advantage to actually do something with it. But, yep, 2 focused on the kills. Jumpshot France punished there, and rightfully so. Bad decisions.
Here they go. Poor Demon just trying to hold on for this as long as possible. He knows there's going to be players trying to hunt him down. Finds one. Still playing his life. Wonderful movement, but not quite enough to get him out of there in the end.
Wait, does exactly that. And finds 2 in the middle of the map. Alco finds 1. Mighty finds another. Jump Shot France looking solid here on the defensive side. Wyvern has slipped the net though. Might have a freebie. Just about. Will get traded. For Lynn, it's just been hard for them to really make any inroads. I mean, Demon doing this is fine. It's going to draw some attention away from the spawn. Be able to keep alive and kicking for just a little while longer. Can find a kill on the Melko as well. Rest of the team now on their way. Jump Shot France have to commit quite a few resources over towards this B side. It's not an easy push from this point if you are Lynn, but you have to answer that call, don't you?
Still really fighting hard, both sides, putting bodies on the line here. For Lynn, possible opportunity. I was going to say, Demon could have found something. They still have Jamal alive as well. Sykes, I swear we've been watching him 1,000 times. I feel like he should be on about 80 kills at the moment, but 16 and 13. And Lynn, all the way back in the spawn with 20 seconds to go.
Jump Shot France, though, having very clean defenses here. Although, there you go. Mighty will be found as well. It's one big opening. And you're going to get the opportunity. Sykes will probably look for the flank, but needs the rest of his team there. B is coming in fast, though. I mean, this is nice from Lynn. You're going to be able to extend this time. I would like to imagine that won't help, though.
Just want this. They want the extra time. They're desperate for it as well. Melko throwing in a missile, but it's not going to do a ton. And that is a huge kill by Sykes. I said every single time I feel like we see him. Massive in the end. Nanox finds 1. And they're just trying to keep them off at this point. There's so little time left, and that'll be enough. Just a single tick for Linton.
So that Hellstorm coming in over towards the spawn there for Lynn. Obviously, it was Jump Shot France calling in for that to come over towards that side. Initially, I was thinking, okay, why is he not putting in the point? But his teammates are so close in and around the point. It forces everybody from Lynn to have to jump inside because they presume it's coming down straight on their heads over towards B. Obviously, it's not. He puts it elsewhere, just forces them into that spot. Players waiting in tin. Sykes picks up the pieces, not having to worry about a Hellstorm missile hitting them right in the forehead. Nice play. I like that. Jump Shot France 2-1 to the good. One apiece here in this series. Now Lynn need to hold their defense. Jump Shot France had a massive opportunity to, well, probably have won this 3-0 by now. They fumbled. Lynn, can you hold on to the defensive side again?
Can they do better on this one? Sykes flying forward again. 6 streak almost. Cost himself. Not going to be quite enough there in the end. And back into the corner waiting for even more. Sykes on a heater. There's the 7th. Now going for these kills off the spawn, and they aren't making the mistake this time, Ton. They're actually capturing A and B while their teammates go to work. Sykes going to call that one out. Knows he's going to be here. Goes for the chow. Goes back out of it.
Love it.
8 streak. Firing on all cylinders.
Love that from Sykes. And player on his left-hand side about to Charlie goes actually over the fence. Going to be watched by his teammate, Melko. And him just locking this one in now. Sykes with a hell of a way to start this round. And well, let's see if they make the same mistake twice. Going to play a drop, sadly, from the side of Lynn. And now the pressure going to be put in even more. So Jump Shot France, you're going to find the round and find the control. Tough scenes there for Lynn. Player dropping out, but I don't know if it would have made too much of a difference with the way that Sykes kicked things off. 3-1 to the good. They will find the round, and they will find the map into 2-1 lead once again.
Yeah, Sykes firing on every cylinder, and probably some extra ones as well, but we'll find out what happened at the end of that game. We will wait for it at the moment. It looks like a win, but who knows until we get the exact situation, how long they were out of that one for, and what that means for our admins. As always, me and Ton don't make the calls, and I refuse to commit either way.
Yeah, well, so obviously with the other game going the way it's currently going, there could be 3 teams 1-3, and that's
or
1-4.
I've just seen that.
So that's kind of where I'm at, and that's kind of why I'm definitely letting the admins do it all on their own, because I am not going anywhere near it. It's a very difficult one when it comes into tie breaks and maps. I know the order of those things kind of changed at one stage over this season compared to previous seasons. So that's not my job. I'm not looking at it. I'm not even going to comment. So let's see how things do eventually just play out. Unfortunate for Lynn that, of course, you lose a member at that kind of stage. I mean, Jump Shot France were always looking the more likely in the control. But now, okay, you have a hard point coming up. Can you turn it around? The red card wasn't too bad at all. You did have opportunities, but that control only looked like it was going one way. But so did the search and destroy. So if you're Lin, if you can nick away this hard point, force a map number 5, your search looked pretty good in map number 2. That's going to be the route to victory.
We are just waiting on confirmation of everything as well. But I think, like I said before, right, maybe it's just me, Tom, but every time I saw Sykes, looked like a god. And at one point I was like, oh, he's only 15 and 13. I was like, what's been happening? And then finally it kicks in and he ends the map like this, 22 and 13.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, I feel like he's been doing that the entire time.
He must have been finding multiple kills, but then getting farmed off the respawn. Running in, not finding anything a couple of times in a row. Unfortunate work. Just as, secured by production there that the round is indeed counting. Of course, player just drops in that scenario. You can't do anything else. You got to kind of play that specific round out. And that's exactly what happened. 3-1 jump shot France in the control. Hacienda Hardpoint going to be coming up next though. Bryce, do or die for Team Lin?
Wow. I was going to say, I thought that might be the call, but you've got to just make sure all the ducks are in a row. And also, I think realistically, talking about that other permutation time, the fact that Kinky are up 2-0 is a surprise.
Well, I mean, it is and it isn't though. They're going up against Annex, who have also struggled. Kinky are a good roster on paper, so not too surprising. It's been a very, very close game. I think it was like a 250-200 and then a 6-5 search and destroy. So very, very tight. But the fact that they're 2-0 up does actually cause a couple of issues for, well, the admins mostly, and for the other teams who are down there with them.
Certainly are. I believe the Bravo game is ongoing, Ton, so we can take a look at that.
In the debrief, but for now, Annex to try and push this one deeper as they desperately need. Otherwise, this is their tournament done, and all 4 die. And the nail in the coffin for Infinity, as well as a Semtex that sticks to you. So nothing going Annex's way, and look how far pushed up Kinky are. Their net is set, their line is drawn. How do Annex push forward? Well, those 2 kills will help massively.
Whizzing behind. Now on screen, Fibron. See if you can get off some of the rotations over towards the B zone, but instead you just tee up the rest of your team to knock down those dominoes. 48 seconds, Andy and Kinky are looking to 3-0 sweep their way into a potential 4th seed spot for the playoffs.
Annex trying to activate. Fibron finds 2 though, and you know that the rest are going to be around the point somewhere. You do fall, but teammates will be able to arrive to fight for this. 2 lives up, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, Annex are doing a fine job. They will get that first tick of progress to come on through. So for Kinky, it's about how you set up to retake this without doing what Annex did before and overextending.
Yeah. And maybe even stack the zone. You're giving so much time for Kinky to adapt to this play. And Nile on the flank doing just that. Second segment's going to be stopped and neutralized as well, slowly. But Nile blocking those spawns, forcing them all the way over towards P2. And is just cutting down the numbers over at this zone. Infinity's going to be on. He's working on the 3rd take. They need this captured. They need it now.
Kinky just got to temper themselves here. I honestly agree with the decision for BenW to stay outside. Nile sets up an art. One of those moments you get those 2 kills wrong and Annex can explode on over towards B. But what they might miss is CJP, who activates through solo. He's going to get himself into P4, so he can watch a bit of a cross. Fibron is on the chase, but CJP is doing the work. He's into art, and a real thorn in the side right now to this setup.
Oh no, you've lost a player top art too, so this is it. Annex, they found their way on towards the B zone, and they're looking to snowball this round. First segment in, second one being worked on, only a double stack, so it's going relatively slow. Forced away our Annexes. They're looking to slay out a little bit before going back into it. And CJP, he is on the run again.
I think he's been seen though, because Twiz is doubling back for this. Has he read it? He does indeed. Important kill. Although Infinity will be there for the trade out. CJP just doing a wonderful job of being a constant thorn, not allowing Kinky to get comfortable there in the deep back. But Fibron being pushed up in trophy will be doing the exact same thing to Annex. So it's about clearing that player out before you can push forward. For now, Annex setting up in mid, and that first kill will give them numbers advantage to try and potentially draw Fibron back in, or at least flood this point.
You gotta be careful. Crossfire from your own spawn, and Nile up top. Ben W from P3. He's going to slide Chal in, and that is a 3-for-2 trade. 2 lives left for Annex to stay alive in the elites, to stay alive for your chances at playoffs, and Kinky have denied it. 3-1 in the control, 3-0 in the series. A statement at the end of your run, and a chance given now to see tomorrow.
Well, welcome back from the wonderful watch party. Those guys doing a great job over there, of course, but that has some interesting connotations. Kinky winning 3-0 changes things up just a little bit. So, to get this correct and to not make a mistake, I'm actually going to throw us over to the tab and just make sure. So, obviously, if Kinky needed to get fourth, Kinky needed to win that by at least 3-1. They've just won it 3-0, but they also need Lin to lose. Now, Lin currently 2-1 down in the series, so they still need this. They still need it. They still need this win. But technically, if you look at this one, it will be Kinky who have won, and it will be 1-4. Lin will be 1-4. Annex are 1-4. So, in terms of permutations, if Lin lose this, I believe they do not get that fourth place.
Yep, Lin absolutely have to win. But if they do, they will definitely be going through. So it's do or die now for Lin. They know what's in front of them. Annex out 100%. Kinky now waiting on the result of this game. So I think, this is massive for both these two squads. Now, Kinky, we kind of mentioned it. We were just talking about it there again. A very good roster. When you look at it on paper, it should definitely be working a little better than, being 0-4 till this point. Could very well go through 1-4. So let's see how things are going to go down here. They're a very good team. So let's see how they're going to do if they do manage to get there. But Lin are the only ones who can answer back now. They need to find 2 maps in a row, though. Bryce, they are 2-1. It's going to be tough. But over on the other game that's actually going on here on Bravo Brycey for that #1 seed, Katana and Team Orchid tied 1 apiece. No surprises there. The 2 big games for those top 2 slots were obviously ongoing, but we were concentrating on who's going to qualify for playoffs. We'll get plenty of time to see them tomorrow and next week, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting ones when we talk about, what games are going to be on the stream in certain slots. And there are, I'll take you through it while we're waiting for this map to load. Essentially, here's how it works, right? You try and get as many teams onto the broadcast as possible, but you also balance that in the first couple of weeks with games that you think are going to be close. So you don't take who you expect to be like the favorites going against what you think is a newcomer team. So you just try to get everybody in roughly equal matchups, and then as it goes on, it becomes a bit easier because right, who haven't we seen? And also, what games are the most important? Are Titans throwing down? This is the battle for 4th place. So we try to have a good mix of it as it all goes through. But that's basically how the broadcast works. And we generally ignore any chat messages that come through on who you want to watch. It's more about what's best for everybody watching.
And there's loads of people covering all the games as much as they can. Of course, we've got the watch party going on. There's loads of people on the community streams jumping in games that aren't being broadcasted. So, yeah, for everybody that has the opportunity to pretty much watch every single game they possibly can.
And speaking of which, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 4 in this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. Sorry we had to take a little bit of a break there. There were some admins dealing with some issues, which we can now fill you in on. Obviously, a player disconnected at the end of that last map for Lyn, which means that stands, and Lyn did lose that map. Unfortunately, Lyn have also been disqualified from the following match, which means that it is going to be a win for Jump Shot 3-1. So there are some pretty interesting connotations to and how it all lines up in Group B.
Yep, Kinky with their win just needed Lyn to lose, and then they are now secured in that fourth place. As you can see, not everything is kind of played out as far as the top two are concerned. Jumpshot France will sit in third until that game is finished up to decide where things are going to lie between Team Ogre and Katana Game, and that was one apiece at one stage. They are just playing currently on Banter Stream for seeding. So if you do want to continue to watch more challenges here in Europe, you can go over to Bansers. Oh, look, we've even plugged him down below with a graphic and everything. Honestly, we do everything for Ben Banser in this stream. It's incredible, Bryce. But yeah, look, if you do want to continue watching, go over there. Unfortunate circumstances for Lyn there. They would have loved a chance to, of course, defend in 4th and 5, but I believe one of the players couldn't get themselves back online in time, and of course, you do have to get things rolling. So unfortunate for them, but good job from Kinky getting their win up against Annex now, of course, that puts them through, and let's see what they can do in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the biggest story of it. 0-4 going into today. Managed to get the win, managed to make sure that nobody else got theirs, essentially, and as it went down. But that will be the end for Europeans group stages. There is one game still ongoing, which is for seeding at the top here. If you want to catch that, we did say before, go see it on Bant. And if you want even more Call of Duty action from the last of the qualifiers, Europe is done, but North America is upon us. I believe it's just about an hour's time. They'll start their games as well, so you can stay with the channel. You can have a little bit of a break. You can do whatever, but more Call of Duty action on this channel tonight. But thank you for watching Europe, and we'll see you tomorrow.
evening, all you crazy COD fans. Welcome back as we're here with North American's edition of Challengers. We're in the final season of Elite Season 3. My whole chip with me, I've got CJ Ton, apparently. You're looking a little shorter, a little bit more buzzed up top, my guy. The beard's a little bit thicker. Looking solid. What's up, Jay?
Thanks, man. I'm feeling good, bro. You know, obviously I had to go get a haircut final day of CDL last weekend, so I was going to come in looking good for the final week of Elite Stage. But this is going to be a fun day, man. Obviously, we saw day one. It was full of all the expected results. Day two, we had some teams who fell short early, like the Stallions, who started 0-2, bounced back and win 2 of their matchups. So we have a 4-way tie in Group A. It's going to get mixy towards the end.
Absolutely the case. Holden Iron out of the picture for being able to make playoffs, but can play spoiler without question, as you already see it. There are 4 teams at 2-2. Amit looking to go perfect, not just in Group A, but also the Brooklyn squad looking to do the same thing in Group B, where that group shakes up a little bit differently. Team War, Vegas Academy, looking pretty positive to get in, but you do have a situation here where there are 3 teams at 1-3. In particular, Distro Gaming and Luxury Exotics are playing each other, so that will be a win and in situation for one of the 2 of those. And then, of course, depending on the results from Laura Gaming, there may be a multi-team tiebreaker with that Vegas Academy roster. Here's a look at how things will shake up, though, in terms of our schedule. Royal Spartans will be taking on that now Holden Iron roster, no longer 6F Carolina. And then, like as I mentioned earlier, the Group B matchup that we'll be focusing on here, Jay, is Distro Gaming and Luxury Exotics.
That one should be a fun one, man. Distro, obviously, last Elite Stage, they were able to sneak their way into playoffs. Obviously, didn't get the results they wanted, but they got their way back into this stage. Now they have an opportunity with a winning-in situation versus Luxury Exotic, who I find hard to believe, like, they're even in this predicament, because I thought Laura last week, like, they go 0-2 day one, they bounce back, win their first best of 5, but then their second one, they get 3-0'd. So Luxury, off of beating a squad like Laura Gaming, who have some veterans on the lineup, they find themselves in a winning-in situation as well. So it should be a fun way to end the Group B as well.
Yeah, should stipulate that we say win and end. Win and you're in a tiebreaker, likely, at least, most likely. Again, it's hard to say for sure. There may be some head-to-head situations. There also may be some multi-team situations. But regardless of that, we do have this one right here, where this is a win and in if you are the Royal Spartans. Holden Iron, like we mentioned, is looking to play spoiler, and our map set is 3 straight Haciendas. And I will say, kind of seeing that in the picture, I'm already just immediately flooded with memories of the Royal Spartans previously going as YFP. They love this map, so I'm sure they're thrilled to have all 3 Haciendas in the first 3 maps.
Yeah, Wiz and Dak are hella happy that they can whip out the SMGs and be aggressive as hell around the map. As you can already see it, 2-0 start for Dak, 1-0 start for Wiz. It's opened up a lot of time here at this P1. The stun is able to connect. You're just going to fly on in because we have all the confidence in the world. Going up against Holden Iron, who only have won 1 map so far throughout this entire Elite Stage.
Yeah.
And so far, it's not looking like it's going to be here to add it to the comp.
It's one of those situations, like we've seen Prada before. Manny and Cryptic have been in and out. I think I don't think this is their debut Elite season, but Kips is a new name. And just kind of, again, a squad that you see often kind of in this position where, you know, you're playing up against a roster that is looking like they're going to make a run for playoffs, if not maybe a deep run for playoffs. We already talked a lot about Wiz, Dak, Cruz, and Mamba. You know, as terms of this teams that are significant in North America, these are the only guys that have not made the CDL and are really looking to capitalize by winning one of these elites. So it's definitely, you know, just a different set of circumstances and situations for Holden Iron compared to Royal Spartans.
Yeah, Holden Iron just making a name for themselves. Royal Spartans trying to put themselves in towards the big leagues. So far, perfect starts to this game. Dak has yet to fall 7-0. Holding on the pressure here at side door. Mamba's watching over him, able to line up a double. They've already been able also to clip these spawns on his head. So Holden Iron is trying to work their way through well, but Wiz is here trying to contest them early.
Yep. I mean, we're also looking at 2 players that are a combined 0-12, Jay. Like,
Not good.
not good, not ideal.
Yeah.
Wiz still on the 6-1 spree. Dak still hasn't died yet, and we're about to have a 100-7 point game. And that's confirmed as now a Hellstorm has also been added to the picture here, and Dak is... I'm sure he had to go shopping for some ammo. I mean, at 8-0, you're looking for whatever weapon you can find.
Yeah, he at least has some bullets to work with in the Jackal, but it does not matter. Finally, he is going to be able to fall and Holden Iron lead to a break here at P3. Able to control the spawns, force all the Spartan spawns to the backside of 10.
You need a couple kills to go your way, and the first to go in favor of the Spartans. Here comes the break.
Yeah, and it's immediately there. Oh, yeah. Wow. This has been a beatdown, to put it politely, and plainly, for that matter. Dak already on the cutoff. It does get shut down, so we do have a momentary trade to allow an opportunity for Holden Iron to make themselves at least present on T4. Bruce, lots of damage trying to finish it off. It's actually Mamba that takes him out of the hill. Dak is there for the trade, and once again, Holden Iron find themselves spawning all over the place.
Yeah, and they need to break quick here before this game is completely out of hand. Gotta try to set up a pinch here. You're going trade for trade. Finally, a double goes your way. Prada able to answer with 2. Gonna get the break here at the Money Hill, but the first wave needs to be shut down. Thankfully, Dak in the back pocket has got a Hellstorm. His teammates are already finding kills, so the break is going to be good again for the Spartans.
Yeah, Hellstorm for Dak. Not going to connect for any eliminations, but like you mentioned, it does the job that it was intended to do. And the lead will go up again by about 100 points. Oof. This is one of those matches that you look at, you just... capital W, capital O, capital O, capital F. Just a giant woof.
Yeah, so far it's been tough on the first set of hard points. Almost down by 100. Gun not seeming to be warmed up yet. Don't even know, like, I'm not a Minecraft pro or anything, but is that like an iron block as their logo?
I think so, yes. I also have never played Minecraft. The iron ore block, we're being told. Okay.
Okay. I wonder what those things can do. Like, can it, like, make, like, an insane weapon or something like in Minecraft?
I have no clue.
Who cares? Because they probably need it right now. You're down 100, you got to lock it.
Got no idea, man. The Holden Iron, I think, is them sitting there saying, hey, let's get into an angle and hold an iron. But instead, they're getting clubbed right now, and clubbed badly. At least, you know, I will say, Pat Cryptic's playing pretty well. 13 and 11. Hasn't really seen the hard point, but he's getting kills. That's good news.
It's giving them a little bit of a chance here at a comeback. Down by 70. You have the rotations currently that you want for P2 as well. So if you're the Spartans, make sure you continue to play Killing Call of Duty.
Yep.
Not try to start doing things that can cost you some rotations. Dak finding a double, still not going to be into the play because Kips is starting to move. The new young guy. Okay, 7 in a row. We run a rotation over towards New. You got some life now.
Yep.
Or not.
Or not. It's momentary life. Just a little blip on the old life detector. Manny trying to get around the back. Teammates here with him. Cryptic has already dropped from the front, though, and with no noise being made, I'm sure the Spartans are very aware that, yep, this hit is coming along the backside of driveway. But Dak does get shut down. Spawns will move from that. Cruz is kind of playing a bit of a corner. Prod trying to make his way up close, and, well, grades are okay, but still no break yet. And Holden Iron are waiting. They're waiting for their numbers, and they may have waited a little too long.
Yeah, you can't wait in this situation. You know that even though your team is spawning on the preferred side, those head glitches and those gunfight positions that you're able to hold from the hard point are a little bit more difficult to try to find those gunfights on in from driveway, but they're at least able to get it done there for the final 20. Still an 80-point difference. Now it's a battle off the rotation. Cryptic hit a contest from Top Secret. They're able to find an opening kill, but with the time remaining, Wiz is still going to spawn pretty close to his team.
Yeah.
Yep, right towards the back.
Absolutely the case. So, fences will open. Kips will drop. Same can be said on the other side as Prada is traded. Last member's left alive is Manny. He's just trying to hold up top at office. Some damage tallies, but can't finish it off, and instead runs into Wiz, who is sprinting up backside office stairs. So now the hit has to develop from the front.
You got to get in quick, man. Don't allow them to breach that 190-point mark, because if they win the rotation, hold it down flawlessly, it's going to be a GG, but Drade's a little bit better in favor of the Spartans. Wiz now on 4 in a row. 25 seconds still to fight for here. You know that Golden Iron are going to try to contest this. Wiz on 5 in a row eventually does get shut down. But Royal Spartans breach 190. They currently have the rotation that they want over towards New, unless Kips has anything to say about it.
Yeah. And this is just another one of those in a long line of examples that we've seen, especially over the course of this stage, where it's just like, you're not going to be competitive in Hacienda if you can't win a rotation. And the Spartans are just making sure that doesn't happen, especially the key ones. You know, 2 and 3, they've won the rotation both times. They've gotten the majority of the time both times. And then when you get to these 50-50 hills at 4 and 1, they're still out trading you. So it's just, it makes matters worse that quickly. And yeah, this game is about to be over here, Jay.
Yeah, Spartans just need to hold down 1 or 2 more waves of kills, and they should be able to close it out here at P4. Wiz dancing with death, sliding and gliding on 4 in a row. He's feeling himself. Give me the AR. I don't care if you're on a head glitch. Mamba, help over. That's another double in his favor. Gonna be able to breach that 230 mark. One last push here for Holding Iron.
Last chance is going to come from middle door, and that's going to help. Cryptic able to find 3. Okay, he's doing it all right now. Dak just going to give it a look. Dives on in, but immediately shut down. All 4 members staying alive, and Holding Iron will get out of the 100-point club and start to make an effort towards getting some sort of a setup over the top of P1.
Yeah, I just don't know if they're going to have the numbers here to try to even work that setup, because majority of the gunfights already going down, go in favor of the Spartans. They only need another 15 seconds. Holding Iron are split pushing right now. All one-on-one gunfights. Cryptic on 5 in a row. Been there shining light so far on this map, number 1, but you got to get in.
Not looking good. 247, 111, and Mamba, yeah, this position, he knows he's going to be contested. He's trying to wait for a little bit of help, also trying to play for the reset. Dak flying on in to assist. Just need to find Prada in the hill, and that will do it. 250, 112. The count, no sweat whatsoever for the Spartans to get us kicked off.
Oh, yeah, that's way too easy right there for the Spartans. You get at least 35 seconds to start the game. You win the rotation over towards P2. You find yourself up by 70 to 80 points. And then at that point, it's just like, as long as we don't shoot ourselves in the foot, we should be okay to close out the game. They have to contest every single amount of junk time because the deficit was so large. But just the way that the Spartans were shooting, compared to the way Holding Iron was shooting, they definitely were not holding irons there, Alan. They were getting gunned.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's hard to hold an iron when you're being just ran down. I mean, you had 2 members who started off and combined 0-12. Not what you want to see. Kills just weren't there. Rotations weren't there. Nothing was there. A lot of nothing. Whole lot of nothing. So good start for the Spartans. And again, it's just like we talked about kind of in the intro of this one. You got 3 maps of Hacienda, and like when this team was playing as YFP, I remember them dominating Hacienda hard points. I remember them clutching up Hacienda searches. I remember them being really solid when it comes to finding offensive success on the Hacienda controls. So it's just like one of those series that just feels like it kind of played into the hands of Spartans here.
It's good, though, that they had like this bounce back here in the map number 1, because the way that they ended off of last week, going 2-0 in the first day, but then 0-2, not winning a single map day 2. You went up against the likes of Omit. You went up against the likes of Cabal GG. Obviously, those are 2 tough lineups, but I think that this is a pretty star-studded lineup as well, especially in challengers.
Yeah.
They just couldn't figure it out. So obviously, trying to gain your momentum back, knowing that we got this one series in front of us. We want to answer, make sure we do it in dominant fashion, because they realistically, like, versus the top teams, got ran. You need to build that confidence back on up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we saw that last week in particular, where it's just like, you know, for the Royal Spartans, we talked about it a lot. Like, they're looking for a win. That's going to be the next thing that they need to check the box on if they want to be CDL possible considerations. I think in terms of that, it's not even just being looked at as an individual, but you got to keep in mind, these guys are fighting for, you know, trying to get to EWC. That's the big key, I think, for a lot of these rosters, and especially for these 4 guys who have really just stuck together from you know, start to finish. So there you go, 250 to 112, the opener. Search and Destroy coming up next. I do want to take a pause, though, because we're asking the question, who the hell is this Kips kid? Looking kind of at his year so far, started off playing with some, you know, solid players, playing with players like Kanwa and Chaco. They've been kind of in the mix, you know, top 16s, top 24s here and there. Okay. But Cup performances, not strong to start. Couple of top 32s. Top 6 in a Pup Cup, though. Not bad. And then a top 16 in Cup 5. And then a top 8 in Cup 7. So there's a couple of decent performances. Top 24 at Dallas, playing with Conwa, Choco, and Calamity. So, again, like, he's got some experience in playing with players like Cryptic, who's been in the mix and been there. He's played for Bear Claw back in, like, the Vanguard, you remember? You know, he's someone that I'm sure is looking at new talent, say, can I use this to help my own stock? And maybe they will when they get to the search.
Hey, man, shout out to Kips. It sounds like so far his season is when on the
not
up
bad.
and up.
Not bad.
You get top 6 in a Pub Cup. Like, obviously, none of the best teams and challengers are competing in it, but top 6 is a good placing. Then your following is top 16, then the top 8 with all the other teams. So he's consistently improving. Obviously, he had a moment there in that game where he was able to have a pop-off opportunity. And when you're a young player trying to grow your name, it's all about these stepping stones. Like, you might not be playing with, like, the best, but you know the eyes are now going to be on you. So it's all about just building and growing from that.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And, hey, it's one of those things that you're in your first year and you've made it into an elite with a team of players that, like, are, again, like, not guaranteed to make elites. So Good stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it is one of those situations. You look at the year and you say, all right, well, you know, lots to learn from, but I think more importantly, you've already been able to show that you can hang. So let's take a look at the search and destroy now. Perfect segue, perfect timing. Royal Spartans, again, looking to just kind of take care of business, move on, get themselves into a comfortable playoff spot, where Holden Iron is just, again, trying to find some success in any regard. And we often say, if you're an underdog, the best place to try to do that is here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, I feel like if you're a team struggling in general, like it was the same case for Atlanta FaZe in the beginning of the year, where it was like, okay, they're not the best, but they can always rely on their search and destroy. So for all these young amateur teams, you usually come from the S&D scene. You need to make sure you show your strengths here. And already in the 3v1, now left up to Mamba. He's going to get taken down and hold an iron.
Okay.
Hold a couple of irons through the middle of the map, and they strike for first blood and the first round.
How about that? Just a little bit of a flood fest, right? Just kind of take the action, force it. Played good positions. More importantly, just catch the defense largely just on their heels. It's like, whoa, hold on a second. They're already pushed through fire. They're already up on top of patio. They already made their way to the fences. Like, just a nice, quick, easy flood. Just kind of keeping, you know, the tempo going. I love to see it.
And now if you're the Spartans, this is the only mode you truly need to show respect in.
I agree.
Because if you decide to ego chow certain things, isolate in one-on-one gunfights, and you don't win them, you can cost your team the game. So have to figure it out early. Try to tie the game. 4-man push over towards A. Holden Iron going to take all of them map away. And as long as they contest from top secret, you realistically can't plant this bomb unless you're just going to commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, then that's exactly what's going to happen. Here's the check, but spam shots are out. That must have been flooded with nades to allow that plant to come through. And now all of a sudden, with Wiz playing at 10, he is an issue that you need to deal with. And what a read from Wiz. Gets out of there just as soon as he knows he's about to be try to get isolated, I should say. But still an opportunity here for Prada and Cryptic. 2v3. Cryptic back up top at window.
Slowly running out of time. Can the timing go his way? It does onto Mamba, but he's prepared for the gunfight. So now Prada left in a 1v3. Instantly going to get traded after finding that second kill. And the Royal Spartans able to respond with an attacking round of their own. All out aggression over towards A. If you're holding iron, it's great to have top secret control. But if we don't hold our push through, then it's no reason for us to have that position. So adjustments need to come on in, but tie game.
Yeah, and that, again, we didn't really get to see it from the perspective of the player moving on to the bomb site, but I have to imagine that it's a let's throw stuns, let's throw nades. I'm sure there were delayed frags up there as well, just to kind of, okay, we're throwing everything. Go ahead and plant. No one's going to peek you. We'll pre-fire a little bit. It works out nicely. More so, I think, just that Wiz gets into 10 on top of that, just scaling so deep in the bomb site so quickly. And now here comes Holden Iron back onto their offensive attempts, looking for some action over the top and simultaneously pushing down through Fountain. And uh-oh, Wiz finds himself a double. And Prada's been seen up top over towards office. Does have an exit available to him, but this next part's going to be difficult, especially with two members of Royal Spartans playing on the flank. And yep, that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so annoying when Dak and Wiz are in sync like that. They're just running around as an army of two. Prepared to ego challenge every single gunfight. Now Prada left in a 1v3. Bomb down, sitting towards Spiral. And every single player from the Spartans around the vicinity. And Nate is going to be invested.
Ooh.
It doesn't stick him, but it also finds a trade. So the Spartans, 2 quick rounds, take the advantage.
Yep. I love the idea, though, for Holden Iron. Again, just trying to test out that tempo still. You're playing just a 2-2 stack. 2 up top of the windows. 2 down low, trying to make a play through Fountain. And yet it's a little bit of shot damage coming through to allow that Semtex to finalize the elimination. But, you know, I still have to give a little bit of credit to the idea that Holden Iron are trying to pull on the offense. But like you mentioned, when Wiz and Dax see an opening, and especially when they create their own opening, they're going to take it.
Yeah, you got to be prepared for the aggressive plays coming in out of that dynamic duo, especially in Search and Destroy. But it's Minecraft everything. I'm pretty sure that was a Minecraft
I
spoon
was just
there.
going to say, Cruz has picked up on the Minecraft reference
Side of
quickly.
Holden Iron. They're going over towards A if you're the Spartans.
Cryptic just trying to watch from topside patio. Oh, good shots. And he's able to keep his life, most importantly. Bomb is being planted, though, behind this play. And with that elimination to shut down Connector, there's a very realistic chance that this post plant holds nicely. And top of that, yeah, you got Dak pushing forward and simultaneously Mamba re-clearing out the window.
30 seconds still to play with. Mamba relying on some timing here. Should at least make it a 2v2. He's just going to back on and play his life. But I guess the player knows his positioning, so it's all on Dak, who's trying to contest around this A-bomb. 20 seconds still to go. Iron, they need to win a one-on-one and stick to the defuse.
Oh, no. This has all gone awry. It's all gone awry. Kip's last one left has to win this one outright. And, yeah, he realizes there's not enough time for this play to happen. Yeah, that's just one of those moments that, like, your top-sided window play doesn't really find the contact that it wants, but you have to imagine that at some point, like, that player out in 10 and Dak is saying, don't peek, I got you, I can check bomb still. Like, they're just playing the time so perfectly.
And that's the situation right there that Hold and I are gonna learn from, because obviously they stroke for the first blood right there onto Wiz. They put themselves in a numbers advantage, but then they wait 15 seconds for more info. By the time they get that info, they don't do anything with their numbers there. So Dak is putting down shots towards our defense. If we're able to isolate onto him 2v1, we can walk out with a man on top. It's just they waited too long. They allowed those one-on-one gunfights to go down, and the Spartans took advantage of it.
Big
now
time.
go up 3-1.
All right, need an answer here if you're Holding Iron. And they're going to go back to essentially what they pulled in this first round. Just a hard, heavy hit over towards the A site. They do catch Cruz playing over on the stone wall, but now the issue is going to be, do they catch the timing on this play off the flank? And no, team shots are good for the opener. Cryptic holding a corner. Ooh, he's got to keep his head in the swivel here. You just never anticipate if someone's going to hop over the wall, but he does the RC, and the bomb gets planted simultaneously.
They just got out of dodge. Prod at 35 HP. Trying to finesse, at least sets up Cryptic to find that kill. 25 seconds to go. Wiz is able to find the trade. 2v2. Both players from Holding Iron. They're off the rotation, and Prada with a big one-on-one might have just secured the round.
Yeah, very well may have. Dak has to find this isolated elimination quickly. He does. Now it's immediately back into the site. And he's seen Kips, but no, the pre-fire is not going to work out. There's not going to be time for him to get to the defuse. Plus, the win for Kips is nice to ice the cake just a little bit. So we go back to with the difference of one. Holding Iron, again, fast and furious towards A.
Yeah, good play. So be aggressive over towards A. Catch Cruz lacking for that first blood. Instantly get the bomb down. And then just allow that time to keep on dwindling. Kips knows 10 seconds left. I have to peek at 7. If he's not on it, I won the round. Plays it perfect here to stop the bleeding. And now you just have to be prepared, because it's like 2 rounds in a row now where the Spartans have hit you with this aggressive push over towards A. You have yet to be able to stop it. Might want to put more reinforcements on that side.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you just got to do something different, I'll say that much. Maybe we get them out. Opening shots coming through. Wiz tagged, but still alive. Kips looking to, maybe even force the issue here. Well, a couple of shots come through. Does he feel frisky enough to try to take this challenge out the door? Just too much in the way. Probably hit the pinch. And at least there is one elimination there to trade things back to a 3v3.
Yeah, Prada just slammed Cruz. Like Cruz said, don't worry, I got your back, Wiz. Don't stress, brother. But he's sitting at 0-5, now 0-6. Yeah, he definitely was not prepared for that gunfight. 3v3, though. Spartans are going to get this bomb down over towards B. You already have Wiz taking space over towards Edges. Big one-on-one secures that side of the map. And now Holding Iron have a lot more to clear on out.
Yeah, they really do. Oh, there could be some isolated 1v1s here. Timing with Mamba and Prada is not ideal. Prada just trying to commit back over towards B. Doesn't work out, but on the other front, Cryptic catches one. Time going to be the biggest issue, though, like you mentioned, just with how stretched this Spartans post plant got. So much you have to clear. Cryptic, I think, maybe caught a part of information in the player top office, but it's just not enough time. He never really got a tally on the player playing in Rock. So, quick cut of follow-up there for the Spartans, keeping it largely all offense.
Yeah, and just to start off that round, young man Kips tries to be the aggressor through bottom secret, and that's just one of those situations where you really fully don't have to commit on that gunfight. It's great that you gained the info. You thought you had the advantage, but then the repositioning, the slide back out gives you the disadvantage, and you gift them the first free blood. You make it a 3v3, but then once that bomb gets down over towards B, because the Spartans just rotated their way on out, doesn't hesitate on finding that trade through bottom secret, instantly get the bomb planted, take space away, and then just didn't have enough time to secure the defuse there. Spartans up by 2. Gonna stack over towards A, and if you're Holding Iron, all the information's gained. Let's go B.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they don't know what's outside B is the issue here, because everyone has stayed inside this open hallway. And now as the Spartans try to get them back into position defensively, ooh, there's an RC. That will be destroyed. Dak going to get a read that there is a play over towards B. But this potential pinch from Manny, timing-wise, could work out nicely for him.
And he has to get into the play very, very quickly, because his teammates are going to get outnumbered
no.
towards Rock. Kips, unfortunately, is going to fall first. Manny there for the trade. Someone's hopping on the defuse. Manny got to make more than one play.
Yeah, and he's trying to pop out the window to follow up. Cryptic right there with it, but the defuse is stuck the entire time and gets confirmed. Just not setting up the plant in a position for that pinch to be utilized as a clutch up spot. Not even just that, though. Like, we didn't really have the opportunity from Rock to really see it either because it was just kind of tucked up against the canopies of the cabana here.
Yeah, it's just tough, man, because Kipz was the only player in that position to watch that post play. Everyone else is out of the play. We're watching it from long angles, someone at Lambeau, someone working a repinch, and then someone top open. It's just once he gets overwhelmed on towards the site, you are forced to think immediately someone is sticking that defuse, but you don't have the preferred angles to contest it. So the Spartans just hop it, knowing that the information is all there. Now put themselves at game point, even with Cruz still sitting at 0-6. Might be James Bond for the dub.
Yeah. Bond for the win would be nuts. Nope, he gets his first. Yeah. Red stick for the win works as well, I suppose. Kipz on the quick flank, though. No one gets a read on this. Oh, nor do they. Oh, no. Now here comes your bomb carrier back, and Kipz doesn't see it. Oh, no. Timing-wise, it's just so painful. Just down to Cryptic. See what he can pull. 1v4, and he's got, well, maybe a chance here to catch it. Well, at least one or two, but no, only catches the first. And the Spartans continue to do what they do best. Win on Hacienda.
Yeah. Aggression is key for them on this map, man. Even in man disadvantages, they're still able to whip out some of these rounds from absolutely nowhere. Chris was 0-6 going into this one. Ends the game 3-6. Was not trying to hear the James Bond theme song. But quickly, the Spartans go up 2-0, man. Holding iron. We knew that this was going to be a tall task because you're going up against a challenger squad who's pretty much established over the last couple of years. And right now, you're currently showing 0 fight.
0. I mean, it's tough, man. I think it's just like reflecting onto the Hacienda on the hard point, I should say, and then the search and destroy and a couple of those low numbers, running out of time situations. You know, it's just the lack of experience at this level is costing them a little bit. And I think it's like we see this not, you know, too rarely. It happens quite often, I want to say, with the newer squads where it's just like you get one of two things. Either you're playing with a little bit too much caution where you just don't want to make mistakes and then you get punished because teams are running over you, or you're trying to do what maybe you had done as someone who was, you know, before you turned 18 or in search and destroy tournaments or wagers, whatever it happens to be, where you just feel like you're God's greatest gift to COD and you just start running at everybody and you try to take 1v4s, 1v3s, like, and then that doesn't work out. I mean, sometimes it does, very rarely though. So this kind of feels like Holden Iron find themselves in the former of the two, where it's just a little bit too much pause, a little bit too much hesitation, not quite being able to, you know, lock down that subconscious awareness of what needs to happen in X, Y, and Z situation when it comes through. I think especially in the search and destroy when we're in 2v2 moments like that.
Yeah, it's just so tough, man. Like for new up-and-comers to try to put themselves in multiple different situations and figure out what the best one is immediately. That's the difference between a pro player and a challenger player, and also not a guy that's just starting. Like, when you're finding yourself thinking, okay, I'm making the best play here, or I'm thinking, once we get this bomb down, we should be money. It's just when you don't really have players in a position, like in that situation when they get the bomb planted at B, 4v4, Kipz is the first one that dies because he simply gets overwhelmed.
Yeah.
That's something that you're only going to learn from. And I feel like for all these young players, if you're consistently playing the game and you're finding yourself in tough situations, just go back and think of how you could potentially have played it better. What could you have done different? What could your teammates have done different? How could you guys have communicated something different for that not to happen? Because that is the biggest thing. Every situation always has a million different outcomes. You just got to always hone in on what's the best one to do in such a small time, and that only comes with experience. So keep on going, young fella. Keep on going.
I think the other thing about this is, and I'm reflecting back to like the Neum and 04 team at the beginning of Modern Warfare 2, when we were like kind of picking apart a couple of things, but those guys were hungry to learn and they were in VOD reviews. I remember like JP Krez was doing like a bunch of like VOD breakdowns of challengers at the time because CDL wasn't in season yet or something had happened. I don't remember what it was, but he was breaking down challenger VOD. All of them were in there like watching. So it's just like, you also have to have that little bit of extra oomph when it comes to working with your teammates in terms of being able to have a healthy and productive space where you can learn and you can critique yourself and criticize your teammates in a constructive way that allows you to grow in those situations where no one takes anything to offense, and it just kind of, you know, hopefully snowballs, you know, for you like it did for players like 04. So see how things go. We got a Hacienda Control coming up next here, Jay. And realistically, I think if you're sitting in the comms, you're looking at this from the perspective of Holden Iron, you got to say, all right, page one, starting over. Let's try this again.
Yeah, I think for both teams, we're over there looking at like, what time is our dinner reservation? Because we both might get up out of here pretty quickly. I know if you're the Spartans, you're happy as hell again to see Hacienda control. You got the SMGs who are nonstop in your face between Dak and Wiz. On the opposite side, Mr. Kips, Young Gun. He's got to be able to match that energy because so far, Cryptic, he's been, you know, shooting a little bit. It's just the score line hasn't really matched it. On control specifically, though, if you're just relying on a whole bunch of individual plays, you're not going to stand a chance. So teamwork needs to be on point.
Be the case. Our Bravo match is ready to go. Our main match is not. So we're going to head over to the Bravo watch party, catch the action with those boys while we're waiting for map number 3 to start up. Be right back.
You don't want any of these team shots as you are just trading blows. Illy laying on town.
Good shots.
Read like a book. Rooper finds you, and Cootie on the outside. You're going to see Major Maniac up towards Plat.
Well, 1v4, best of luck to you. Oh, you know, you get a bit of damage in, you bait one out. Read that like a book, and well, does make it 1v3. You got to be pretty perfect from here, though. And Cootie's just going to throw a shoulder. He's going to hit a little cross. Major Maniac, he's hoping for someone to step up on the desk. And, well, the timing's all against you. You're on a 3 spree. I wouldn't disagree if you decide to back off here. Never mind, 6 round. What I will say, I was wondering whether or not we'd end up in a situation where, because of the, you know, we've seen Illy with his set nade over towards Heli, we've seen that set stun coming in at Big Door. Okay, well, what that can do is force the other team to back off a little bit in the early exchanges because you're worried about getting caught up by those preset nades that have clearly been rehearsed. No such thing happens there. If anything, you flip the script a little bit. If you're Cabal, great nade comes out from KB. You're not holding back on your aggression at all there. And so I think the Stallions, a little bit caught out by it. And it's just one of those. You play Protocol. If you get a hold of that A site, good luck retaking it.
Yeah, pretty tough to root players out once they've been able to find themselves down there in the depths of the computer area. We're already seeing some fast movement towards B, it looks like, this round. Lurks, bomb in hand, just trying to clear all of this out if they can. Rooper, though, will play this back gun side. So we're going to go ahead, plant the bomb. Thankfully, you'll dodge some of these nades. Is A okay? I don't know. Wads, I don't know if we're feeling ourselves that much yet. Tries to maybe go for the knife on the steps. KB is there for the inevitable trade. Illy finds Cootie in the top. Some shots coming back on.
Okay, we're back. If you want to check out the Bravo watch party, you can do so by going to youtube.com/quickfixpod. There's also the clean feed version right here on the COD Challengers main YouTube channel. But here we go. Again, getting into the mix, trying to see if Holden Iron can get something going. Need to have it.
Needs to start right now. The breakoff needs to be perfect, especially in control. So here comes Prada on the pinch. Opens up with the first kill. Trying to set the tone early on with the SMG. Give me kill number 2, but 2 of his teammates do fall at the same time. So now at 20 HP, you're going to put yourself in a position to continue to play for spawners. I'm loving the aggressive. I'm loving the confidence so far out of Prada.
Yeah, talk about a big play. Definitely bigger than expected. I'm sure even for him, because let's be honest, he had a couple of headshots over towards top window that he's probably thinking like, wow, I'm him. First tick on the way at A. Not quite finished off, though, as Kips tries to make a move over towards B, and that will be where the play shuts down, and we're under 50 seconds down.
But that gives up his life for free. The close spawn zones come in to hold an iron, but it does not matter because Cruz on the other end is holding the iron from top windows, able to line up a 3. And Mambo's able to locate the 4th, so not everybody from Hold and I are coming off of the respawn. You better hold your breath because you're running out of time.
Yeah, I'll say. Oh, mercy me. Cruz holding over towards Well. Doesn't really see much of a play developing, so he actually backs up just in case he needs to hit over towards A. Got a heads-up play here as Wiz in trouble, or is he? Man, he does get the trade. Cruz now knows he's going to be under threat. But he's just trying to play for a couple of kills off spawn here at Arches. But whoa, Cryptic Kips, they find kills. And just when you thought that they would be penalized for not being able to get out of spawn, now there's an opportunity to get his first tick at least at B.
Oh, it's a big moment right here for Holden Iron because every segment that you get can play massive towards the ending of this game. Kips already finds his second kill towards top.
What a play.
The triple stack gonna be here, but Dak plays it super patient towards top. Seeker catches the time and open up with the double. And now it's only on Manny. He's going to fall, and you're only able to touch the 8.1.6. You need a miracle.
I absolutely love that play top window, Semtex, you see it on the door. As soon as it pops, you blow out of the window because it uses it. It's essentially just a smoke for you. No one sees you move through it. That was an unbelievably big play. And just when you started to think that something was going to develop for the side of Holden Iron, it immediately gets ripped back away from them thanks to the help of Wiz and Cruz.
They do get 2 segments, though. So now if you're the Spartans, you got that to make up for here. You had a couple opportunities there if you were Holden Iron, but seeing the setup, once they were on that point, everyone was just stacking it. They're allowing all the power spots to get away from them, not putting players in position to contest it, and then eventually just get swarmed on out. So now the Spartans, the trophies is in their back pocket, gonna try to be aggressive up towards Top Secret. Wiz and Dak, that dynamic duo opened up with 2, but instantly responded by Manny and Cryptic finding 2. It's his fight for this B point still.
Wiz is feeling it. Shut down though, a little over chow, it looked like on Manny. Just could have held his ground maybe. He had Mamba with him, but we'll see. Punished for now, as the Royal Spartans are going to be pushed back in towards spawn. Cruz looking to see if he can open up some space over through Secret Stairs. Not going to happen. Cryptic also shuts down Wiz once again. So things looking decent here for the defense. A couple of eliminations, though, will get the Spartans a little bit of room to work with, but Prada says not so fast.
Yeah, just keep on trading. That's all you have to do if you're holding iron. Hold your irons in their spawn. Someone pick up the OE, and now it's on Manny. Hands full. The nade able to stick Cruz right in the forehead. Got the second player right in front of you. Absolutely one shot, but Wiz is feeling himself.
Yep.
Goes back for the Eagle Chow. Able to make it a 2v2, but with 30 seconds to go, we need to hop on an objective.
Ooh, good stunner. That's well predicted by Manny. Cruz, Dak now trying to work over towards fences. Good damage from Cruz, and Mamba's going to follow up on that. The last one left is Manny. He was low. Now you got a player on B. Rotation over through the middle of the map is going to join them, and Manny's going to just push on out, be absolutely destroyed. Wiz following up to play top office. You're going to get 2 ticks. Not even just that. They're going to get 100% of this zone.
Oh, yeah, that's time being extended, and you already have Wiz contesting through top office. Does the timing go his way? No, it does not. Now it's on Cruz to try to make up for it, but Manny, off the respawn, is able to catch a double. So now the Spartans need to slow down their approach. Find a couple kills on your exit. Make it skippy. Make it scattered, but Prada still roaming in the spawn is not going to allow the spawners to have fun.
Yeah, Wiz, again, just a little over-aggressive. Feels like he's just trying to add insult to injury at certain moments. But 5 in a row for Dak is bailing him out, at least for now. Cruz with a sub in hand can't make good on the trade to Prada. And once more, the defense starts to make some moves in towards the offensive spawn. Tough battle here, though, for Prada, especially the sub in hand. Catches some focus here from the Royal Spartans, and there's a couple eliminations. Here we go. 33 seconds, and Royal Spartans are on A.
Yeah, Manny needs to have a big play here. Manny needs to open up with the double, only able to take down 1, so now you have your base covered if you are the Spartans. Both windows are being watched. Hold an iron or allowing segments to get away from them, but you don't want to allow this to happen. Kills are not being traded. You're already losing the numbers advantage. You try to work your way over towards Rock, and now you're in a 4v2. Second segment about to be locked.
Oh, and Wiz has just not lost anything on this zone. Maybe a couple of mistakes earlier, but he seems to be all but forgiven now as things are looking solid for the Spartans to just put this one away here. Manny sliding forward, catches another double. 7v5 on top of this. Time becoming a bit of an issue. Wiz, whoa, messy gunfight over to the halls, but he's able to win that out. Now there's 3 down. It's a 7v2, and there's going to be an inevitable stack here for this third tick. It has to be one. It has to be Manny, and he will fall, leaving the Spartans to capture and capitalize on their first offensive round.
Final 15 seconds, they are able to find the push, and it's due to the fact that Hold the Nine are just split on their setup. You got Prada consistently pushing out their spawn, playing for the timings. Timing's still going his way. That means already the first layer is shut down, but then when you're trying to make up for that space where he was so far ahead of you, you get picked off mid-sprint, and now you're in a 2-man disadvantage. That's the only opportunity right there the Spartans were looking for, and you handed it to them on the silver platter. As they were able to chain those kills, stack that B point, extend the game clock, have players contesting for the spawn kills already, and hold an iron after that situation. Really couldn't get their footing back into the play. Kip's having a terrible performance here in the map, number 3, 4, and 16. Yeah, we got to turn it around.
Yeah, bid time. I mean, it's just, again, the outslaying presence is just part of the problem, but it is one that hurts, I'll tell you that much. A little bit of emotion here over towards office side. They don't track down Mamba initially, but Prada eventually finds him. Now looking back over towards B stairs. Cruz down low. Wow, I was saying, gives Prada a workout, but Prada didn't miss a single shot. And now with a couple eliminations behind that, there's going to be 2 members on, and the first tick at B is good.
Yeah, I love the space being taken away right here from Prada in towards 10, just creating an extra layer. Allow your teammates to be safe onto that point, but that time you get a little too aggressive, get isolated in the 2v1 gunfight. Now you leave your teammates out and stranded. And Kips gets isolated. So 3 for 1. Cryptic now trying to contest through top flat. We'll hop on that point, though, unless your teammates are close, but 5 HP. Now we got to get out.
And he's going to get caught on reload as Wiz just climbs the vines, finds himself up top of the window. Follow-up, though, coming again, right to the backside of patio. Decent. Couple eliminations. Once more. Going to allow an opportunity to jump out of the B zone, but trying to zone forward is Prada. You already had Kips kind of doing that. So now it's just down to 1 member on the zone. Cruz feels like he could challenge us with a sub in hand and wins the battle. Turns the attention back over as fences will be won back by the Royal Spartans. It's really just Kips who's becoming a nuisance trying to play for Boathouse spawn kills.
Yeah, Kips has played this hedge the entire round so far, basically. In this final push over towards B, finally he's realizing, okay, my teammates are dropping over towards that B point. We'll just put the game clock at a pause by hopping on A. But with 30 seconds left to go, we need time to be extended or you will be officially done here with the final stage of the Elite. Last push.
Has to have something, and it might just come down to Kips trying to play a kill or just trying to pull some focus to A. He'll jump on, get some more progress done on the site, but Cruz will find him. And now all the guns are right back up over towards the B zone. Good gunfight window for Manny. Over the top, this is difficult for Wiz, especially as he's stunned. Dak off the cross, also not going to be able to find the better of Manny. An extra 60 seconds will come through. Minute 5 now on the clock, and the lives are even.
Big trades. Right there to Kips. He'll find that kill, keep the map control on his side. It's all about potentially catching the timing on these players from the Spartans who are coming off of the respawn. We have lost track of everyone else. You know, you added an extra minute to the game clock. You don't really have a lot of time to waste because to even touch the save point and stay alive, you need a lot of attempts.
Well, they're going to catch Mamba in the backside of the spawn here. The clock will come back to a pause. Big win down low in secret for Prod. First tick done. Not an elimination to speak of for the Royal Spartans. Cruz does take down Kips. That's part of the stack on A. Not all of it, though. And Cryptic will follow up. Now Prada's on a bit of a pinch. This could work out beautifully. Timing the... Whoa! Wiz just absolutely breaks his back. Making a way back over. Now you got to stack on. 3 members, or 2 members large is all you need. Instead, there's a third nearby, but Holden Iron successfully open up the door, stack the point, get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's good plays right there by Holden Iron. Once that B capture came in, they also opened up with a couple of kills. Once that capture goes down, for them to still maintain the map control. And just simply not going forward, that allowing the Spartans to, you know, take a deep breath, realize where the player's coming in, and just continuously being nuisances in their spawn. Do not allow them to fully set up, hold down those hallway presence, and eventually try to trap you in their spawn. Holden Iron showing a little life there with Manny starting to get activated.
Small update I'm catching from our Bravo observer that Search and Destroy that we were watching for a moment on Protocol ended in a round 11 Cabal 2v3 clutch win.
Damn.
Rupert had a 1v2 at the end to clutch it all up. That's a 2-0 tally in favor of Cabal GG's over the Stallions. And we talk about tiebreaker situations that will inevitably come through in Group A. If you lose out, you're 0-3 in a map count, that could really hurt you if you're Stallions. So they got to find something in their control.
Yeah, but looking at this map count between them, they already have 10 map wins. 5 Furious is currently down 0-2 in their series versus Omit. And they'll be the team to only contest them because the Spartans obviously win this series, they'll be in. But the better map count from the Stallions should guarantee themselves in that final swap. But you obviously don't want to go into playoffs off of a very tough L, which happens to potentially be in the 3-0. So hopefully you're able to turn that around if you're the Stallions the same way Holden Iron are trying to turn it around here. Manny eventually is going to get shut on down, but they stalled out a lot of time there and only 1 segment done at B so far for the Spartans.
Yeah, good point. And I will say again, if there's only just the 2 teams at 2 and 3, which would happen in that instance, the head-to-head tiebreaker is also owned by the Stallions. So they're in a pretty solid spot to get through over the top of 5 Fears at the moment. Meanwhile, back into the action here. B-Zone is all but gone. It's going to be a minute 50 on the clock unless Cryptic can clean things up. No, not going to happen. And not only that, is there going to be a lot of time on the board. But you've got members already up top at Waffus. You've got Mamba making a route over towards open. Wiz has tracked down not one, but two. Wiz is shooting real straight right now. I won't lie. He's gunning.
With that 2 dead, this is where everybody should be stacking. Right here with your DAC. All right, cool. To create that extra layer. But yeah, we had all the information gained. Now we're still prolonging this round because we're trying to just pat stats a little bit more. But first segment does not get locked. You allow Holden Iron an opportunity to break their way back on in. And now they have taken a lot of space in your spawn. So hopefully able to kill your way in. Now Cruz at least finds the first, and there goes 3 dead.
Yeah, it's just looking for Manny now. And he's been found. He's up top. Should be 2 members on. Definitely should be 2 members on now. But no, Cruz is up top at all.
Cruz stacked a point, dude.
I know, my guy. And he's going to drop. Wiz playing a corner is going to get the second tick of progress, but now has to fight. And, well, he's good for it. Wow, Wiz has really played well in this series. I won't lie. Manny clears him out for a moment. Dak not going to overextend for the trade. Cruz is right there with him. And it's coming, but it's coming real slow. Doesn't make a difference. So all the kills are there, and that will be the game. 3-0 Spartans. See you in playoffs.
They take care of business. Triple Hacienda. That's their bread and butter map. That's usually what they like to play with every time they're spawning into a series. The fact that they had 3 straight Hassies versus a team who only won 1 map so far in the Elite. Yeah, that's just easy work there for the Spartans. But I'm not gonna lie, going forward, I hope you guys are listening to Uncle Stud. You can't be doing that versus the best teams and challenges, man. You got to play it to your advantages. We know that it's 3 dead. Last player alive is Manny towards top steps. There's no reason why anyone should be playing timings on the opposite side, trying to play for spawn kills, when we can just stack the point. You got to make sure you're stacking the points to make your life a whole lot easier going forward.
That's factual. Even in flawless 3-0 form, there are ways to disappoint Uncle Jay.
Always. Always.
God, I love you. 3-0 is going to count here. As mentioned, it's going to be enough for the Spartans. Obviously, it was a win-and-in situation for them. They're going to be guaranteed a top 4 spot in Group A. Again, just reflecting on the other matches that were going on. 5 Fears down to Omit 0-2 you had mentioned, and then confirmed from our Bravo stream that the Stallions are down 0-2 to Cabal GG's. But if 5 Fears and Stallions end up at 2-3 each, it would be a head-to-head tiebreaker that the Stallions do own, so 5 Fears would be out in that circumstance. If for some reason 5 Fears were to come back and win against Omit, or if Stallions were to win versus Cabal, maybe more importantly, if they're to pull off the reverse sweep, Cabal GG actually does not have the tiebreaker versus 5 Fears. So that would be the only thing that would maybe change things up and get 5 Fears in if they lose. Obviously, if they win, they would be in as well. So that's kind of the circumstances as we see them at the moment. But our focus is about to transition over to Group B. And as you look at the standings there, Mitt Brooklyn comfortable at the top at 4-0. Team Moore also guaranteed a spot at 3-1. And then up for grabs, Vegas Academy in a more comfortable spot at 2-2. Whereas for Lore Gaming, Distro Gaming, and Luxury Exotics, they must win their next match to have a chance. And in particular, Distro Gaming, Luxury Exotics is what we're going to have on our broadcast. And of course, you lose, you're out. You win, you still have a chance.
Yeah, that one's going to be fun, man, because obviously you win, you still got a chance. If you lose, obviously you're going to be out. But for Vegas Academy to be thrown into that mix, sitting at 2-2, they're going up against Lore. And I know if you're Lore, you need this W to make it into playoffs. So Vegas Academy, your hands might be full too. Better guarantee at least a couple maps there.
We'll see. We'll see how things unfold. I believe we're about ready to set things over to a break, though, and get ourselves set up for that secondary match. So we'll see you guys in the back end. We won't be too long. Hopefully, we'll have Group B matches coming up next on the backside.
was about to say, yeah, unfortunately you step
This
on
is
the
gonna be
points, you give yourself
insane.
up. But yeah, you almost get an instant like play in through the back there. Stallions do enough to clear. They get the opening exchanges entirely, actually, so they'll get to bully Cabal back and set themselves up where they want to be. And Abe has a lot of work to do, but that kill will make that a bit easier.
2 more. That's what you like to see. KB finally getting on the board is actually the only player to find some eliminations here, but Stallions doing a great job with a couple of those early kills. Hold you on back into the spawn. You will finally get found out gold, so that's great. But now you got to start flying towards the hill. As Illy finds a 1 and somehow is able to back on up here with his life. Do you hit the wrap to bring them off the point? Some great first shots there. You weaken them on up. You find another one. Immediately turn your sights through. This is the Illy we know and love. This is the Illy I was waiting to see. Some phenomenal plays here coming out of Ender, as he's able to just put them immediately back into the spawn and just play such a weird angle here.
Okay, all right.
Finally loses one, but oh my god.
I mean, it took some magical work and some potentially VAR-able work from Rupert Skywalker to come on through there to shut Illy down, because that guy was tearing it up. You're now 6. Oh my god. Lurk says, anything you can do, I can do better, chap. And puts up 3 on the board. Rupert's going to have to try and pull off magic over at B. Does not do that. So, Cabal, you're trying to come out of your spawn. You're down 9 lives. You have 10 seconds to touch. You get to play over at B. Great idea. It will move a couple players away, but you have to stay up.
Yeah, you move a couple. Yeah, I say this is what I was worried about. You move a couple players to way. Like, this play works if the rest of you hit A, but they continue to try and backflood B here. So you do get 2 ticks at A. You just barely don't have 1 tick at B, but you'll be able to stack the point here. Abe is just kind of trying to be able to play his life, play around. 6 and 3 right now. Some great shots will come on through. Major Maniac is good for 2. And, well, okay, Stallions maybe feeling a little bit heated after that search and destroy. Coming back on in, swinging in the first round of Control. Now, listen, we know this is a defensive side of map. You put people into a spawn trap, no surprises here.
Yes.
But that looked dominant. That looked like a different pace.
It's definitely a defensive-sided map in the sense of the rounds that you win, but you're still expected to walk away with at least 3 ticks here. You're still expected to seize that A point. So the fact that you get nothing and Kuti gets a donut for the round is insane. Like Stallions just leeching off the energy that Illy drags through into them, absolutely refusing to be eliminated like this, wants to make playoffs.
8 and 3, 8 and 4 for Illy and Lurks, and yeah, fast movements over to B. Looks like Cabal haven't been able to read this just yet. You're starting to see some of that time come on through as well. You come a little bit of nade trade going on through as okay, who can manage to win out this one? You still got 3 members of Cabal nearby here. If you are Major Maniac, you got a nade dropping on top of Rupert. Do you manage to get that car explode? You do, but it won't result in a kill. Couple of shoulders coming on out here, and Rupert, the patience pays you in dividends as you're able to cut down Major Maniac, but you want to hold this point right now if you are Cabal, and they're doing a great job of making that happen. Wads with a good 2-piece will make sure that they do not gain any types here, but Abe has been able to lurk on through the back. Holding this top cat side. Wants to fly on forward.
Yeah, first real misplay of this map from Stallions. They just continue to invest at B over and over and over again, thinking that maybe they can bully Cabal off it. But as such, they never touch A. They are starting to see that progress come through now, so they won't care too much. And to be fair, it's probably a play made off the back of their dominance in round 1. But you don't want to let an opportunity like this slip through your fingers. And as the second tick comes on through, Major Man's going to have to check back to clear off for progress on the third, and he will fall. But teammates arrive in numbers. Oh, but Kuti.
Ooh.
Well, I was about to say he has magic shoes, but Sea-Watch just absolutely deleted him.
He's got magnetic shoes is what he has. It's the second team kill we've seen come out of Wads there with a nade, but we are coming down to the final moments. This would be a huge moment for Rupert to rip them off the point. Can you manage to hold this one on down through? You find 1, you find 2. Kuti finds some great ones, and I like this. Wads immediately trying to make their way onto the point. You're starting to help clear it on out. It was looking like a solid A capture for the Stallions, but Wads goes huge for a couple of those kills. We'll cut them on down, and well, you only got 10 seconds left here.
Patience. When do you activate? Well, KB finds Abe first, so Stallion's going to have to activate with a numbers disadvantage. Everyone dies in the feed, and well, simple as you like in the end, but it will be 2 ticks, of course, to the Stallions. That puts them in a better position than Cabal. Defense is really struggling right now. I go back to the play that Stallions called there. They get themselves on over to B off of a very different opening strategy where they all drop through mid and head straight on through. But they continue to overly invest and invest and invest. And all 4 players are basically barreling down Main Street, bottlenecking themselves into a situation where they then lose out the gunfight. I think if you have a player step on A through that and you're a bit more patient about your approach to B, you force Cabal to make a decision about pushing out towards A. They never ask those questions. They do eventually get it 2 ticks, so they'll be happy enough walking away in the lead there. But a case of what could have been for the Stallions.
Absolutely. Felt like a last-ditch effort there at the final moments rather than maybe some sort of concerted movement by the team to just get that A point done and be able to move on over to B. But to come on over here, KB, okay, we'll be able to find 2. So you find yourself some great kills. You start stacking on top of the A. You get at least 1 tick here. 3 members of the Stallions. KB with a nice little shoulder throw will be able to get confirmation there, and from the side it's once for 2. Can you make it 3? Lurks around the corner, but thankfully Cootie is there for the trade. You're going to be able to potentially cut down this A point. And look at this, KB found yourselves an art. You swing on up the back, you get a read that there are 2 players here. You find the player behind you. I don't know if you do, but it's a little bit of do-si-do, just taking all of the time for them to come find you out. Unfortunately, the rest of your team does fall, but it's at least 2 ticks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Illy just went absolutely massive to stop that A point falling. Finds a sweep of kills, but also just gives his teammates time to arrive and draw a forward cordon that bullies Cabal back. Otherwise, that's 3 ticks coming on through a hell of a life advantage. And you still had Stallions trying to dig KB out of their spawn. So, fantastic work from the man who is refusing to die, and Major Maniac finds 3 in the feed as well. Cabal sent packing. Lives now even up. Feels that momentum back in the hands of the Stallions. An important moment too, because Cabal have evened up in ticks.
Stallions doing a great job of at least not letting Cabal gain any of this momentum. So close has it come to finishing that A point a number of times for Cabal, but the Stallions will just not let them finish it. Especially when you're hitting wraps like this, you are doing a great job of making sure they have no opportunity to grab some of these power positions. Illy onto the side here, not able to at least find the player that jumps out Cap, but you get the damage in where you need to, and well, okay, wait, that's a couple dead. You have some members from Cabal flying up forward. 20 seconds on the clock. They'll be able to secure A, so that's another minute added on through. You are down only 1 life here. Make that 2. But already, still some signs of life from Cabal. We only have a minute left here on the clock. You're getting kind of cut on down left and right as Illy with a nade will find 2 thanks to that car exploding. You have to start working this if you are Cabal together.
You probably won't activate quite soon. You have that numbers advantage only briefly. Once finds 1. Shut down 6 to 9 then. So you're up by 3, or down by 3, sorry, if you're a Cabal right now. The Cootie, big gunfight here. You need this mid-map control, going to be ever important to allowing you a route out that doesn't involve just hitting the front door, and Lurks, well, he takes control of this yet again. Doing a great job. Seawads isn't aware that he's about to hit from 2 players. Did they see him? What? None of them saw him.
Wow. Well, finally somebody does. That's 2 more dead in the feed. Stallions trying to close this one on out. You'll at least rip the player off the B point. Go ahead, clear that. Eliminate all of that progress. It comes down to the last final few moments here. It's just not enough. The Stallions, they managed to keep it cool. They managed to keep it under control when Cabal are able to find some kills. They get onto the A point. They secure it. Stallions, they don't let it falter them. It's some great plays. They really just controlled a lot of this mid through the back half of that round, and they're able just to win off of lives alone. Looking really, really good here as we get ready to move deeper on into this control.
Stallions showing a great amount of resiliency there. Just when it felt like Cabal had gained serious momentum through the map, they lock it on down, going back to Illy, who has been only 17-16 on the board, but his moments have been super impactful. And Lurks locking down mid has been a huge part of their defensive stay. But what do you have on the offensive front here? You are down by 1 tick. You would surely expect that to come on through, but in round 1, Stallions stopped Cabal getting anything, so they'll be made to work for it.
Cootie finds Major Maniac out on the outside, trying to find their way into Art there. So that will be a huge pickup. Wads at the top, though. Thankfully, your nade connects onto Lurks as Abe trades you on out. Probably the best case scenario you could ask for in that opportunity is Cootie still just trying to cut down some of these members from the Stallions coming off the spawn. And where Cootie drops, Rooper is there to pick up the slack. As you find one, you find a nice second onto Major Maniac. You will eventually get found by Abe, but that's probably okay. The rest of your team's still on this inside as well. It's about 5 kill lead for you. 22 will play 18 in the final 20 seconds of the round.
You have to send here if you're Stallions. You need a tick. Otherwise, you are playing offense. And we've seen how much these teams have struggled so far offensively. Big kill for Lurks. You finally get some sort of mid-map presence to try and let your teammates arrive. But KB is here for 2. And Rupert activates elsewhere. One last hit for the Stallions with barely any time to touch.
Oh my God. That is just one of those line them up, knock them down moments. A huge two-piece that you need. And it's just, wow, Cabal. They were looking a little shaky there in those last couple rounds, and I can't lie, but they answer on back and say, hey guys, we're here. Have fun. You got to be on offense for final round of control. Potential for Stallions to get 3-0'd right now. I don't think any of us would have nearly expected this.
No, absolutely not. I mean, looking at permutations all day, we are in a situation where, Challengers intel have been tweeting out that Stallions were very sweet, and that changes everything for 5 Fears, who would then qualify. If they don't, then they don't qualify. So, there's a lot of teams currently paying attention to this series and everything that goes about it. Cabal GGs have just locked in and ensuring that they creep ever closer to the line.
Well, this is the time to do it. Nice two-piece. Make that 4 dead in the feed, actually.
You can transition.
Before we can even get the breath out. And yeah, I like that. Abe already here in tradition towards Art. Wadso will be able to make that read. So it's at least one way to make this happen. Lurks is here. I think if you are Cabal, you say, listen, we're okay giving up A. We understand that it puts 2:20 on the clock, but we're willing to hold this B side if we can. But Abe,
Big kill.
Yeah, cuts down Rooper on that route on the back side. You can just see it's all spawning in the front for Cabal.
Lurks helps with the first, finishes off the second, backs down the third. Incredible work, and finds the 4th. Jesus, what a spree from Lurks. Illy then to support this push as the teammates try and touch. They are on B. You got a minute 56, and you're up by 5 lives. If anything, for a moment, you can afford to take a breather. Trophy not going to be there to help out Illy. He falls. Capture progress coming in, though, so that's another tick, and Abe has the right idea. That's a big gunfight from Wads.
Yeah, that's a huge fight from Wads. But Major Maniac on the backside will be able to answer back onto KB. But still, you kill the player who was a problem. You send 3 on their way back through the spawn. And I like this. You got Wads down in that safe area. Watching to make sure nobody can push through water. Trying to get some shots out here towards the line. Major Maniac will make his presence known. But KB on the statue side just not letting anybody really push on through, but 2 players dead for Cabal. Major Maniac slides on out, finds KB on his belly. A nade will drop on into the top, but already this 3rd tick, it's coming on through. It's there. Did anything happen from Cabal? It is starting to get tested. Illy gets ripped on off and by the skin of their teeth. Cabal, hold on. You're still down 3 kills though, Enigma, but you do the important part, and that's clear off the tick.
You've also got to keep an eye on your flank because you will have Major Maniac with P4 control. Lurks is going to be pushed all the way up to Lion. Your teammates are dying elsewhere. It's an important kill for Cootie, but one was also starting to look out of water doorway. So Rupert's going to have to wrap back here. He's going to have to be quick about it because Illy will shoot him otherwise. Finds one, and teammate will back down Abe with the damage. But Abe is close enough to be able to contest this.
They got to slide forward. Those are huge kills. It's only the last final moments here, and you're not going to be able to do it. Stallions in round 5 on offense. They ice on up. They bring it here. They say, no, we're not getting 3-0'd here today. That is not happening with the stakes that we have on the line. They're going to push us to a map number 4.
Welcome back, everybody. As you saw there on the Bravo stream, that match is going to continue rolling through, but we're ready to go with our Group B matchup. Distro Gaming taking on Luxury Exotics. Both teams at 1 and 3. A win is required to have a chance at making it to playoffs for both these two squads. And Jay, here's our map and series layout. Red card rewind protocol. Any thoughts?
Red card should be a fun one. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of kills that go down. Distro Gaming, they'd love to be one of those mixy teams into all the chaos. So you expected probably on red card to see a lot of white time. Love the rewind, search and destroy map number 2. Happy as hell that one is back into the S&D map pool. But then the protocol Valhasi to end it on out. I think if you are Luxury Exotic, you're feeling good about this map set because Niam told me in my chat, like when I was streaming a couple days ago, yo, Unk, I'm an AR now, so you better show me some on red card. And then also with Vol, he should have a field day.
Yeah, absolutely should, especially if we get all the way there, which it feels like with standings in terms of kind of their metrics and map counts, things of the nature. Feels like this could be one that is an even square up. And of course, a lot on the line here. Both these two teams desperately need to find a way to win because this is what the standings currently look like for Group B, just as a reminder. In particular, the things to kind of keep in mind here, obviously Distro and Luxury are playing each other, but Lore Gaming is playing Falcons Academy. So again, there is a world here where you have a situation, actually, as I'm kind of now looking at this. Well, let's just kind of play it out. One of the two teams at the bottom are going to be 2 and 3, guaranteed. That'll be 1 and 4. If Vegas Academy were to win against Lore Gaming, that sets everything down. Everything's good to go. You're going to have, your 4 teams based off that. If Lore Gaming were to win, though, we're going to have 3 teams at 2 and 3. So there would be a multi-team tiebreaker situation there to figure out who gets in. So those are kind of the 2 stipulations and the 2 things that could potentially happen depending on how those bottom 4 teams in Group B play. Of course, the big highlight match is Team War trying to get the number 1 seed against Omit Brooklyn as well. So keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, that series right now is currently tied 1-1. Omit Brooklyn were able to take the opening hard point with ease. Team War respond in the search and destroy. But I think if you're Vegas Academy, like, they showed us a lot last week, man. Like, Roxas and King Abadi, their involvement in Call of Duty so far this season has been light and day. Like, they are unbelievable. Roxas is playing his situations a whole lot better. King Abadi was playing his timings with that SMG a whole lot better. I'm hoping that they make it into playoffs because I want to see those guys continue to play.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's been one of those situations that, like, they surprised us, this Falcons Academy team, in Season 1 of Challengers Elite, but didn't make it in Season 2. The roster has obviously been restructured in a number of ways, but now they look pretty solid again here in Season 3. So definitely one of those things that, you kind of want to see more of. If they get it into playoffs, of course you will. Here we go, though. Luxury Exotics, Distro Gaming, ready to go. The red card hard point to get us kicked off. Then here's the boy you wanted, Niam, already up top, ready to go.
Yeah, show me something, nephew, because right off the eye glance off the rip, this AR class is absolutely abysmal. Don't know what he's running on it, but he gets gunned out of his socks there versus Catsy to start off the game. Distro are not really worried about the powerful spots right now. They're more focused on, I'll just take as much time as you're going to give us. Luxury Exotic with 3 kills, though. You got to hop in.
That's too funny, man. Rispy already playing off a bit of a pinch here. And he's got himself a good piece of real estate to work with behind enemy lines, so to speak. Niam also watching on this quick cross. Catsy will drop, though. And things will stay really solid here for Luxury Exotics with eyes towards the middle of the map. Icon's able to find one. That will create an avenue to get to P2 quickly for Distro.
Yeah, they currently have the spawns that they want to trap them towards the backside of this P2 hard point. But you can already see on your mini-map, Siski taking a long route, banking on his teammates to find success through the front. He doesn't even have to shoot his gun for the spawns now to flip. Now you have Luxury Exotic trapped in towards the back, but you need to take care of Rispy. And this is a guy who I've grown to become a really big fan of because he's just such a great finessing SMG player and is always playing with the utmost confidence.
Constantly. Okay, here we go. Opportunity to try to hit this from the front. Rispy shut down. So Distro Gaming will be in a pretty solid position here. And, woo, quick outside route on the extension from Luxury Exotics with 20 seconds to play. They don't want to get trapped. And Ziski's going to get caught on this rotation. Now an opportunity with those eliminations to actually, re-pinch back into the hard point. Really good heads-up play here for Luxury Exotics manipulating the map.
Yeah, well played right there to Luxury Exotic. Take care of that situation that was approaching them. They were able to flip these spawns on his head and walk away with at least an extra 5 seconds there. But now off the rotation, over towards P3. Dying at this point in the game would allow you to spawn in towards the back, and Rispy knows it. Knows that he has a parallel spawn that's already 3 dead. Now he can put all of our focus towards the backside.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. Rispy 1v1. Knows he's got Catsy back here. Having a hard time tracking him down, though, and just as soon as the smoke from the car explosion clears, Catsy makes himself known. He finds 2. Lil Frost trying to force his way forward. That will be shut down, and Icons getting himself 2. Looking for more as he wants to try to force the fight onto Rispy, and that's now good for 3 for Icons with more to come.
Yeah, how much more can he create? Not anything, because the Semtech's able to take care of him, but your teammates are still soaking up time here at P3. Just with 20 seconds left, if you want to start to work your way out towards stage, you don't want to be trapped in towards the backs, and if Icons could have found that 3-piece, that could have been the catalyst there, but thankfully Catsy hits her out, allows his teammates to spawn on out. Now you just got to make it count, because a couple players dying off the rotation is not ideal.
No, not ideal at all. But a close game regardless, so definitely one of those that feels like you can make up for it. And yeah, for a moment there, it looked like he was just going to walk right into the hard point. Lil Frosty, next one up, slides the corner, and actually gets traded by Catsy. But still, some damage done, and an opportunity again for the Luxury Exotics to try to re-break this hill.
Yeah, they need to find this break here, because this is usually one of the more difficult hills to even find time on. But when you're the team set up in it, just take them out of that position is even more difficult. But it's already 30 seconds wiped away. Distro have players on both positionings, watching crosses on both angles. Now you have the ARs starting to edge their way on up, but a little bit too aggressive there from Aiden.
Yeah.
Allows the wall bang to come in from Neum, and the Luxury Exotic break comes in at the right time.
Yeah, looking good. Lil Frosty, some information off of his stun over to the backside at stage, waits for the cross and is able to punish. 80-64 the current count, heading over to bleachers. And based on how rotation is going, we very well may just get a flat-out 50-50 battle here as well, which feels like how this map has gone.
Yeah, this is going to just be Mixy every moment that it possibly can get Mixy. And now, at least if you're Distro, you are stabilizing in this moment. You are controlling BS&D. You are focusing all of your focus over towards the bottom side of Eskies. And Siski, all you have to do is just play your life in this position. Your teammates should be able to trade you, but the repitch might be good enough for an opening.
Yeah, very well might be. Siski, his win is pretty much all that you can talk about here right now if you're Distro. And even more than that, as a bit of a buffer starts to occur around the hard point, forcing this hit to have to largely come from inside Ticket. That's actually done pretty well. Drake's turned around, shut down immediately, and that's just like that, off the bounce. Distro Gaming, full wipe, and they're going to get the scrap time.
Yeah, this is a good time to walk away with, too. You're thinking, though, if you are Icons playing super aggressive over towards Essie, they have to be spawning on me. They have already gotten past you, my friend. 25-second lead as we end the first rotation of hard points here for Distro. The battle early on over towards stage is going to be traded back and forth, but Icon's last man standing puts his team in a power position on the outskirts. Now let's just hop in the hill.
Yeah. Even trades to this point, 179 through one rotation. Whoa,
Oh
wait.
my God.
I thought he had him locked in, but guess not. A couple of shots just kind of hit the bottom of the walkway by the look of it, and all of a sudden Luxury Exotic snap turn, find a little bit of early time here at 1, but again, it's just as soon as someone gets something to work with, it's usually counteracted, except for when Trakes and Rispy combine and pretty much wipe the floor.
Yeah, that's already 3 dead, make it all 4. So now can we soak up a lot of this P1 time and maintain this side of the map? Just got to focus on the outskirts. 2 big one-on-one gunfights. Siski and Catsy are able to win it. There's another one on the horizon. And Icons is able to win it. So Distro get a clean 4 dead. Flip the maps on its head. Walk away with the final 10 seconds. And now you have Siski already contesting the spawners. This is not ideal if you're Luxury.
No, not at all. Not ideal at all. Oof. Okay, things starting to get a little bit messy now. As we start to find our way back over and into the mix. Towards P2. Good little push out as Icons is able to track down Rispy, making sure he doesn't stay alive towards the front side of the play. But inside the hill, all the gunfights going the way of Glow Frosty and Luxury Exotic. So that 30 to 40 point lead has been absolutely evaporated as Luxury Exotics are looking comfortable here in the middle of this P2.
Yeah, it's a massive double kill there from Glow Frosty, jumping into that P2, securing the spawns for his team, and now soaking up a lot of this time here. They control the first chaotic moment there from Distro, trying to work their way on out. Find a majority of the kills and still are able to hold on. They find the lead change. They go 3 for 1 in the trades, and Siski lines up a double. So they're potentially going to walk away with this final 10, but now if you're Luxury spawning on the preferred side, let's just back up. We don't want to die in this moment.
No, not at all. Not at all. Well, Icon's up
Your mic just
top.
got hella loud.
My mic did?
Yeah,
Ooh.
I will. Okay. Luxury Exotic currently in towards the hard point, contesting off the rotation. They don't have the back spawns, but they know those spawns are going to be in for Distro. Trades go back and forth. A 7-point lead, but Distro opening up with a double. Finally, you can soak in some hill time, but Rispy still here to contest.
Checking. Hello? Are we
I
good?
don't know if Allen is back yet, so we're just going to continue to cast for now.
Okay.
139 to 140. Luxury still holding on. The steps can be a mess, especially when you allow these wall breaks to go on down. Icons find the double. Distro, even without having the preferred spawns that they want, they're still getting a lot of time here, but in the final 15 seconds, Luxury Exotic are able to combine for 3, make it all 4, with Rispy finding that final player. Now it's their opportunity to win the rotation over towards stage and blow this game wide open. Alan, are you back? I hear you. I just don't know if the stream can hear you. All right, buddy.
Is playing sentry turret.
But decides to give up that power position, at least finds that kill onto the pinch. So now all of your focus on the last player, trying to contest from the front. Eventually, teammates take care of him, and this has been a flawless hold here from Luxury Exotic. Late game heroics here out of the AR players, holding down the power spots. Glow Frosty has found himself in a lot of moments, but Rispy, the pace changer, has blown this game wide open with a 30 and 20 performance so far.
Yeah, looking really solid. Distro Gaming just hanging on to the scrap time and winning a couple of good fun fights on rotation here. So maybe a chance to create something to string in some points as we head back over towards Bleacher. Plenty of time on the game clock as well, considering how mixy this map has been. That's actually a bit of a surprise. Siski, his time to go. Caught only for 1. Sides will anchor though. Distro playing from the left side of the minimap. Luxury Exotics from the owner's box area. 155, 197, but kills not convincing enough to really allow anyone to stay in the hard point.
Yeah, it's just one of those hard points that you don't really find a lot of time on unless you get a 4 dead. And Icons and Siski are able to combine for all 4. Spawns do flip. There is one player, though, from Luxury Exotic still blessed with the opportunity to set up this pinch spawn, and Glow Frosty makes the most of it. He's able to find a double. Now your teammates are here. That's an easy 4 dead, and Luxury find a break for some good time here.
Yeah.
Final 15.
Really good time here. And the net time, I think, is the biggest part. Like, 15 seconds feels like whatever, but it's 15 seconds that you don't give the Distro, and you get that much closer to 250. So, again, at one point, this was about a 40, 50-point game in favor of Distro Gaming. They have been stonewalled largely since that point, though. And now we head back over to P1. Good eliminations over the outside of the map for Distro. Chance for them to get some control and hopefully get some time back.
Yeah, they need a lot of this P1 time. They need to control the outskirts at Hedges. Don't allow Glow Frosty to break you down again with the clutch double, but numbers currently in favor of Luxury Exotic around the middle of the map. Glow Frosty catches the timing on the cat seat. 30 and 20, matching the energy on the side of Rispy. But still a battle here at P1 with 30 seconds remaining. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that one doesn't feel great. Okay. Next up, got to find some way to get a win here from the front side. And, oh, they're just not keeping track of Rispy, who, wow, bold challenge. Okay. A little over-aggressive, but doesn't make a difference. The AR's behind it, cleaning things up. Game will not end here, but P2 opening up behind you. You've got such an opportunities to close the game out, and there it is.
Oh,
the 4-man feed. Trakes finishes on 7 in a row. Distro Gaming in the driving seat for, I would say, maybe not the full driving seat, but they were in control for what it felt like a lot of that second rotation. But it was, what, 4 hard points essentially strung back together for Luxury Exotics to come back into the game and eventually put this one out of reach.
Yeah, the biggest one was the P3 to P4 chain. The fact that they were able with the final 15 seconds not to allow this time Catsy slipping on out, finding a kill to allow his team to spawn all the way across the map. They get all 4 dead off the rotation, and they soak at least 40 to 45 seconds on that stage hill, then keep the rest of the game scrappy. Looks like Luxury Exotic, though, were a lot more prepared. They understood their setups a lot better. When they needed to find breaks, they were able to do it. Even on those long routes on the side of Distro, they were still able to micromanage inside the game. But just when their guns are hot, you have multiple players going positive. Neum goes even, 25 and 25, 10 assists, 19 traded kills with 3,400 damage. Everybody from Luxury Exotic was shooting. Distro just a little bit late to the party.
Yeah. Wow. Great game, though, honestly. And across the board, a couple of great performances. Rispy, 39 and 25. Big number there. 57 seconds to the hard point. 242 in the hill for Glowfrosty. And still finds himself 16 objective kills, top of the leaderboard. That's actually an impressive stat line. More than half his eliminations came from inside the hill, where he was hanging out inside the hill. So good efficiency from him. And Luxury Exotic striking first has us rolling through the highlight package before we talk about the Search and Destroy, which should be, I think, a pretty fun one, too.
Yeah, definitely should be a fun one on a map like Rewan, where you know the pace can change in the blink of an eye. But if you are a Distro, now you are banking on that Search and Destroy bounce back on a map that recently just got added back into the map pool. Probably been quite some time since you played it. Don't really have a lot of reps on it, at least throughout this elite. Luxury Exotic taking care of business here in map number 1. And it's crazy because this squad has started 0-3.
Yeah.
Like when you're 0-3 going into the elite stage match, you're thinking, all right, we're 0-3. Let's just give it our best shot and see whatever the hell happens. But just beating Lore Gaming in a clean 3-0 to end out last week gave them this opportunity. So they just probably have a little bit more fire underneath them, knowing that they have a chance at making playoffs, and they showed that they're in map 1.
Yeah, that I think sparks up a lot of teams. We saw that over the course of the prior 2 elite seasons. You know, the Houston Spartans team at the time, the Royal Spartans team, whatever you want to call them, they were the team that would start off 0-3, 0-2 at least, if not 1-3 in their first games, and then sneak out a key win, look like one of the best teams in elite, and then run away with things. You know, now you're dealing with a situation where you kind of have a different, obviously, look for the teams that are here that we're, you know, keeping an eye on. With these squads that are relatively newer in overall experience, so to speak. And it kind of puts a little bit more of that, you know, world of responsibility to step up when you have to and when things matter most, which is right here, right now, in a battle of 1-3 squads where you win, you have a chance at being in a tiebreaker, if not maybe even just converting it overall. So, yeah, it's a fun storyline for us. It makes for entertaining COD, that much is for sure.
Oh, yeah. Whenever you're able to control your own destiny as a player, that is the best thing that can happen to you, because relying on someone else to take care of your dirty work, where you potentially came into that matchup versus that previous squad and just didn't play like yourselves, and now you're sitting there in a sticky situation like, please just take care of it so we can make up for it in playoffs. But no, when you have the control of your own pathway, this is what you need to take advantage of. Right now, Distro down 0-1. You're going up against another squad who are fighting for their lives.
Yep.
You need to show some fight here, especially in this Search and Destroy. Player, I'm looking at his icons, man. I feel like when we watched them throughout the last elite, he had a lot of big pop-off moments in Search and Destroy. Show me what you can do with that SMG in your hand, young fella.
I'm here with that. I'm totally here for that. Yeah, it's a good shout, and it's going to be one of those situations that, again, big-time players step up in big-time moments. This feels like one of those big-time moments for sure. So we'll see, again, who we're going to get kind of really standing out for these 2 squads as we continue to kind of, again, play this one onward. Fun battle to this point, like we mentioned. It's good COD on these final stage days. It often is. So now we're just kind of looking at what we get from all the rest of the teams in this group to see how the tiebreaker situations, if there are any, come through, because that's, again, the next piece of the conversation point of how do you get a team to qualify? What do you need to do to get there? And here's, again, just a reflection of our standings. It's a battle for first place between Brooklyn and Team War in the matchup head-to-heads, and then Vegas Academy is playing Lore Gaming. So those are the matches that are going to make the most amount of difference here for our squads.
Yeah, you can already see Group A is pretty much locked up. Stallions eventually fell short to Cabal GG in a 3-1 fashion. So our Group A squads, top 4 going in: Omit, Cabal GG, Royal Spartans, and the Stallions. 5 Fears and Holden Iron do not make it on through. So Group A, after a slow start from the Stallions day 1, even though they lost today, they still have an opportunity to make up for it in playoffs. And I expect that to be one of those dog teams, one of those hungry teams that if they find you in a game 5, they're going to be licking their chops.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's a good shout. Okay, so that's kind of what's at stake for us here. Good shout on the results being pretty much all but done on Group A. Yeah, so Stallions find their way in. Royal Spartans comfortable for the first time make their way in. That's often a storyline that we talk about, but again, it is a different roster from what it was before. So those are things, again, to kind of keep in our mind as we are about ready to go for our map number 2. See how things unfold with the Search and Destroy. Again, these are two teams that you often bank on the fact that their search better be good because, you know, they're newer squads, usually of guys that have been playing wagers, things of that nature. So, see what we get.
Realistically, like, if you think about teams that upset players through cups and anything of that sort, it's usually through the Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
Because all these top dogs, they understand how to play hard points. They understand how to play their controls. Search and Destroy is truly the difference to potentially young guys coming in, going from a top 24 placing all the way to a top 8 because their SNDs are their bread and butter. So now if you are Distro, backs against the wall on a map that you have not played in quite some time in Rewind, just show me what you got, man. It has to be more team-oriented, though. I feel like in that map, number one, it was a lot of individuals just trying to hit certain routes. If you win that one-on-one gunfight, then your team is jumping up in the air, clapping with all smiles and cheeks. But this one, you need some teamwork, especially if you're going to try to take down this luxury squad in S&D.
Love the call. Let's see how we go. And never mind. Not going to happen. We're going to try to reset that and get back into it. Hopefully soon.
Right.
One of them things, Jay. It's just one of them things.
It happens. It's okay.
Happens a lot. Happens
You
a
know,
lot to us.
Delays, challengers, Allen and shit. I mean, studying shit on the cast. You know how it goes, Jack.
Yeah.
You know we're always just bound to be up here on the faces on your camera. So
It's true.
bear with us, Shaq. Bear
Hope
with us.
you like what you see, especially for that guy. that guy over there. Look at that guy.
Hey,
look at that
me.
guy. Look at
Yeah.
that smile. Look
Yeah,
at that guy.
yeah, it's me. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, mercy me. Excuse me.
me. Some other results here, Alan.
Gibby.
Team War currently down 1-2 versus Omen. So Omen have been able to take both the respawns in that series. Vegas Academy, I currently have Paul Lex's stream up, but has yet to think that they have started map number 1. So that's the update for Group B. Yeah.
Okay. Easy enough update. Appreciate that. Cool. Now we're just kind of waiting this thing to start back up again. Get ourselves moving and grooving, as the kids say. I don't know if the kids say that, but I say that, so.
Yeah,
Deal
now
with
that was like kids were saying that like 1980, Alan.
That was when I was a kid, so it makes
it's-
sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think people say moving and grooving anymore.
Moving,
yeah.
moving.
I do,
We gotta
though.
bring that
I'm
back,
old
dog.
school. I'm with it, dog. I'm with it. I'm with it.
We got like 1980s and 1990s like fashion sets coming back. We could bring back the catchphrases.
Yeah. I'm down, man.
All right, bet.
Down. I'll start wearing some MC Hammer pants next event. Got you.
Wow, good. Especially to Miami, brother. Wait, you actually need to make that happen now. There's.
I think my wife is really trying to convince me. I told her hell no. So I think we should be okay, at least for me. I'm not wearing them damn pants.
Yeesh. All right, fine. Kill my dreams. That's fine.
Sorry, buddy.
It's all right. 4v4, though, we're jumping on in towards an A approach. Rispy for first blood. Trinks traded out, but Rispy still hanging on nicely to backside glass. Allows for a 3-for-2 exchange, meaning that Aiden is now by himself in the 1v2.
Yeah, it's stunning Nate to work with. Information on both players, but at least let one get out of dodge. 45 seconds to go. Luxury have them trapped over towards that Burger Town area, but now he should get isolated. Aiden has to choose correctly and unfortunately chooses the wrong one. And Luxury stands strong on their first defense.
Okay. First blood counteracted. First blood battle is a long one, honestly. That's one of the longer ones we've seen where it's just like you get a first and then all of a sudden it's just like more continual action. Just following up after that. Trades aren't immediately there. Leads to a very long engagement right on front of glass. Works out, though, at least for the side of Luxury Exotics. 2 kills for Rispy, 2 kills for Nia. And Icons, after being the initial doubler, doesn't really have much support beyond that. Okay.
Yeah,
see
this
what
is
we
the
get.
guy, though, that you got to shut down, Alan. Like, Rispy, I don't know. Like, something about this young man. You can just tell that he has the raw talent, and he has the confidence as an SG, and there goes Icons on the other side. Able to meet him and match that
Wow.
energy, but instantly, once you find that first blood, you lose 2 players in the battle, and now you're in a man disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing from this AR line of Luxury Exotics at the moment. Again, just the stat line from Glowfrosty in map 1 was impressive. Trakes obviously finished on 7. It's hard to miss that. And now a little bit of a double slide out to put some pressure on Katsi backside of B Street. 2v2, though. And it's just the ARs left for Distro, so it's going to be difficult to check this A site, especially if you're Aiden.
Yeah, it's all about the timings, and he also has a stunning nade to work with, but Josh is just going to put the bomb down. Name's going to gain some info and back out with his life. 45 seconds now to work with, still a 2v2.
This is so difficult to re-break with the weapons that they have available. Yeah, opening shots for Neum are good. The chase down for Trakes is already in play as well. And yeah, there's just not much you can do with ARs from that position. That's tough. That's such a tough setup when it comes down to what you have available, which is honestly not much.
Yeah, and that's due to them having those ARs. That's why they had the slow and steady approach there. Now, on the opposite side for Luxury, both players with the SMG, they were going to take space away. So all that time clearing, no one checking their back. Luxury able to get that bomb down, get out of dodge, set up the repitches, and isolate both of those gunfights. Go up 2-0 quickly here, and if you're Distro, cannot allow this SNE to keep on slipping. We need to bounce back.
Yeah, we need something quickly here. Maybe not quickly, but we just need something to put on the board quickly, I guess I should say. All right. What are we going to get? Opening shots. Rispy, good follow-up. Whoa, Rispy, are we kidding? Just a little fadeaway behind the container, catches his second. And numbers will once again be with the exotics. Aiden, little dead slide into the truck next to him, and it's all on to Siski just like that.
Yeah, Siski 1v3 does have the bomb in hand, but Trax took a lot of space initially, overthrew DVDs, and was still contesting around that area. But just the bait and switch to start off the round. Trax puts himself in towards blue. Bait and switches the guy inside door, but then sets up Rispy for the kill. But the fact that he's able to walk away with 2 when he's simply outnumbered in that engagement is insane to me. Another big play out of Rispy allows Luxury to go up 3-0.
Yeah, that's nearly unheard of. A little fadeaway jumper, so to speak. Wow.
Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe, Yobi, Joby. All right. Oh.
Yobi!
No, not like that. The opening name and the follow-up. Oh, no. Distro Gaming is being destroyed gaming right now. At least a moment here for Icons. He's been the only one producing at the moment for his squad. Katsy trying to find a re-entry back in towards the site.
Hold
Catches
on.
Trakes. He's going to get himself a sub to work with now.
Yeah, they got some life here. 30 seconds to work with. You have managed to bring it down to a 2v2, but Glow Frosty already spots
Good
one.
read.
Able to take care of Katsy, gain the info onto the second 1v1. Icon's able to get a dodge. 20 seconds.
Icons. Okay.
Oh!
Catches Neum on the slide across. Icons just hanging on to a pillar. And it works out for him in just barely the nick of time. Wow. I mean, that doesn't get much closer, honestly.
Yeah, nah, nephew, you gotta win those, man. Like, you have him trapped in towards the doorway. He's dancing with you at the pillar. He uses the nade to simply get you out of position. But at that point, I'm more than willing to just eat the nade. Like, once you turn
there's
that
a
corner,
level of
I
that,
am mowing you down with the AR. But Neum does not clutch up on the one-on-one. Allows Distro to put one on the board on the back of Icons, who finds 3. Been the only saving grace so far in the search and destroy. It's like Unk Knows Ball or something, but someone's got to help him.
Oh, man.
Jesus.
Oh, man. Oh, man. It just goes from bad to worse that quickly. Icons gives a bit of a lifeline, but Aiden's by himself again. 1v3 this time. Not looking great.
Bomb all the way down across the map. You're going to try to at least find one of these freebies in the middle of the street, but you're simply going to get outnumbered. And that time it was Trax able to find a double. In the middle of the map, instantly put his teams in a number advantage. Icons tries to make up for it. He's only able to take down one and then Aiden in a 1v3. Just simply caught out of position. As Luxury secure the round and continue to have a really comfortable lead.
Wow. Okay. Have to have it now. And it's, again, just one of those games you look at and the scoreboard starts to really yell at you. 3 combined players at 3 and 15 for Distro Gaming. And it doesn't get any better, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Did Rispy get some assistance there?
Or
was he just able to put himself in a better position in the blink of an eye? Because a bait and switch 2 players going through the zig, that's got to be a trade. But the fact that he's able to initially walk away with both, yeah, that's GG's on the round already. You try to find a pacing change there if you are Distro, but instantly get punched in the mouth by Rispy. Now Luxury Exotic at game point. Someone needs a spark. You need to do something insane or just take care of this round very, very quickly to give you some momentum.
Sheesh. Nades over the top again. This time, Distro stay alive from it. Defensive stack is pretty normal here, honestly. Oh, but a delayed hit. Rispy's on your heels. But Siski beats the timing on the other front. Messy shots initially from Nia, but locks it up. And now Glowfrosty here to a support. Oh, wow. The help is just so quick. And Distro looked like they would have had a read on that play, but there's just no follow-up afterwards. No exits, no nothing. No nothing. Just domination. 6-1 the count here in the search and destroy. Yeesh.
Luxury is super coordinated in their S&Ds, man. Like, you can always tell when one of the AR players are putting down shots, you're sending in an SMG to find that kill. And every single time they've done that, like, Distro had no answer for it. They just simply caught off guard. Early shots from Neum, sending Rispy to close that one out. Trades start to go down, but every single player from Luxury Exotic are always in the play. That was the difference there. Is that when you think you have these guys isolated, nope, here comes a guy shooting in the back, or someone set up on the crossfires. Teamwork was on point there from Luxury Exotic from start to finish of that search and destroy, and they go up quickly 2-0 in the series.
And I almost want to just take that point and reflect it back to round one. That elongated first blood battle at Glass, it was Luxury Exotics that get into the play, retrade out after Icons had found 2, and then all of a sudden you're in a 1v3. Like, it's just, they're so quick to get into the play on this map. Very good fundamental understanding. And outside of this heroic play from Icons, not much for Distro Gaming to talk about. I don't know how Rispy gets both, but it looked like there was someone else there with him. I think it may have been Trakes. Regardless of it, impressive POV nonetheless. And Luxury Exotics are looking. This is the best. This is the best I've seen this group before all year, even from an individual standpoint. I think they look really, really good.
Yeah, it's crazy how it all sparks off of just one match, one opportunity that you find yourself in, where you know your backs are against the wall. You're going up against a squad in Lord Gaming who have some people with some big names on it. Mock, Mr. Paul X, Hixie, Fame. A lot of these guys have been into the CDL multiple times now.
Exactly.
And then you take care of them with ease. So just sparking yourself up off of that matchup going into this week. Practice must have been going well because they can currently do no wrong in this series. Already into the control. Luxury Exotic trying to close it out with a 3-0. They find the initial kills to start this round.
And looking to move very quickly. Aiden, a double for him. Rispy is already committed to try to play up high on the zip. Had to come back to the gunfight and then immediately gets pushed off the angle by Katsy. But again, it's just you're looking one direction and someone hits you from a different one. And now it's a 27 plays 24. You're down to under a minute, and there's been limited to no success really anywhere here for the offense of Distro.
Yeah, we got to slow down, man.
Yeah.
Distro, because a lot of these gunfights are one-on-ones, but thankfully you're able to clutch up in those one-on-ones and go 3 for 1 in the trade fight. So now with 45 seconds, you have opportunity here for you to hop onto the point, but Glowfrosty strikes at the right time, is able to line up a double. Neum finds the other 2. A clean 4 dead, 35 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Rispy trying to make his decision on what he wants to do here with the sub. Gets caught kind of between 2 different elements. Trakes, Glowfrosty just trying to hold the line, and they're doing well. It's 3 ARs, and they are shredding. Shredding! Aiden, Icon, Siski. 3 straight eliminations, though. That'll pause the clock at 15.4. Chance to stack for that first tick, but knowing they need another little bit of clearance, you've got Aiden kind of scaling a bit deeper.
And they found that kill on the track, so that's every player accounted for now. Now people start to stack this one a little bit better, knowing that their back is going to be safe, but just being aggressive and not finding those kills only hurt your team. Glowfrosty's able to find a double. Now Luxury have an opportunity to still contest this. Last player on the point is going to be Icons. He gets isolated. Here comes Cassie to try to fill that gap.
Sloppy.
But Luxury on the pinch should be able to contest it still.
Oh, say that's a real sloppy moment there from Luxury Exotics, but Trakes bails him out. Now the clock's becoming an issue, but it's a quick transition over. Glowfrosty up top. Oh, almost able to line up a couple. Late dive to try to stop this from happening. And again, it's just getting a little bit out of hand here for Luxury Exotics. Katsy diving in to B immediately, but doesn't have a lot of clearance to do this. Just a little 2v2 over the top of the zone, and now we've got ourselves a 7v6.
Oh, making no more respawns on the side of Luxury Exotic. So Distro, I'm Hugh. I'm playing for these segments. I'm more about stacking this point so I can guarantee myself defense going into the next round. But the more that you're not stacking, the more that you have to focus on so many different routes. Because now Luxury attacking from multiple different angles. They do lose 2 players. First segment does get locked. but they at least give themselves another fighting chance. 4v2.
Trakes misses the timing there, trying to get behind the spawn. Nice turn. Ow! Okay. Snaps, and now he's got himself a 1v2. On the zone, though, are both players. And I don't know if he's been able to... Oh, just one, actually. I thought maybe he could read it based on the progress. He isolates now to the 1v1. He could just wait and play off the zone if he wants to. That's exactly what he's going to do. Second tick locked, though, at B. Off the zone for a moment. There's the shots, and Neum clutches up a 1v4 the control. Sure, they get 5 ticks, but that was a round that was getting out of hand, and Neum saves it.
There's just no way they let Nephew do that to him, man. The turn and burn on to B steps was the biggest one. The first kill was a trade. The second one, like, you can't do that. And for D-Shore to simply break down the way that they did, you understand it's 4v1, guys. We don't have to commit on one-on-one gunfights after one-on-one gunfights and think we're going to stand a good chance there. Let's just stack the point, force him to challenge 3 of us at once, and we most likely walk away with that round. But Neum, young gun, new player with the AR in hand, is able to secure a 1v4, ends the round on 5 in a row. Who cares about the segments? I got my team the round win.
That's absolutely correct. Wow. Good start here, though, for D-Shore. Kind of keeping that hot hand alive. Defense holding a really strong forward line, and now Icons is going to get to work trying to play for spawn kills. Oh, that... let's just forget we watched that. That's 4 dead. Uh-oh. So quickly out of spawn come Luxury Exotics. They actually have the life lead now all of a sudden.
Now you got players who can just herb in some corners. Neum playing towards low ball. At least spots the first. Give me freebie for number 2. First segment already locked here at the A point. Got your trophies down, or I guess not, because Aiden in the double nade is actually good enough to open up with both players there. And Aiden is able to find 3, so they instantly shut down that push. Now they can take a lot of space away. Slow down.
Yeah. Getting a little bit mixy once again. Just kind of everyone playing in a little bit of a kill-hungry form. Trakes trying to find where this player had gone off to. It's Icons. Eventually they find each other. Trades there. Second ticket A is locked. And the offense is still pretty healthy on this play towards A. On top of that, especially with Neum coming in supporting with a sub. Trakes again, hunting down the spawn killer. That's Aiden falling. Neum looking for more. He's able to turn and find another. So that's going to be another 60 seconds. And look at the map. GloFrosty, to say for a moment, was almost about to hop over to B, but he gets stopped in his tracks. But a minute 30 with a 6 life advantage, Luxury Exotics can take their time.
Yeah, D-Shore right there, just got to learn from that situation. Like, you don't have enough time to take as much space as you wanted to away because they spawn up a lot quicker. Just that 1-4 dead that you find at that A point, you get nothing done once you get pushed up to their spawn because players are getting too aggressive, and now Luxury are making you pay for it. The 3-stack over at this B point. You have a little bit of top mid presence, but you got to go.
Yeah, you really do. You really got to go, and you got to go quickly. Risky behind the play. Oh, a little stuck on the doorway. Doesn't make a difference. GloFrosty follows up. Second tick done. Third on the way. 15v6 on top of that. And GloFrosty, heck of a snap there. Siski also traded. The progress is looking good on B, and so it is. Woof, my guy. Another one of those maps that just, it's close and then it's not in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and it's got to be demoralizing on the side of D-Shore because you had a 1v4 in round 1. You should be up 1-0. You should not be going into this defensive round absolutely demoralized, but that was the case. And now all of a sudden you're blinking, you're down 2-0. You allow all the segments to get away from you. Now backs against the wall. This is only going to get tougher, man.
Correct,
It's only
yes.
going to get tougher.
Yes.
D-Shore just need to start to understand, like, when I have an advantage and when I don't. Taking unnecessary space away and getting of your life for free is only hurting your team.
Yep. And then it's another one. You look at the scoreboard and no one positive for D-Shore Gaming. We're on the other side. 19-12 for Neum. Having himself a massive freaking series right now. A couple of impressive eliminations.
Jesus.
And speaking of impressive eliminations, how about that one from Catsy? Just melts GloFrosty off the heady. And that's enough for D-Shore to comfortably stay on A. They're also dealing with a little bit of the spawn pressure. Good read from Catsy here. Pushed off by a nade, but Trakes is the only one to deal with. And there are members nearby to try to deal with this, but the SMG just Jackal doing Jackal things.
Yeah, we got to trade this guy, though. Like, there's no way we just left him alive in our spawn. Now he's going to shoot me in the back for free at that A point. Or at least catch me lagging off of the respawn. And now that's a clean 4 dead. Now it's time for Trax to just
Dude.
keep on tracking players through the wall. That's another clean 3 dead in the feed, and Distro are going to waste a lot of time because they can't find any kills currently in their base.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. This is the most impressive I've seen Trax's POV. I mean, he is snapping. He's moving really quickly. And he's locked, my guy. Falls there. Little caster curse. Rispy long-range shots bested by the AR. And meanwhile, there's a little bit of progress on both zones coming through. Second tick at A was nearly completed, but Trax will push up, get a little bit of depletion, and trust that his teammates can deal with B.
Yep, he's just going to play for the spawners. Okay, now it's all about the timing. All right, he's already off the respawn. Let me just turn this corner. Another freebie. Another 3 dead in the feed.
Yeah.
Where do you influence these spawns, though, if you are Trax? Everyone towards the backside. You didn't have a player in towards 10. Glow Frosty rips Catsy off of the heady.
Yeah, gets his get back.
Yeah, now this is just getting worse and worse as the game continues.
Yeah. And by continues, you mean ends. 20 playing 9. Trax is on another 5 spree. Just trying to compete with Neum for top overall kills. He may catch it. As everyone's just filling lanes perfectly. Ugh. Not the way you want to see things end for Distro Gaming, but I will say, Luxury Exotics cleaning stuff up and taking care of business. A 3-0, and again, after a 1-3 start, they needed a win, and they needed to do it quickly to make sure that any possible tiebreaker situations would go their way, and they put themselves in a very perfect spot to make their way into the playoffs. What an impressive series from Luxury Exotics. Wow.
Yeah, that was just a dominant series, man. For both the teams that we saw today on Alpha, they just both took care of business. Spartans on the other end. This time, Luxury Exotic now puts them at 2 and 3 in the group. That's massive for them, man. That's massive because obviously you don't know if you locked up your spot yet in the playoff because potentially of what happens in the other matchups. But for you to know that you took care of business in dominant fashion in clean 3-0, that's the best you can do. So big shout out to Luxury Exotic coming out and just destroying Distro Gaming. Distro just needed to have some kind of life. They didn't show it in the respawns. They definitely didn't have it in the S&D. But a lot of demoralizing moments in this series where they thought that they were in the game. Just allow that one situation to happen, and then eventually you just fall flat. Shout out to Luxury, though, man. Quick series, dominant fashion.
Yeah, clean all the way through. A lot of individual impressive moments on top of that. There's kind of, I don't know about you, Jay, but like there's a level of like watching good team gameplay on like the minimap and being like, whoa, these guys are moving rapidly together. There's another one you see that mixed in with individual POVs where people are snapping, finding 2 pieces, finding 1v4s and controls. It's just like they're coming a little bit different, and that very well may be the case here for Luxury Exotics. Done with the day. We'll have to wait a little bit to see if they make it into playoffs. Again, the outlook is good, just based on the result overall, to possibly catch some sort of a tiebreaker situation, which would be favorable towards them. But again, it also depends on the results. In particular, we're kind of waiting to see what happens with that Falcons Academy game with Lore Gaming. The winner of that one would be the other team in contention. Otherwise, there's a 3-way tiebreaker situation between those 3 teams at 2 and 3. So, wow. Did not expect to be done in an hour 45 today, Jay.
No, absolutely not. It's usually never the case for us in Challengers, man. But I'm pretty sure if you are Falcons, like, you're sitting at 2 and 2. The only way I think Luxury get in right now, though, is if Lore actually win. Because if Lore win, they can bump out Vegas Academy. But Vegas Academy actually have the 3-0 over Luxury Exotic. So I just think they just need Vegas Academy to win and lock out Lore, and they'll take the 4th spot. If Lore win, they're probably chalked.
Yeah, it could be. Here's a look. Here's the look at what we have going on at the moment with Lore and this Vegas Academy matchup. 250, 122, convincing opening there. So let's just take a look at this again, just to make sure we just work here, you know. We're not the guys that have the say in this.
Yeah.
But yeah, so at 1 and 3, now 2 and 3 for Luxury Exotic. So a 3-way tiebreaker, say at 2 and 3. Luxury Exotics don't get in?
Yeah, because Vegas Academy technically have a 3-0 versus them, right? Like,
I think
it go
it's
to head-to-head first.
I think it's based off of shared map count because it's unless Luxury Exotic lost to both teams. which they didn't. They beat Lore Gaming 3-0, so that kind of washes it right there. So, I don't know. We just work here. We're just voices over the top of this beautiful game we call Call of Duty. And we're to the search, destroy, and rewind here. Paul X first blood, but the bomb is planted for Vegas.
Bomb gets planted. Numbers advantage in favor of Lore. Now it's about retaking this together. Pixie gonna gain some info, but Asim is able to find a kill before falling. So you still have the numbers advantage with Mach winning the one-on-one versus QK. Now leaves Rox is in a very tough situation. Down to 13 HP. Instantly gonna get traded, and Lore Gaming successful on the retake for the first round.
Yeah, and now that we're kind of jumping into the series and taking it as our focus here, let's just kind of talk about the history of how these teams have mixed up to this point. Lore Gaming, 1-3, and you sit there and say, well, what? That seems crazy. You got to keep in mind that 2-round Map 5 losses in the beginning of their stint against both War and Amit Brooklyn. Those are two of their 3 losses. The other one was, again, the 3-0 loss to Luxury Exotics, which is what's getting us into this situation of multi-team tiebreaker situations. But they beat Distro 3-0 as well. So, I mean, again, just like looking at Lore Gaming, they competed against the top 2 teams better than anyone else in this group. It just came down to 2 Map 5 losses.
Yeah, but at least in those series, for Lore, like, you went down 0-2. You were trying to complete the reverse sweep in both of those series. You just fell short twice on a Game 5 search and destroy. So let's probably avoid going down 0-1, and we should be in a good position, as you can already see here. Up 1-0 in the series, currently up 1-0 in the search and destroy, currently up by 1 kill in the lives remaining on this round. Instantly make it a 4v2. 30 seconds left to go. QK and Roxas trying to clutch up.
Hixie just a little jump over the wall to see if he can catch any information, and Fame says, Hixie, get to work. I got QK pinned behind a truck. So now Roxas, last one left for the 1v2. Not a lot of time on the clock here. 15 seconds. Misses the opening shots, and yep, run away. No chance to get that kill. Means no chance to win this round. 2-0 up Lore.
A quick round right there from Lore. Just the aggressive play over towards B. Everybody from Vegas Academy were stacking through the courtyard and through mid-street. Just leaving that bomb site open. Lore take advantage of it. Off the back of that first blood again. Get the bomb planted. And then just play their numbers to perfection. Aiding and switching. Allows them to secure their second round.
Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, this feels like, this Lore Gaming team, you look at these guys on paper, I would say, this team reminds me a lot of, like, the Royal Spartans, where, like, you give these guys a week, they're going to come in and be much more polished than they were in the first week of games. And just based on the 250 to 122 hard point and the convincing offense and defensive rounds in the first 2 here for the search, they definitely look prepped and they definitely look hungry.
Yeah, looking a lot better so far this week compared to last. You cannot let your foot off the gas this early. Hixie on 4 in a row, just going to use the RC for some early info. I don't know if he's looking at it from a different angle or something, but I can't see anything beside this DVD. But at least on the opposite side, you still got Mott giving comms to the cross to mid-street.
Yeah, that's always been a thing with the RCs, unfortunately. We don't get the perspective of how they're moving the right stick. We only get the car's directional feed. So Hixie eventually loses the RC. Nade gets cooked and tossed over to A. A lot of noise and commotion over the A site, but not a lot of action with the actual guns themselves. Finally, a couple of shots will tag Hixie a touch, and the bomb will eventually go down.
4v4. Lore trying to set up another successful retake here. You have Mott contesting again over towards Burger. You're going to do this from last, though. King of Bodies gotten sort of a read on it, but he is going to drop first. Effective trades from Paul X makes it a 2v2.
The problem here is mock crossing is going to be very difficult to do, although, wait, he actually does catch an isolation onto QK, who was trying to safeguard that. Problem now is you still have to cross, and Roxas is holding on a pillar. Shots from Mock are decent. Couple of shoulders. Pistol out. Mock wins it. Roxas couldn't decide if he wanted to hold or bail. The fight or flight mechanism not clicking to either, and Mock punishes, gets in for the defuse, and Lore Gaming go up 3-0.
Oh, and that's a demoralizing round there if you are Vegas, because you did everything right. You started off with the first blood. You found the trades in towards the site. It's just those isolation one-on-one gunfights just get caught. Like, Mock should not be in a one-on-one versus QK all the way across the map from where Roxas is. Then once he wins that one-on-one and then gains the info onto Roxas, Roxas just has to play that more confident. You have to make a decision. Either we're going to stick here and fight it, or we're going to run away initially once you gain that info, but Stuck between that decision, unfortunately, costs them the round there. Now, Lord's back on the attack, going to slow it down with the slow and steady approach.
Oh, a little trouble here for Fame. Crossed up by 2 SMGs. Pushing right at him. So that will be good first blood. Very clean first blood for Vegas. And now you're looking at how does this play develop over towards B Street, especially with Hixie with an AR in hand. You have to assume this will be something a little bit more delayed towards B.
Yeah, Pollux right now just scouting for info in towards core, but is he
What?
going to get caught?
What?
Somehow, some way, is able to find a kill with the nade. And Hixie at the same time finds a second, so they bring this round to a more manageable situation. 2v2, 35 seconds, going to regroup and put our way in towards DVD slowly but surely.
Here comes the play. QK just on the other side of the wall. Does he check it? Sure does. Catches Hixie. Tries to get out and does. Mock top side of the rig. Can't get away from the follow-up action, and Vegas get out at least one on the board here.
Yeah, that's just a big call right there from QK. Timing that to perfection on the hop up in court. Also getting out of dodge to set up a seam. Close out that round. Vegas almost let that one slip, though.
A little bit.
We can't allow those rounds to be that nail-biter. Because you found the early first blood. You knew where the pressure was, but Pollux simply threw a roller into courtyard and managed to miraculously walk away with a kill. He was mind-blown, especially on that aspect, but
Yeah.
they still end up falling short. Vegas put one on the board and now trying to chain a couple again.
A little bit of action here for Roxas, creating noise over towards Burger. It's a really spread out approach here for Vegas. Yeah, losing QK is miserable for their effort here too. I mean, you're just not going to get to B or A with just 2 SMGs. So Roxas has to give up in his play over towards Burger. That'll be street control for Lore. And honestly speaking, they're opting to play retake, it looks like, at A. They're not even contesting courtyard or glass.
They have banked on their retake for the last 3 defensive rounds. They're stacking towards both streets. Mock consistently playing over towards Burger. This time he opens up with the first blood, and if you're Vegas, you're probably feeling like, I'm trapped. Like, we have to eventually commit in towards A. Now the bomb's going to get down.
Well, Hixie, timing is perfect. Roxas over the top. Oh, my goodness. This is about to say for a second, it looked like Hixie was going to be dead to rights at the trade. Not the case whatsoever. Absolutely perfect read on when that play is coming. We talked about, again, just kind of setting up. You've got that outer Burger street control. It just allows you so much free information from your ARs through glass. And then eventually Hixie capitalizes on all that intel. Perfect.
Or starting to pull away now. Think a body yet to add one to the tally. But this is such a big round right here. Vegas going to start the fight on back, or if Lore just going to put a bow to close out this map. As again, Lore just going back to the slow and steady approach. You know, if you're Vegas, you're trying to make up some ground here, but just don't get caught.
Mock just a couple of tags. It's going to be aware that there could be a play towards Burger. You got Fame kind of playing the same angle he had prior, but deeper, not wanting to get crossed up by SMGs. Mock continues to take shots here. Stun comes out. King of Body giving a look. Nades the follow, but Mock stays alive. It's a lot of utility spent to not find a kill. Or it does. Okay.
A lot of information gained, but QK is able to line up that gunfight across the map onto Mock. For the first blood. You know that King of Body was pushed out towards Burger, though, so how do you decide to play this? Just going to put the bomb down. Just bank on your post plan setup, even if you're outnumbered.
Oh, they're playing this pretty deep. Paul in a corner, looking for someone to cross right by him. Fame trying to watch the pitch best he can. Wow, what a catch from Paul, and he almost turns that into more. Still a chance, but this is taking time for Vegas. They still don't really know where this post plan is. Hixie tagged in trouble, pops up, still finds a kill. Oh, Vegas. Not like this. With all the numbers and all the map positioning in the world, they're hunting for kills. They just don't find them. They can't crack the code on this post plant setup as Hixie finds the final.
Yeah, I don't understand why it was so slow right there from Vegas. Like, you found the first blood to start off the round. You know that they just planted the bomb in towards a site. Like, we have a 4v3. Let's just send it. We can play the trades out. But the more that you're allowing this time to keep on ticking down, the more risk that you have to take on trying to read what their setup looks like.
Yeah.
Everyone just gets caught. One by one, working through middle street. Paulex is the initiator to slide and give all the information to his team. But at that point, Vegas, still with no information gain, were trying to find kills that they simply had no idea where they were. So, Lore Gaming able to clutch up in the man disadvantage. Now put themselves at game point, and it might be over with.
Yeah, it very well might be. I mean, there's just nothing happening right now for Vegas Academy. Mock just trying to look for information over towards Broken. Asim already on for the plant, though. This has gone a bit amiss by Lore, timing-wise. So they'll be a little bit more stressed on this retake attempt than we saw from the last round.
Body able to find a double, though.
There you go.
Make it a triple onto the round. That should basically secure this one in the bag for Vegas Academy. They're able to completely switch the tone up on that round. Just get aggressive in towards A, get the bomb planted, put King of Body in a very good position to contest any gunfights early. And once he opens up an initial double, GG on the round, Vegas stay alive.
Is there enough there, though, on their defensive side to lead us to believe that they can hang and really bring this back? Five in a row. King of Body finds his first kills in round 7. Is there enough there from what we've seen to this point for them to get something going on the defensive side? UK's won this battle before on Democ. This time he doesn't have the support of all those stuns and nades, though, from last time. So this one's going to be a little bit more delayed.
A lot more delay, but Vegas still going back to their initial defensive look where they send both the SMGs to take space in towards blue. Keep Lore Gaming at bay. But QK is just still spotting onto Mock over towards the D street. Now going to reposition himself over towards Burger, cover a little bit more space, but Roxas should be able to see a couple of these toes, and they twinkling.
But the thing is, I don't think he knows that Paul is like right next to him. On this slide out. Oh, no! From King of Information to the Joker of the play. Just like that, as now you've got a major threat at B, and Vegas just trying to play this defense from Courtyard is just looking for info off the walls.
Yeah, they're just trying to stop this bomb plant from going down. Now they have rewrapped everyone into this position. Asim strikes. It makes it a 3v3, and Hicks is caught all of mantling. So King of Body just flies on in, absolutely guns fames out of his gaming chair, and Vegas Academy stands strong with their Courtyard setup. Even in the man disadvantage, they still make it work, and they stay alive again.
Wow. I mean, legitimately, that was the only way they break that down. It's just by flying and frying. And King of Body. Wow. Okay. That's one way to do it. Still messy, but a win's a win when you're trying to get 5 in a row. And now you can go back to your offense. And honestly, their most successful look has been off of these quick A hits into quick plants, because Lore have not set up their defense at all, even at glass. It's always been passive like this, and this is the same route once again. You've already cleared off part of glass. You can dive forward, but this time Hicksy's on another pinch.
Oh, but King of Body, he gets aggressive through court, able to find the doubles. So by the time Hicksy gets to an engagement, you're already in a man disadvantage, and then you end up losing it. So Vegas Academy now with some quick rounds here should be able to secure this one and force it at least to round number 10. Unless you give them one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one gunfight. Please, just chow together.
Yeah, please. And by chow together, we mean, like, don't chow because you have the bomb down. Like, just play crossfires from side to side. Looks like they'll mostly listen. Uh-oh, if the wallbang comes through. Okay, no, not this time. Yeah, a little runaway. That will be enough to secure the 4th round for Vegas. Now 3 in a row. Ooh, okay. Maybe a chance here. Definitely feels like it, especially from the offensive side. This has been good for them.
Yeah, and that was an adjustment there, too, from Lore on their defenses. They usually love to stack around Courtyard, but this time they sent both of their SMD through gens to try to work that pinch. And then Fame gets isolated by King of Body. So 3 rounds in a row now. Vegas can definitely feel it. We are turning this around. They're starting to get a little bit nervous. King of Body has been successful so many times in that early first blood. But Asim in these closing rounds has been the difference maker on 4 in a row. They love this initial push, pushing in towards DVDs, taking space away immediately.
Yep.
And they're going to do it again.
Yep, and sometimes we've seen this where King of Body and Asim will try to push through hole. Not the case this time. They're just going to hold on to the back shelves. Not a lot of moves at all for Lure Gaming across the map at the moment. They are still heavily stacked on this B Street approach. QK is tagged, but has the ability to back away and play the front side of the rig.
Now it's on King of Body, though. Can he choose his timing to perfection? At least finds the first one onto Paul X. They're trying to play for the trade on him, but this is just a difficult gunfight. As you notice, potentially a crossfire setup as well, but now King of Body, after getting that first kill, just going to back on out. QK takes space away, gets info onto the second player, but he gets out of dodge for now.
Yep. King of Body also still in a corner, able to avoid Hixie from doubling up. 30 seconds on the clock here for the offense to move with as well. That's also a bit of a problem, especially considering it's Mock and Fame playing from the outside of Burger Street. Good team shots, though, shut down King of Body. Follow-up from QK is good. Mock seen and dealt with. Okay. From 5-1 to 5-5. How about around 11?
They have brought it all the way back, my friend. 4 rounds in a row now from Vegas Academy. Just completely changing the pace on their offense and staying consistent on their defensive looks. Lure Gaming have yet to make an adjustment. But a crucial round here, especially if you are Vegas. You don't want to go down 0-2 in the series. You want to try to tie it up and make it 1-1. Knowing that Lure playing for a lot more here. Just get to that 2-3 record. But crucial round here for Vegas on defense.
Yeah, 100%. And it's going to be a mad dash for the first time. We're going to see Lure Gaming really try to challenge this setup. It's not going well. Oh, my goodness. It's going to be a 4v2. And Fame, who had a long-range battle with QK, may get tested by King of Body here if he catches good timing.
Oh, King of Body's able to spot one and also spots the player close. So, going to use the Semtex to just get out of position. And just keep the numbers still on their side. Not trying to get isolated in this one-on-one gunfight. But King of Body, he's just sending it. And unfortunately, he gives him his life for free. But thankfully, a teammate makes it a 1v3.
Yeah, QK was right there with him. And so now it's down to Fame with an AR in hand to try to navigate the 1v3. Has the bomb to work with, but, ooh, he's walked right by Roxas. Wait a second. If he can make this play out to B and maybe find a 1v1 here against QK, maybe a chance, but no, now he knows his position is up. Has to go to the more vulnerable bomb site while he tries to plant. This is going to feel really mixy for the next 4 seconds.
Dude,
let's get it
be able to get
planted.
this bomb, though. And he's going to get out. So now 40 seconds is all about how much can you finesse.
Doesn't matter.
Not that much.
Wow, 5 in a row for Vegas. And yeah, for Lure Gaming, you're sitting there scratching your head like we're beating them on both sides of the bomb, just game plan to game plan. The only round that really went awry was the one where Fame is sitting inside of Laundry Hall and both SMGs kind of dive at him. He just does not prepare for that. Everything else was perfect for Lure Gaming. And then all of a sudden it just kind of gets off the rails. Vegas offensively push the tempo, get the bomb down quick. Defensively, they keep winning out the middle of the area shelves, and there's just no answer for Lure.
It's just like if you're Lure, eventually an adjustment has to come in, man. You're up 5-1. You've been taking this slow approach every single time on your offenses. The same thing can be said on your defenses. The reason why you find yourself up in those early rounds because you had a mock 1v2. You had gunfights that probably shouldn't go your way. But then when you're up 5-1, we just have to make a change, man. You can't continue to do the same exact thing and Vegas not make an adjustment. It's not like they were doing anything crazy on their offenses. They just started to plant the bomb at A. They realized, okay, we broke down on a couple of our setups. Let's just fix those, and we should be okay. They stayed consistent on what their defensive look was, just continuously taking away DBD, forcing Lure to play either through that B Street or all the way contested through mid street in general. And just, like, not changing your gameplay there allow Vegas to just pick you apart round after round. Lure definitely demoralized after that. I'm pretty sure I saw Paul X leave the game. Yeah, I'd leave the game too if I just got come back on down 5-1. But series tied at 1. Vegas got it done.
Yeah, that is hard to really put into words, honestly. It's based on how things were, again, so convincingly looking. And this is the only game going on right now, so we're going to hang with it. Everyone else, results are in. Again, what's at stake? Lord Gaming win. They put a 3-game tiebreaker situation into play. The biggest news about this in that 3-team head-to-head tiebreaker, Luxury Exotics has a 3-0 win versus Lore, which is the important part of this. But they also lost 0-3 to Vegas Academy. Whereas for Vegas, obviously the results here kind of determine what happened. If they win, they're in. But even if they could send this to 5, they should be in, just due to the fact that the map count's going to be so favorable. So that's kind of what's at stake right now for these last 3 teams that we're waiting to put into the bracket.
Yeah, right now, Lore just odd man out. Losing that map 2 right there is a crucial one indeed, because now between the 3 teams that we have remaining, you have 4 map losses. Luxury only have 3. Vegas currently still, no, they actually have 3 too. No, 1, because they already took care of Luxury Exotic. So they should be pretty much locked. Now Lore with 4 map losses out of the 3 remaining teams that we still have fighting for the final spot. You need to just get this W and try to lock out Luxury Exotic, because Vegas Academy, like just securing that map right there, they've already put themselves in a great position. They only lost 1 map between these 2 teams, so you're good.
Yep, should be good. Other side of things, again, just kind of reflecting over Group A, you see the 2 teams tied at 2 and 3 between the Stallions and 5 Fears. The head-to-head tiebreaker there, as Stallions had beaten 5 Fears, gives them that spot in 4th over the team, obviously, in 5th. So we got Control coming up, obviously. I think this is one of those things that I will say, this Falcons team, I think, has more impressed me in their improvements in Control and Challengers than what we've seen out of most of these guys when they were in the league. So that's kind of, again, good news here for Vegas Academy.
Oh, without question, man. And then obviously having an insane 5-1 comeback in the Search and Destroy. You're heavily in favorite to have all the momentum going into this map number 3. So now if you're a Lore, you need to try to put some up together very, very quickly. You need your SMGs to be able to fire on all cylinders, try to contest them into their spawns. I know that we watched Paul Lex on this map multiple times with Minnesota Rocker. When he was in that CDL lineup, he had his moments where he could just take off. But it's just so inconsistent sometimes with Paul. That's why he found himself in this situation. But in order to work your way back up through the rankings, you need to be able to take care of this. Like, you need to be able to bounce back over that 5-1 devastating Search and Destroy loss. And we're already into the game, and they're going to be the team on the attack. So, let me see something.
Well, so far, things mostly stalled out and stable. Looking for Mach over the top. Not going to be able to get the read onto a seam. Trade is there, though. Fame able to catch 2, and in that moment, get onto the B zone. Almost had QK dead to rights as well. Not going to be the case, though. Helicopter position, though, for Roxas is going to make these spawns a little bit mixy for Lore, trying to get out of spawn. They do deal with it, and so, again, it's, not much gain, not much lost here.
Yeah, but Lore, at least for now, on 2, making 3 kills that go in their favor. If it makes on to the 4th, no one falls. So, 36 seconds, the game clock will be paused. You potentially have 2 players contesting on both points, but Roxas takes care of Fame. Now you have the numbers if you are Vegas. Lore realistically looking like they're going to throw away this situation when I thought that they had it pretty much locked up.
Yeah, right? It kind of feels like the Search and Destroy all over again, where it's just like, we get the full wipe, we're on both zones, everything's looking good. Never mind, no, it's not. It's just this weird tug-of-war of dramatic pulls and pushes as we get to a 17 life even differential, which is there is no differential. It's not good English right there. And on the A zone and through the A zone, we're not on the A zone anymore. This is a wacky round of Control.
Oh, yeah, it's wacky from Lore Gaming's perspective, or from Vegas Academy's perspective. They shouldn't have had as many opportunities as they do to contest over at this A point. Now, fine at 3 seconds. 6C, you got to try to get on it. No one's going to be able to touch. And you do not even earn a single segment there. So, I don't know what it is, Alan. It really irks me when I'm sitting here spectating, casting challenges, and I just watch these guys day after day make the same horrible plays in Control.
Facts, yeah.
Like, it's annoying me. How do you expect to get better if you're consistently making the same mistakes? Like, we can't have that. If you understand, like, people spawn every 5 seconds. If you can't get to the power spot that you want in at least 3, don't even attempt to do it. Let's just hold and play tight setups, but they get picked off. Don't under segment. Now Vegas Academy in the heavy lead.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, there's like at this point in the season, we really don't have the ability to create excuses for it. Like,
Yeah, no.
we break it down. We see it all the time in the CDL. A lot of these teams have a vast amount of experience with at least another player on their team, if not multiple than that, or more than that. I can't say words tonight, Jay. I'm
It's all right,
lost.
Papa. It's all good. It's probably because what happened? The Masters just started. I know your mind's a little bit on that side. You love
No,
the green.
it's tomorrow, brother. I'll be there at 7:50 a.m. for the opening tee time. I promise you that.
But Lord, they need to figure it out because it's just been real sloppy. With all the experience you have on this side,
Oh,
needs to be some better playmaking. And so far in this round, they have made up for it. Another clean 3 dead. Not a single segment earned on the side of Vegas. And the majority of players coming off the respawn right into the pre-aims of the SMGs.
yeah. So we may, if this next 45 seconds doesn't change, just have a straight wash from the first 2 rounds worth of offense here. We'll just try again. Whoa!
Damn.
Nice little drop shot from QK. Nixie not able to lock it down.
Damn.
And okay, QK. How about that? King of Body, I don't know if he actually saw the lore player below him, but he's more focused on trying to play for Castle anyways, and that's where Paul will find the kill. A-Zone, though, under threat. First tick, QK. Yes, we'll step on and confirm.
Now can you win gunfights to get a little bit more? Unfortunately, you do not find any. Now with 25 seconds, Hixie guns King of Body out of his socks there. 20 seconds remaining. All of Vegas rallying in towards Emo. Trying to find a push over towards this 8 point. They at least catch a player from Lore working on that pinch. So all you got to do is put your focus on the front. And they're still finding kill after kill.
10.9 on the clock. Lore Gaming growing their life lead and will stop the play on A just before that tick at A comes through. Still a chance here. Roxas, go, brother. I mean, you gotta get on your horse. It's looking for kills. No one's making a play for the zone.
It's all right. At least they got one segment, right, Alan? You know.
I mean, but they had a chance at that second one there.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did. It's just Roxas doesn't look at the play clock at the right time. By the time he already sees it, wait, that time is red? Yeah, I need to be going. But unfortunately, relies on that kill too much. And Lore Gaming able to stabilize, secure the defense, have one segment to make up for. But Mach was the deciding factor with that AR presence, working that OE, dominating top Grandma's window. Allows his team to tie the game. Now he's working on a little bit of a streak of his own.
Mach hunting for something at mid. Lots of damage. Confirms the scene. Follow up though around the point. Whoa, Roxas big win. Had help nearby regardless, but still, the fact that he's able to keep his life, now he can try to make a play. Yep, up towards Zip. Really good stuff here from Falcons Academy. Hixie shut down in the same moment as that, and it's just down to Fame, and woo, he actually catches 2 from bottom side at P4.
Yeah, that's a big double there from Fame. Now just how much longer can you be a nuisance over towards this point? People are touching the B point right next to you, brother. You could have kind of got a couple more freebies, but now whips out the SMG, finds that trade onto a seam. It's already 3 dead. Teammates should be working up the progression at A, and now you just play for the spawn kills as many as you can find. Unfortunately, can't find none.
Ooh, Hixie's going to make a play to hit B around the same time that his teammates are stacked on A. Looking for someone to try to make a long run on the overextension. No one's making this route, though, so... Yep, now he goes back over the top of ledge. Nice little jump to find the final shot to the QK, and that's 3 dead. Should be more of the A-zone done here. Here come the reinforcements to stack as the second tick is confirmed.
And Hixie gave up his positioning at the B point, but now he's causing mayhem through the middle of Grandma's. He sets up Mach to find a double. Time should be extended. Lore currently up by 4 lives. Vegas are trapped towards the backside of tower. They need kills to go their way initially to break on in, and Elisa Seam finds the first. King of Body effective on the second.
Ooh, shutdowns are good for Falcons Academy. Still, though, the time is plenty. And the kills are also clean.
Shots.
Mach for another before King of Body can get into the picture. 16 on 13. And now with mid-map control, Paul and Hixie can make a play to try to play on to B, but want to try to clear out more kills. And that's where QK holds his ground with Roxas there to support.
And this is just one of those points where, you know, we hop it. They got to spread out a tower. They got to work their way out of the backside. And we can have multiple people watching those angles. Gotta try to set up those pinches, but Lore still holding a lot of the map control. Only have one person on the point. Everyone else watching a cut. Mock holding down top mid. He's been in lockdown AR so far here on Protocol. 13v6. Second segment almost going to be dawn. Last push here for Vegas.
Oof. Mock, good shutdown onto a C, but QK will fall. Here we go. 2 members on. There's there's just no way. The spawns are just too far away for Vegas Academy to even try to get here with nades. So Lord Gaming will get the full zones, or probably all the zones done with a pretty convincing offense. I mean, for a moment, they looked pretty dicey, but it's just the continual pressure through mid after they captured the A zone just never allowed Falcons to come back into the game.
And it was just like that one moment where Fame was actually the player on our screen, not Hixie. Scoreboards are still broken when someone lied to me and said that they weren't. But Fame was actually the guy there when the Falcons get 3 kills over through that B street. And they start to get aggressive on up, but then Fame catching a double through bottom comms just instantly alleviates that pressure. So it allows his teammates to work on out, and they make it count. So now Vegas down by 5 segments, obviously down in the map. They secure this offense through the segments. They can guarantee themselves defense around 5.
Yeah, they definitely can. Just with that extra tick they found in the first, but the play is going to have to develop onto B first with where these kills were coming through. Take a body head on a swivel. Good to find one there. Also is able to confirm that Fame is playing nearby at tower, so this is going to keep the alert up, but watch out for the pitch. Never mind, Hixie was red and dealt with, and now you can keep your eye on Fame. Really well done. And the first take at B's done with possibly more on the way. 2 members on for the stack.
Yeah, it's a double stack going. So now you're banking on this player who's working on this pinch in Mock. Can he get something done from top trip's window? He is going to get isolated, but win the one-on-one. Now he's the last player standing. He's not really in a position to try to contest over towards B. King of Body is making sure he's keeping his teammate alive, and he's playing the timing to perfection. It's a split millisecond, and the team is able to win the one-on-one. Time is extended. Up by 6 lives is Vegas.
Yep. And a chance for Asim to push further forward. Fame is actually looking to see where Asim's gone off to, and he makes his presence known with that impressive gunfight win. Trades are out, but with that little bit of a tilt in the kill feed, a chance to get on and keep the clock paused with a little bit of progression happening on A. I mean, 1:50 on the clock with some progress being done is good news here for Vegas.
100%. You're up by 5 lives. You just need to stabilize in your spawn. Once you do that, then you're able to push on out. But 2 kills already in favor of Paulex and Hixie. Now you're forcing someone to try to make up for it. Asim gets caught. So it's already 30 seconds gone. Lower Gaming roaming in your spawn. Just getting closer to tying up this lives.
Clock's being dealt with pretty nicely here by Lore, but Hixie's the one that really has to step up, and whoa, almost breaks the camera of Asim, but too quick to lock things down. And oh, hold on a second. It's really just on to Fame at the moment. Paul is a little bit further outside the play, trying to play for spawn traps, and Fame's in trouble here. I mean, you've got 3 members for the Falcons over the middle of the map, and they're going to follow up to find Paul on the flank. So now you've got to win these gunfights from the front. You got to win them quickly. First tick done at A, second on the way here. We're trying to get a route for Hixie, but he's just so far out of the play, and he's going to be seen. That doesn't return into anything, and now a second tick looks imminent.
Oh, but it's still a 2v2 around the point. Second segment might be locked with Fame, and Paulex here to try to contest it. You just got to take care of QK, and he almost pulls out the double. That would have secured the round there for his team, but you keep on trading if you're Lore. You just can't trade for long because you got no more lives remaining.
Exactly. 7v4. Minute on the clock paused by QK on the zone. Paul over the top, able to push him off the zone for now. Depletion also coming through with that contest, but into 7v3, you got to find this win, and it's not going to work out. Fame up top, lots of damage. Can't find the kills. Impressive fight back for Vegas, and we're going to go 5. And the thing about it was, I don't think they captured the zone. I think they won by eliminations there. So there's going to be a question mark for who gets defense.
Yeah, it's all about who was able to outslay more. And just looking at the stats from Vegas, I think they might have him edged out by at least 1 to 2 kills, especially with those final couple of kills in that round going their way. But if Hixie doesn't find that trade there, you lose that round due to the segments, and then you're guaranteed on the offensive side. But now it's all about the kills, and the team that outslayed was Lore by just a couple.
Yeah.
They have defense.
It's the 227 bombs for Mock and Hixie. Wow. do you even want defense after how these offensive rounds have come through? Similar break off here for Vegas with eyes towards B initially. They don't get the same kills they had last time, though, as Lore Gaming are more opting to play inside of lockers. The thing about that is, that's fine. You still have to contest the zone, and in that moment, it's a 3-for-2 exchange. Now to the 1v1, which QCAB wins, and that's going to be a first tick at B.
Yeah, first tick guaranteed at the speed point. After your QK, you're just hoping your teammates can fill space through top mid. At least Roxas is able to find a trade on to Hixie. Out of reinforcements here, the Trados issue on the outskirts, but Mott catches the time before Seam finds himself in a position to contest it. Still a 2v2, maybe a 3v2. Last player standing is Fame, and he falls. Vegas are really good at this initial B push, and they might extend the time again early.
It almost feels like Lord don't know how to deal with it. They're so worried about taking gunfights at mid. They don't have any eyes over towards B, none over towards stairs, none over towards the zone really at all. And so another early capture for Vegas. 22-19, 3-life lead. Asim finds one. I mean, Lord just looks so lost when the B zone's gone. They don't know what to look at. King of Body being chased, but gets out of there. And now he's got a position to sit and fight from.
Oh, nah, we're licking walls right now if you're Lord. Like, we need to lock the hell on in because Vegas are making this look way too easy. They are manipulating the map the way that they want. They're currently up by 5 lives. They have a minute and 44 still to work with, even if this initial push gets shut down. But Paulex winning a one-on-one on the OE. You have a player trying to contest on the point.
They're
he
so
eventually
lost,
gets
bro.
taken care of, and you just eventually got to get there. You got to get into play.
Yeah, it's just, even when they're trying to make these long, like, we're making these long routes happen to try to, like, be a spawn trap threat, but you have to use that route to hit the zone. They're just not able to get the spawn trap that they want. Finally, a couple of shutdowns come through, thanks to Charlie Hixie. And we're only to a 1-life differential. Still an advantage to Vegas with the clock, though.
Yeah, thank God to Hixie, man, because Hixie's been making such great plays so far throughout this entire protocol. And now Paulex has an opportunity to do the same. Give me number 2. Almost finds number 3, but the nade is not able to connect on the seam. But 9v10, this is where the game is going to slow down drastically.
Fame. Yep. Aware that he's probably in a little bit more trouble than you would assume, and so he backs off, keeps his life, while Mock finds QK deeper into the map. And this is just all 1v1s right now. Everyone is worried about spawn presence from both sides. Hixie holding deep. Good snap. Now he can go back up towards Zip. He's got one more to find, and he knows it. He knows that Roxas is somewhere back here, and now Roxas has been seen. And, whoa, help from King of Body. Yeah, Hixie can't chow that. 7v4 again. No respawns remaining for Lore.
And now it's on Paul. Paul off of the corner and Torsten is able to catch a double. And now the entire time he's been the safety net. Fame knows that there's at least 2 players from the Falcons in his spawn, but with 15 seconds left. What the hell is going on?
What are we doing, dude?
I don't know what this is.
What is... King of Body's going to go help his teammate in the offensive spawn when they need... Or defensive spawn when they need to get onto a zone? What just happened? Oh, my gosh. I mean, Paul and Hixie saved the day, flat out, but there were some decisions... I put the word decisions in quotation marks that just have, I think you and I both just completely puzzled right now.
I'm telling you, Alan, every time I watch Control with challenges plays, they just leave me jaw dropped every time. Like, it don't matter who you are. Every time you're walking into the building for challenges, you were just making some of the worst plays I've seen in quite some time. Vegas understood that they had the life advantage. They know that there was no more respawns. But if you're pushed out towards the backside of Grandma's, they're going to spawn tower, guys, if you didn't know. They're not going to spawn in lab. They're not going to spawn on the side of sidewalk. No, they're going to be tower. And if you're Vegas Academy, your job there was just to find Paulex or at least get someone on the point to consistently pause the game clock. I just don't understand. Like, all right, we can shoot a little bit better now. That's cool, but the objective focus still wasn't there. That might have been the worst control I've seen from 2 squads at the same time. Like, that was awful to watch.
Yeah. Wow.
Shout out Hixie, though. He gave me some
Shout out
to Charlie Hixie.
Wow. That was a time. That was a time on protocol. But the big news, Lore Gaming find the win. If only barely. And now they find themselves an advantage in this series where, again, they have to win to put themselves in a multi-team tiebreaker. And, you know, we're no mathematics scientists. There's going to be some comp ops action to do the tallies and the math on who gets in based on individual map counts and shared head-to-head match counts. But this has been wicked.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, can someone else steal this spot? Because I don't really want either one of these teams in the playoffs with
Damn.
that kind of performance. Like, that was a letdown there, fellas. You guys know I have a great relationship with the majority of the players that play every single day. But it's just like to come out here and play that sloppy and, I don't know, potentially be happy with the results that you're able to be the team that come out on top. That one's just tough because I expect better from Lore. Those are guys that have all been in the CDL besides Mock at any given time, even players throughout this year. But that was just really sloppy. Hopefully they're able to make up for it on Protocol Hardpoint. Because I'm curious of what the first map looked like. Because the first map was a smoke show. But these last two maps have just been mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. The pressure is obviously at the all-time highest. You want to make it into playoffs, but just some of these are just completely mind-blowing. Shout out my guy Nameless.
Never dies. Okay, Protocol Hardpoint. Again, the Skyline we didn't get a chance to see here on the main focus. It was simply... we jumped into the search and destroy, but 251-22 on a map like Skyline is pretty convincing. I think you can kind of anticipate and assume how things went, just kind of based off of that score line. A lot of rotation wins, I imagine, for Lore. Not a lot of follies, I imagine. Just not making many mistakes. Could have been one of those series that, like, Vegas just come out a little bit slow. You know, you get kind of beat up in the first map. You start 5-1 down in the search and destroy, and then win 5 in a row. You make the map 3 competitive. So let's not rule anything out. It's, you know, again, this team has impressed us when it comes to how they've played Respawn. Like, largely speaking, that map aside, largely speaking, they've looked pretty solid in the Respawn.
Oh, yeah, they definitely improved on their individual skill. Their playmaking ability, especially from King of Body, is there. Roxas has found himself in multiple situations where he's just winning gunfights that he shouldn't. So they're evolving as individual players. Just right there, the teamwork aspect wasn't the best. And if you can tell, at least when you looked at the maps in mode, map number 1 wasn't the best teamwork aspect. That means you're consistently playing for the back foot. You're probably not finding breaks on some of the difficult hills to find breaks on. And you're losing a majority of your rotations. That's the only reason why a scoreline looks like that. And the same thing could happen on a map like Protocol. You need to be able to slay with the best of them. You need to be able to put yourself in the power positions to make sure you're winning that rotation, especially from that P3 to P4 early. Because if you're late to either one of those and you're finding yourself down by 60, you're consistently playing catch up, Protocol is not really a map that you want to do that on.
Mint. Love that. Love that out of you. Wait for the game to start now. Hopefully we can get this thing underway. And hey, there we go. We're hearing the words that we are loading in. So pending any host or lobby issues, we should be good to go. Dave's already crossing fingers.
I just want some good gameplay, Alan.
I know, man.
Like, that's
that
all
too,
I want.
That too.
I just want these young Challengers players, Alan, to just realize, okay, I'm not going to make it back up to the league, or I'm not going to make it into
Not
the
this
league,
year, at least, yeah.
but making these kind of plays. Right now, realistically, though, Alan, is a very crucial part of the season because you at least have 2 more LAN events if you are Challengers. You know there's potentially at least 1 more roster change in the CDL because going after Major 3, going into Major 4, it's their last chance to make a last-minute push to potentially all the teams that are trying to make it into champs. But for Vegas Academy, for anyone that is competing right now in Challengers, you have to be in your best form at this time for you to stand your best shot.
Absolutely, because the only thing after this, Season of Elite, I should say, besides the majors, are just cups.
Yep.
I don't know if there's all that many of them left, so we're, oddly enough, we're kind of winding down the season here. Even with the CDL, like 3 weeks of these major qualifiers compared to like the 5 we've had, we're going to be in Florida in the blink of an eye. And then we'll be in DreamHack in the blink of an eye after that because it goes right back into the mix. And as we jump into the mix here, it's been a solid start for Vegas, 25-2. And more to come here with just, again, good presence at these high ground windows.
Yep. The AR's holding down their power spots. Roxas on 2 in a row. Able to line up a double there. 40 seconds off of P1. You will absolutely take it if you're Vegas. And now they might win a rotation as well over towards New. You have Lore Gaming exactly where you want them to be. Tapped towards the backside of tower. Kills are continuously going to the squad in green. And this is the perfect start for Vegas to try to force the game 5.
Hold from QK. Yeah, I was going to say, you got 9 HP, my guy. Dives off top ledge. Puts him in the realm of a health pool that's dealt with by a stun. Oh, and then Hixie, a little pop-up over the barrel, deals with King of Body. That will relinquish some of the pressure, at least largely from Vegas Academy. But no eyes for Lord Gaming on this side staircase. It's not initially. Eventually, they deal with it, and Roxas on 4 can only really hang over towards the ropes, where he does find a knife kill and maybe more, but no, shut down. And Lord Gaming looking decent for, I would say, the majority of the time earned on P2, but it's not a lot of time at all.
Yeah, not a lot of time earned on the side of Lore, but also not really as much time as you were banking on if you were Vegas. And that's just due to, like, players not filling in the proper gaps when they need to. Like, Roxas, I know you were on 4 in a row the entire time sitting at Trip's window, but eventually when your teammates have to die in front of you, you have to jump out and allow someone to fill that spot behind you. Just when he was on 5, like finding his 5th kill by leading with the knife up the zip, your teammates are consistently getting outnumbered. You allowed Lore to make that more mixing than you probably were expecting it to. But at least you win the rotation over towards P3. First 20 seconds have yet to be contested, and Lore trying to break through the front. Yeah, and they're not finding success, not just from the front, but they're trying to develop some of these small pinches, and it's being read perfectly. Roxas is 10-2. He's gross.
Yeah, he's having himself a whale of a game. And now Lore Gaming are under threat, I was going to say, for a moment, of being spawn trapped behind the play. They can't find a kill. I mean, this is as big of a blowout as we've seen so far.
It's not getting any better. Because who's down here? Yeah, Mr. Roxas, Mr. Auto 2-piece. Unfortunately, he falls to the hands of Hixie, but sets up a scene for the double. Now you're winning the rotation over towards P4.
Oh,
and this game might be already over with. If you're Lore, you don't get a break here. GG, let's go map 5.
Yeah. Oh, Semtex even finding a little bit of damage. Stuns down, having Seaman trouble, but he's got help. All for 1. Stuck still over towards Spiral. Couple of just stray shots for QCab land. He's actually got himself a Hellstorm off 4 kills, so just the objective time is being a mountain. I mean, he's got a minute 31 in the hill. Oh, mercy. Absolute beatdown, slamming. 100-point game. More than that, as Vegas have not dropped anything really from 3 to 4.
Hey, can we get in the hard point if you're Lore? Can we, like, get a team push going? If we can stop challenging one-on-one gunfights through Spiral, I think we stand a better chance at that. But they just keep on losing that initial gunfight. The trades are a lot better on the side of Vegas. And at the end of the first rotation, the hard points, they're going to find themselves almost up by 120 points. Unbelievable start to this game if you are Vegas Academy.
Wow.
And they just continue to do it.
Game's 12-12, but everyone else is just struggling to find engagement. That's what we're talking about. Rox is caught by surprise. Decent moment here for Lore. Follow-up from Paul is even better. Okay, so now you've got Vegas spawning a little bit all over the map, and it's a good call here for QK. Drop in the Hellstorm. Let's get ourselves together, get our information, deal with this, get our feet back under us.
Yep, they find the initial 2 kills. Nothing leaves with the Hellstorm there, but you at least get them off of the point for now. Lore, though, they're able to manage through that Hellstorm getting invested and still are able to find every single kill. So might be a turning point in the game there for Lore Gaming. Does need to get a little bit more hotter. As you can see, everyone negative besides Fame. The crucial moment there to not allow Vegas to pull away with that Hellstorm, still keeping yourself technically in this game.
Nice follow-up, though, by King of Body. We're moving over to P2. Paul is there, but he's by himself, and he needs help. Timing is going to be everything, and he catches bad timing. King of Body ready for it. Fame, though. Wait, he catches 2. That's off of a weird angle, kind of through the middle of double doors from what looked to be Grandma's side. And that is enough for Paul to come off a close spawn and actually get into the hill. A crucial little flex moment here for Lore if they can take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, they need this time. They need all of this time here. It's just they keep on losing gunfights outside of the hill, and that's leaving the player in the hard point stranded, trying to look at multiple different angles. And the entire time now, Vegas have been able to control the spawns going over towards P3. So still in a 100-point lead. Lore Gaming know that they have to play catch-up. We cannot give up this time and think about those routes early off the rotation. But every time they do it, they are going one by one and consistently getting picked apart. This is sloppy again from Lore.
Yeah, it really is. It's just Vegas is melting, dude. I mean, there have been a number of gunfights where Lore Gaming, it looks like the ARs are going to finalize the kill really quickly, and then it's just like they just don't get that last bullet they need. So now you're in the world of having to win this hard point and the next. Underneath 100-point deficit, Roxas through Spiral. Help on the way with King of Body, who gets one, gets away. Good value of the life here as Vegas try to reset up.
Still trying to contest it.
Get on the
Still in
hill.
position to contest it, but Lore were playing for the kills initially to start that one off, but 2 go in favor of Vegas. They're still going to be here to try to contest towards the backside. Players are getting those close spawns, but QK might have timed this to perfection. Behind enemy lines, everyone else dropping from the front, but QK could have been a deciding factor if he would have just took your time from the front angle. Lore Gaming still hold.
Oh, good shout from Paul. Dealing with King of Body, that's going to give them the scrap time. And now we've got the battle for new. Oh, the first 2 kills are there. Roxas! No, can't get the last bullet into Paul. So we've got P4 status currently in favor of Lore Gaming. Paul's on a rampage. 6 in a row. He knows the next hit's coming from the front. He hasn't been hit by any of these nades, but it seems to be able to find one. Mock not sure where to look. And in that moment, the break is in for Vegas.
Yeah, it's just unacceptable right there if you're Lore. Like, you do the hard part of winning the gunfights initially to break in because you were late off the rotation. But then the easy part is to simply not get caught over-challenging there. But they do. And now that allows Vegas to continue to run up the score. It was very difficult for Lore to even attempt the break. They couldn't get it last go around. And they might not get it again because the team opens up with another double, making a triple, and that's the push immediately going nowhere.
Yeah, it's saying then the full wipe comes from behind that as Fame will also drop. Wow, talk about just a night and day difference on the scoreboard for Hixie. Top of the leaderboard for his team in the control, now just 12 and 22. Cannot get these gunfights through. It's always one every other life. I mean, legitimately, just cannot string them together at the moment. Meanwhile, Seam, QK both carrying on 5 in a row. And the lead is back to 110 points.
Lore gave themselves a chance to fight back into this game, but just a mishap in towards the bottom side of P4. QK on 5 in a row. Now he has a hell of a to play with. Or last time, though, at this P1, same scenario. They were able to withstand the pressure coming in, even though they lost the initial 2 gunfights. The last 2 players made up for it, but this time Vegas are instantly into the H-pit.
Yeah, Paul going to try to utilize his for the counter. A little bit of a lifeline for desperation. He does catch Roxas. Ooh, plus 1 more onto his seam. So last one left is QK. They should have known exactly where he was. 27 and 12, and he's just not dying. Still alive. Hixie in trouble. He'll drop to him too. 9 in a row for QK before eventually he's taken out of the picture. But this map's over. We're going 5.
Yeah, this one's over with. Lore Gaming just too slow of a start. On the first set of hard points, Vegas could do no wrong, winning every rotation, clutching up on the gunfights, trading out more effectively. And the same thing that happened in map 1 on the side of Lore, it happens in a map 4 inside of the Vegas Academy to be able to force the game number 5. And I'm pretty sure we're going over the dealership. So who's a better finesse man, Alan? Who's a better sweet talker? We'll find out.
Oh, well, we'll find out, Jay. I mean, this has been a wild series.
I mean, you got to keep in mind, when we jumped in here, it was 5-1 search and destroy in favor of Lore. They lose 5 in a row on rewind. Control, stonewall defenses in the first 2 rounds, successful offenses in the back 2, and then a messy round 5. It's just been an absolute series of swings. It really has. Because now this is a polar opposite, almost exactly a 1-for-1 opposite of what happened in map 1. We didn't get a chance to see it, but the scoreline's almost the exact opposite of what Lore did to Vegas on Skyline.
And I think that's so devastating now, especially if you're Lore, is that knowing that we potentially are playing for nothing now, which is very tough.
Correct.
Because between the 3 teams who are still tied up in that 3-way tie, potentially even if Lore win this series, you'd be all tied up at 2 and 3. But Lore, between the other 2 squads besides them, totally have 5 map losses. And I just don't think that's going to be enough to secure yourself a playoff spot, even if you walk away victorious here in the game number 5. Vegas Academy, they've been able to dodge a bullet, man. Like, that's the biggest thing. Like, to clutch up 5 rounds in a row in that Surge and Destroy, to pull momentum on their side, you basically choke away the control, but respond with the insane hardpoint dominance. Not going into this dealership, realistically using this as practice. You know, you're basically locked in towards playoff. Let's just get better at a map that we probably don't play on.
Yeah, there's I don't know, one of those things that we've seen dealership. I feel like we really got a solid look at it from the CDL this last weekend after our initial looks at dealership and challengers last week. I have to imagine that these teams are going to try to pull in some of the things that we saw from the CDL. I think especially from the defensive side, because we were seeing all offenses here at Challengers. And then CDL was like all defense. I think the interesting thing was a lot of the defense comes successfully off of retaking, which I don't think we would have assumed, especially over towards B. It just feels like once you get the bomb down there, it's very difficult to break the post plan, especially if you have mid-map control. But one of the things I think we really can say for certain is that the CDL teams on defense are not letting the middle of the map go. That is battleground number one, and they're throwing whatever they have to win that spot outright. So we'll see if that kind of carries over to the mentality of the Challengers teams here.
Yeah, it just makes it easy to rotate towards either site once you have that mid-map control. If you're the team trying to contest early on over towards B, if you don't have that mid window, you're probably not going to instantly work that objective the way that you want to. So for the teams on defense, it's just about getting the information early, playing with your teammates, not getting caught on these isolation one-on-ones. Because I saw it a bunch of times, not only in Challenge, but in CDL. It's just like, if there's no action going on your side of the map, you're deciding to go for a late pinch. And if you get caught, you're basically costing your team the round, because now they have the numbers advantage. They can manipulate the map whatever the hell way they want to. But even like on this map of all of them that we have, like I'm pretty sure last week we saw Extend go for 6 first bloods and still lose the map.
Yeah.
So like, I know if you're Vegas, you're scrimming against these guys all the time. You can probably take that piece of his game away, but let's add a little bit more clutch factor to close out some of these rounds.
Yeah, it definitely needs to happen. And again, just kind of reflecting off the rewind, I don't know if this will hold true or not, but you got to remember that Vegas Academy was playing with a lot of speed and a lot of quick plants on the offensive side. And that was the big catalyst for their major comeback, able to win 3 offensive rounds in those 5 that they were on. So good stuff there. And who knows? And maybe the things that we saw from the CDL don't translate immediately into what we're seeing in Challengers. Maybe it does stay heavily offensive sided. It's tough, I think, to kind of be able to evaluate. I think especially for 2 teams that, like, I don't think let's not dance around it. Like, these are not who we consider to be the top contenders for this Challenger season. Maybe based on roster, you would have thought Lore, especially with 2 Map 5 losses already in week 1, that they were going to be a major contender, but lost the Luxury Exotics and now going 5 again here versus Vegas Academy, I think is just kind of saying they're like, if they were to find a way to get into playoffs, that they would be probably one of our underdogs, to put it plainly.
Oh yeah, because every single series they've started down 0-2 in maps, at least the 2 previous where they go all the way to the distance in that round number 5, in that game number 5. But the most recent one, you can take care of a 3-0, and now you're finding yourself in this situation where realistically, you probably should have already closed it out in 3. You were up 5-1 in the Search and Destroy, let that one slip. A sloppy control, you're still able to walk away with it. And then in a hard point, like, I'm just expecting them to have better plays. Like, we're not rotating, we're not making the proper fundamental plays, and now you're in a game 5. It's just like all these guys that we saw in the beginning of the CDL season, they're just not really increasing their stack, they're actually decreasing it, and it sucks to see.
It does. We're going to take a quick break, though. Looks like we're having just a small pause before we get into map number 5, so hopefully it won't be too long. Get yourself ready to go. We got map 5 coming up after this. we go. Dialing on in for game 5. Is my
Think
feed
so?
Or
Yeah,
is
no, I'm right there with you. Observer
Oh.
crashed. All right. Well, pull this up on the side here.
Oh,
Let me
the
see if
observer
they're
crashed.
actually
The
in the
observer
map.
crashed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
see what
What you
happens.
guys are looking at here, Alan? What you guys are looking at right here? So like,
I'm
be the
looking at-
difference makers.
I'm looking at. Let me actually give you a good evaluation here.
Okay, talk to me.
I'm looking at Charlie Hixie.
Okay.
It's just like after watching him on Rewind, bomb carrier with an Ames sometimes. Will that come into play?
Okay.
Maybe not, but regardless, he's usually your default bomb planter, and we've seen, I think, how important it is, at least at the CDL level, to like the bomb planter has to find the ability to fight. Like after you either get a quick plant and you're not contested, you have to kind of hold on top of the bomb and you have to finesse, get some damage, get a kill. I'm looking at Hixie on one side for that reason. Just kind of, again, that's where he was faulting, I think, just in the CDL, like not being able to, fully convert on his entries. And then on the other side, give me Roxas, I think. I want to see if he
Okay.
can be a lock. I
All
feel
right.
like he's going to play the island on the defense, so I'm looking to see if he can lock in.
Okay.
Are any of them playing?
I'm
Are they
looking
still
at the
playing
game
their
right
game?
now. Yeah, they are. It's a 2v1 currently in favor of Vegas. King of Body is left alive. It's looking like they're going to secure this first round, but both players are isolated on complete opposite sides of the map. The bomb's going to be down over towards Archway. There's really not that much time to work with, so it's going to be a one-on-one gunfight on the other end, but right now, Vegas with the numbers, they should be able to close this one out.
Are you watching the scene right now?
Yeah, I'm watching the scene. I think we're going to break, though. I think we're
we
going
are.
to
That's
break,
what I
though,
heard.
Alan. Yeah.
I
I'm
heard
sorry,
that too.
guys. You don't got to look at us. We'll just go to break. We'll come back when the game plays back.
All right. Observer has rejoined. We love that. And we find ourselves in a 2v2 situation with Laura on the offense. Bomb currently down, but retrievable.
Yeah, and Pollux was able to secure the 1v2 clutch before we went to commercial break. Didn't think that Vegas was going to give him a chance to, but he was able to force 2 1-on-1 gunfights for his team to go up 1-0. But now with 30 seconds left, QK is able to spot Mock, trying to keep Pollux alive, and then you send in a team to close out the round, knowing that Pollux is weak. So all tied up at 1. Back-to-back defenses from both teams.
Yep. Okay, so some of those things started to come through that we were kind of inferring, just kind of assuming that there would be some growing pains in the map, but more so being able to just, at worst, copy-paste what you're seeing from the CDL squads, especially on the defensive side. So, see if that will continue to be the case now that trophy systems are in play. It's the next big key part of these offensive rounds. And we've seen some, I think, rounds in particular where the defenses will try to feel things out early. This is QK trying to read information with the nades being tossed at mid, and yeah, it's just going to be a holdback play for Vegas.
Yeah, just a slow and steady approach on their attacks. Body going to be focusing on the pinch, but you just want to get taxed to get invested early on into these rounds so you stand a better chance of surviving around all these cars. Over towards the A Street. Finally, the push is going to come on in. And the only one here to contest him is currently Paul X.
Yep. And he gets caught trying to run away. You got a little bit of assistance over on the cross through mid on the way, but it's going to be late. Or is it? Bomb's not being planted right now. Now it will be finally coming through. Mock trying to feel things out from the back. Hixie looking to create some noise. Couple of tags onto a seam, but he'll get the bomb planted and stay alive. 4v3.
Yeah, now Vegas just have to hold strong. You don't want to give up this bomb site control, and the seams finds the perfect time to strike. Able to line up a double there. Now Mock left in a 1v2, and Vegas Academy with the slow and steady approach. We're able to secure the first offense with ease. To catch Paul X with his pants down over towards A Street. An attack or a trophy system to keep alive in that aspect, but once you take some positioning away from those cars, Instantly work the objective. Know the play has to come in. You know that they're not going to be working on a pinch because that takes way too damn long. They just stand strong in their setup and hold it to perfection.
But that's another moment that I'm talking about. Like, we saw like moments of that in the CDL, and even a couple of those times yesterday or last week, where it's like Asim, the bomb planter, he doesn't just get the bomb planted and then just fade away. He becomes the integral part of the defense, pushes up an extra step once he gets space, and just completely eliminates the idea and opportunity for Lore to get their retake going. Now Lore looking to try to approach the B side, but Asim once again is playing on a little bit of an opening corner. And wow, wow.
This never works. Like, just trying to slow and steady approach over towards B. It's just never going to work on now. It's either when you're committing towards that site, you got to go very, very quickly. Because at that point, if First Blood goes down on the opposite side of the map, they already know where the play is coming in. And they already have players in a position to where you're thinking, all right, the stun's going to have him weak. Let's go for the bait and switch. That's good enough. But Hixie doesn't find that kill. So if you make it a 3v3 more manageable, but also playing that push with a lot more pacing gives you a way better chance at winning it.
Yep.
Vegas Academy now with 3 rounds in a row, starting to pull away.
I think especially if you're running a 1-3 split where you don't have anyone in the middle of the map. Like, is that you lost your island AR. You don't have any info over mid. And then, again, you're kind of just stuck. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in terms of tempo and timing of how you do that. And speaking of, here comes almost the exact same setup for Vegas' attempt. UK just trying to read some opening defensive stuns. Sees that no one's at least on the planter. King of Body trying to make some noise at mid at the same time. He does catch some damage and some information with those nades.
Also going to fall into the hands of Mock, though, because they use an RC Carter to get some information over at this B site. Now Fame's going to peek it from the window and wins the gunfight versus QK, and miraculously is able to pop a double. That secures the round there. Fame just said, screw it, I'll do it all at this B site. Give me 3. Somebody can get the last one, but Lore, more specifically Fame, said, this is my round.
Yeah, it's another one of those moments that just kind of echoes on what we were just talking about. Like, a little bit of noise being made at mid initially by King of Body, but then he bails and moves over to A and does kind of the same thing there. And Fame is sitting here like, all right, well, no one's at mid anymore. I can just watch the cross off this window angle. And like you said, it doesn't just find 1, he catches 2. It is just no pressure from that B offense to even look over towards window. I think that's the other thing that we saw, like with the CDL, is like you can get yourself into the corner of those arches and get an AR there. You can watch that window pretty heavily, but I don't know, it just doesn't really come through, and now we're throwing 2 trophies in the same spot. Nades over the top, going to clear up space for a quick plant throw at A, and there's going to be a very, very quick re-wrap run back to this play.
Yeah, this is free, but thankfully Rox is able to open up a nade over the top. So that's massive, because now Mock, the player watching Pinch, is going to get overwhelmed. Instant 4v2. Pollux tries to make up for it. He gets taken care of. And now Hixie left in a 1v4. Yeah, GG, Charlie. We'll move on to the next one. Vegas Academy with the perfect strat. And it's all off the banking of Roxas finding an opening with a nade. If he doesn't, then you don't have any information. And then you're not able to isolate onto the player on the flank. But just an opening random nade secures the round there for Vegas.
Car bombs on the A bomb site, Jay. Go figure. We've got a lot of that going around. Okay, 4-2 up our Vegas. Stretching for a confirmation of them getting into playoffs without the need of a tiebreaker. They could pull off this win. Lore Gaming, again, looking pretty down and out just based off map count anyways, but still fighting to try to make a go of it. Mox 0-5, not a great start for him as nades once again over the top come through. King of Body stunned, naded, taking the brute force of all this damage, but still alive and kicking. And the defense for Lore really not in a spot to stop this.
No, they're just banking now on their attacks to potentially find an opening, but King of Body doing the same thing that Asim did in the previous round, just taking the space away, finds the initial 2. Now Mock left in a 1v3, can technically be an ace if he can find it. So Vegas said, screw the pant, we're playing for the gunny, now we're at game point.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds that, like, Lore Gaming never get a read on the aggressive play through because they're banking on their defense initially to not have to play that angle because they're going to catch damage and maybe even, probably even a kill with nades. But honestly, outside of the first 2 nades, none of the other ones really land on that same corner. And King of Body just kind of hangs at half HP, gets free from the stun effect, gets back to full health, and just runs forward. And there's not an AR in that back cubby to watch that cross. Just no information on him.
So now if you are Lore, down by 3 rounds, The pace change needs to come in and needs to come in quick. So all out aggression over towards this B site. Instantly going to take mid courtyard away. You don't have mid map control, but you have a player watching over you. Let's get this objective planted.
Yeah, and Paul gets into hut here, this back shack. That's important for this reason. It just doesn't allow this retake to come through the backside of the site. And this round is likely going to be over here unless QK can do something miraculous through mid.
Yeah, Roxas on 3 in a row. He knows that we're man down. Wants to try to regroup with his teammate and attack this together. 3 pins right on the horizon here from Fame. Good enough for at least the first, and he's able to get out of dodge. Roxas eventually falls, and that is what a successful B push looks like. Right there for everybody watching. You do it with some pacing. You do it early on. You instantly get that bomb down and then put your players in a position to take courtyard away. That is the answer. They're having a lot of success at that B bomb site. And Lower Gaming do it to perfection to stay alive.
I think most importantly, unscathed is Paul getting into that back shack as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just a plant, it's that dominant map presence that is just so hard to deal with. 5-3. Vegas, what are we trying? Quick nade over the top towards A cars. Oh, and it lands right on Paul's forehead. What a look at that. Hits the back car perfectly. And now the offense could use the RC to clear space at mid. I love the idea of this. They're going to know that one player's here, but it's enough space for King of Body to get deep in towards B, and they still win on Hixie. Oh, boy.
Yeah, King of Body now in a very crucial position. Already puts them in towards Garage. Takes care of Fame. Now it's Mock. Left in a 1v4. I see an issue too, but they're simply going to get outnumbered. Vegas Academy rally back after being down 1-2 in this series.
Yep.
Secure the W and said, screw a 3-way tie. We got the 3rd seed.
Wow. What a map. And I will say, just kind of watching this as compared to even some of the offensive breakoffs we saw in the CDL, it just, some things are there, but it looked like for Lord, they just didn't have their nade spots down yet. They didn't have their timings fully like memorized or subconscious yet. It just felt like the Falcons did, legitimately. I mean, how many overnades did we have come from the hands of King of Body or Roxas early, whether it be on defense or offense? First blood tally, same as the final score, 6-3 in favor of Vegas. I mean, 9-3 for QK, 7-5 for King of Body, running all over the place, but 1,400 damage from QK. He was putting in shots to everybody.
Yeah, he's putting out shots. Everybody's weak. He's setting up his SMG to find a couple freebies, but big shout out to the Academy squad, man, for just understanding this is a new map. We need to find a couple things that can help us approach it a lot easier, and then just the opening nades from Roxas in the positionings that he was able to find them in the rounds that he was able to find them. You could just tell that they were demoralizing on the side of Lore Gaming. Couldn't get a read on what Vegas were going to throw at them because they had a lot of slow and steady approaches on their offenses, and when they went for the pace change and no one was in a position to even contest them, they were able to walk away victorious with the series. And I'm super excited to see what this Academy roster can do in playoffs, man, because throughout this entire time watching them throughout the stage, Roxas and Mr. King of Body, they have just shown drastic improvements in their individual gameplay from what I remember at the beginning of the season. Just continue to put your work in and you'll see the results, and at least they show it here.
So with that, like you mentioned, Lore Gaming will exit at 1-4 with Distro Gaming from Group B. No tiebreaker situations. There's not no multi-tiebreaker situations. And yeah, there's the interesting news. I'll say Omit Brooklyn did beat Team War, and Vegas Academy has the head-to-head over Team War. So Vegas was in a spot of possibly being in a 3-way tiebreaker just to get into playoffs. Now they find themselves second in the group. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes.
So that's Mixie. How does this work again, Alan? Like, Omit Brooklyn, they should be playing against Stallions, right? Vegas Academy are playing against the Spartans, and that's going to be a fun one, man, because obviously the Spartans, day one, they were one of the top dogs that we had. Day two, you go 0-2, don't win a single map. Today, you play against Holden Iron, and obviously those guys could only win one map throughout this elite, so I don't really know where to grade them. But I know right now for Vegas Academy, when they're battle tested, is sometimes when they perform their best. We saw their backs against the wall. You need to come out and make the proper plays, and they were able to do it. So that should be a great matchup to start tomorrow.
I'm excited, man. All of our playoffs have been fun, but I'm legitimately like antsy to get into tomorrow's playoff action. I think this is the best Cabal roster version of it and just overall play style that we've ever had. The Spartans team, the former YFP squad, they're looking pretty solid. I think we're going to see some improvements from Stallions. And then on the other side, Luxury Exotics stepping up when it matters most this week. And this Falcons team looking pretty decent. I think it's just going to come down to how much better are either of these two Emit teams than the rest of the pack, because they handled business versus, at least Brooklyn handled business versus Team War today. So, I mean, 15-4 map count, 15-7 map count for both the Emit teams. They're looking like heavy favorites.
Yeah, Raph knows what he's doing over there in that camp for all men. He always does, man. Has the most players called up from his organization back into the Pro League, and every time we spawn into one of these elites, he always has a team that's just above and beyond the rest. So excited to see what both Omid squads can bring tomorrow.
It's going to be a fun one. Same time, actually, no, hour earlier is EU is going to be kicking off since we have 3 matches going on. So same place, hour earlier, not the same time. We'll catch you tomorrow for the first couple of rounds of action from our final Challengers Elite Season playoff run. Starting tomorrow. We'll see you here right then, right there, all the places. Take care. Bye-bye.